and now journey deep into the heart of our own world once again, and settle into another 10+ continuous hours of terrestrial wonders. This biological and atmospheric compilation explores the profound mysteries of life on Earth, from the intricate mycelial networks of ancient mushrooms to the silent circadian rhythms of the plant kingdom, and from the soothing science of rainfall to the crystalline secrets of the winter landscape. Tune into the quiet pulse of nature. Let the scientific marvels of the natural world wash over you and sleep soundly through the night. Inspired by the fascinating complexities of botany and the peaceful cycles of the seasons, these videos provide a unique, deep auditory background for the perfect night's rest. This collection is specifically curated for our Science Sleep channel, blending educational insight with a tranquil atmosphere to help you understand the hidden rhythms of the planet while you drift into a restorative and heavy slumber. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 mushrooms mysteries as looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the hidden fungal highways beneath ancient forests, mushrooms that glow softly in total darkness, and spores that drift across continents on the night air. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into mushrooms, beneath your feet right now, miles of silent threads, weaving through darkness, through soil and stone, mycelium, the hidden body of the fungus, spreading, always spreading. These aren't plants. No. Fungi belong to their own kingdom entirely, closer to animals than to trees, sharing more of their cellular machinery with you than with the flowers in a meadow. They breathe like you do, consuming oxygen, releasing carbon dioxide into the dark. Thump, thump. Your heart syncing with the ancient rhythm of decomposition, of transformation. A mushroom, the part you see, is just the fruit, like an apple on a tree, the reproductive bloom of something vast beneath. The real organism, the mycelium, spreads invisible, thread-thin hyphae, each one thinner than a human hair, branching, merging, creating networks that stretch for miles. In a single teaspoon of forest soil, there can be miles of these fungal threads, miles, compressed into darkness, silent, patient, ancient. Let your breathing slow, slower. Feel the weight of your head sinking into the pillow, heavier, your eyelids, so heavy now. The mycelium doesn't sleep, doesn't rest. It grows in the quiet, in the dark, always the dark, extending itself one cell at a time, building highways beneath the forest floor. These highways, these mycorrhizal networks, connect tree to tree. A partnership that began 400 million years ago, long before flowers existed, before grass. The fungi wrap around tree roots, thin as whispers, trading nutrients. The trees give sugar, created by sunlight, and the fungi give minerals, phosphorus pulled from stone, nitrogen drawn from decay. A trade, silent, essential, endless. Your muscles releasing now, letting go. The tension in your shoulders, melting, melting, like mycelium dissolving dead wood, breaking bonds, transforming, returning everything to soil, in the forests, trees connected by these fungal networks. There was a theory, a beautiful idea, that they communicate, share resources. Mother trees feeding their young through fungal threads. It became known as the Wood Wide Web, a fungal internet. But drift with this gently. The science is softer than the story. Trees do connect through fungi. That's real. But the communication, the intent, that's something we draped over the mystery, hoping to find consciousness where there might just be chemistry. The fungi don't carry messages with purpose. They respond to chemical gradients, to nutrients flowing from abundance towards scarcity. It's beautiful without being conscious, like water finding downhill, like your breath, flowing in, flowing out, no thought required. Thump, thump. Let your jaw release completely. Notice any tension in your tongue. Let it soften. Rest against your teeth. The mycelium knows no tension. It grows in curves, in spirals, following chemical trails through darkness. When it finds food, a fallen log, a dead root, it floods that space with threads, digesting from the outside, releasing enzymes that break down cellulose, lignin, the tough materials that lock carbon away. This is the fungal gift, decomposition. Without fungi, forests would choke on their own dead, carbon locked forever in fallen trees. In autumn, leaves piled higher each year. But the mushrooms break it all down, return it, reweave it, carbon cycling through darkness, through mycelial threads, back into soil, into air, into new growth. Your breath is the same carbon, breathed by forests, by fungi, cycling, endlessly cycling. Feel it move through you, cool air in, warm air out, becoming part of the great exchange, the endless transformation. In autumn, when the air cools and rain soaks deep into soil, mushrooms appear overnight. Where yesterday there was nothing, today, a perfect cap, pale gills, a stem pushing through leaf litter. This isn't magic, though it feels like it. The mycelium has been there all along, growing, spreading, storing energy, and when conditions align, moisture, temperature, some mysterious trigger, it pours all that stored energy into making fruit, making mushrooms, in hours, in darkness, while you sleep. The mushroom cap unfurls, gills form in perfect parallel lines, each surface packed with basidia, club-shaped cells that will produce spores, millions of spores, billions, each one microscopic, carrying the genetic code to start again, to drift on wind, to wait, patient, for the right place, the right time. Feel your body sinking deeper, the mattress rising to hold you, supporting every part of you, heavy, so heavy, like spores settling through still air or drifting down, down, into darkness. Some spores drift for miles as caught in updrafts, riding thermals high into the atmosphere, crossing continents. One study found mushroom spores in air samples taken from planes, 40,000 feet up, drifting in the jet stream, patient, waiting for descent, for rain to pull them down to earth again. Other spores hitch rides, on fur, on feathers. Animals brush against mushroom caps and carry spores away, scatter them. Some fungi evolved caps that smell like rotting meat, attracting flies, who land, who walk across the gills, who carry spores on their feet to the next feast, the next opportunity, your heartbeat. Thump, thump, slower now. The flies don't know they're servants to the fungus. They follow scent, follow instinct, and the mycelium spreads, uses, transforms. In forests, you might find rings of mushrooms, fairy rings, growing in perfect circles, expanding outward year after year. In folklore, these were dancing grounds for fae, for spirits. Step inside the ring and you'd be trapped, enchanted, spirited away. But the truth is quieter and stranger. The mycelium grows outward from a central point, consuming nutrients as it spreads. Each year, the ring grows wider, the mushrooms fruiting at the advancing edge where food is richest. Some fairy rings are centuries old, 700 years, expanding slowly, patiently, outliving the stories told about them. Let the stories drift away, let thought dissolve, your mind quiet, quieter, like a forest at midnight, when even wind holds still. Ancient peoples knew mushrooms as sacred, mysterious. The Amanita muscaria, red cap dotted with white, the mushroom of fairy tales, of Christmas cards and gnome gardens, was used in shamanic rituals. In Siberia, in northern Europe, reindeer sought them out, eating them for the psychoactive compounds, and shamans would drink reindeer urine, concentrating the medicine, flying through visions. The mushroom contains muscimol, ibotenic acid, compounds that distort perception, that pull consciousness sideways into dream. But we're drifting differently tonight. No need for chemicals, just breath, just darkness, just the quiet weight of sleep settling over you like snow. Other mushrooms alter mind more gently. Psilocybe species, containing psilocybin, used for millennia in Mesoamerican rituals. The Aztecs called them Teonanacatl, flesh of the gods. In recent years, science has circled back, studying these compounds for depression, for anxiety, for the rigid patterns of thought that trap us. The mushrooms seem to dissolve boundaries, temporarily, allowing the brain to form new connections, new pathways, like mycelium spreading through forest floor. Your thoughts loosening now, connections softening, drifting apart, reforming, or maybe just dissolving into sleep. Not all mushrooms are safe, no. Some carry death in their cells. The Amanita phalloides, death cap, beautiful, elegant, a pale greenish-yellow cap, white gills, innocent looking. But it contains amatoxins, compounds that destroy the liver, the kidneys. You might eat it, feel fine for hours, even a day. And then the symptoms begin, and by then, too late. The toxins have done their work. The mushrooms don't create these poisons out of malice. They're defense, chemical warfare against animals that would eat them, against insects that would consume their flesh before spores can form. The fungi that survive are those that learn to make themselves unpalatable, toxic, deadly. But your body is safe, warm, protected. Nothing can harm you here or in this dark and this quiet. Let any fear drift away. Like spores on wind, gone, scattered. Some mushrooms you can eat. More than eat. Treasure. Chanterelles, with their apricot scent. Golden folds beneath the cap. Growing in partnership with trees. Oaks. Pines. Their mycelium woven into roots. Impossible to cultivate. Impossible to farm. They must be found. Foraged, a gift from the forest, porcini, with their thick stems and nutty flavour, morels, with their honeycomb caps, appearing after forest fires, after disturbance, thriving on ash. People have foraged mushrooms for thousands of years, reading the forest, learning which shapes mean food, which mean danger. A mushroom that bruises blue might be edible, or might be toxic. The colour comes from chemical reactions, psilocybin oxidizing in some species, other compounds in others. You cannot judge safety by colour alone, by smell alone. Each species must be learned, respected. Your breath, in, out, no effort, automatic. Like the forest breathing through mycelium, through soil, through the quiet exchange of oxygen and carbon dioxide in darkness. Some mushrooms smell sweet, like almonds, like anise. The almond scent can mean safety, or can mean cyanide compounds, deadly. Again, No simple rules, only learning, patient, careful, like sleep. You cannot force it, only create conditions, only allow. Other mushrooms smell of decay, of rotting fish, of corpses. The stinkhorn mushrooms, Phallus impudicus and its relatives, emerge from egg-like structures, growing rapidly into phallic shapes, caps covered in olive-brown slime that reeks of death. This slime contains the spores, and flies, attracted by the smell, land and feed, carrying spores away on their bodies. The mushroom uses disgust as distribution, rot as reproduction, but let disgust drift away. There's no judgment in the forest, no good or bad, only strategies, only survival, only the quiet mathematics of reproduction. Your face completely relaxed now, every muscle soft, your breathing shallow, slow, the boundary between waking and sleep dissolving, thinning, like a mushroom veil tearing as the cap expands. In some mushrooms, the mycelium glows, bioluminescence, a cold green light in total darkness. Panellus stypticus in North America, Omphalotus olearius, the jack-o'-lantern mushroom, Armillaria melea glowing soft in rotting wood. The light comes from a chemical reaction, luciferin oxidizing, the same compound that makes fireflies glow. But why do fungi glow? That question, softer, harder to answer. Perhaps the light attracts insects, who spread spores. Perhaps it's a byproduct, an accident of chemistry with no purpose at all. The mushrooms glow regardless, in caves, in deep forests, on moonless nights, blue-green, ghostly, beautiful, indifferent to whether anyone sees. There are mushrooms deep in caves, where no light has ever reached, growing on bat guano, on minerals leached from stone, sustained by nutrients carried in from the surface, by water seeping down through limestone, through darkness. These fungi have never known sunlight, never needed it. They feed on what darkness provides, patient, perfectly adapted, and in extremes, fungi survive what would kill almost anything else. In Chernobyl, in the ruined reactor, black fungi grow on the walls, thriving in radiation that would kill a human in minutes. These radiotrophic fungi, they use melanin, the same pigment that colors human skin, to capture energy from gamma rays, to grow, to spread, feeding on radiation like plants feed on light. Your body safe, far from radiation, far from danger, held by soft darkness, by cotton, by the gentle weight of blankets, sinking, sinking. Fungi have been found in the Arctic, growing at temperatures that freeze water solid. Their cells full of antifreeze compounds, growing slowly, so slowly, but growing. In deserts, endolithic fungi, living inside rocks, in the tiny spaces between crystals, consuming minerals, sustained by dew, by the briefest moisture. Some of these fungi are black, dark pigments protecting against UV radiation, against the relentless sun. The planet is wrapped in fung, pole to pole, desert to ocean, from the highest mountains to the deepest caves, adapting and surviving, transforming. Thump, thump, your heart beating slower, in rhythm with deep time, with patient time, with fungal time. Some fungi eat things that shouldn't be edible. Plastic, a human invention. Polymers that resist decay. But certain fungi produce enzymes that can break the carbon bonds. Pestaloteuopsis microspora, eating polyurethane, Aspergillus tubangensis, degrading plastic in weeks instead of centuries. The fungi don't do this for us. They do it because any carbon source, any energy, is opportunity, is survival. Oil spills, thick, toxic, choking soil and water. And fungi arrive, Pleurotus austriatus, oyster mushrooms, breaking down petroleum, transforming it, cleaning. This is mycoremediation, using fungi to heal what humans damage. The mycelium spreads through contaminated soil, secretes enzymes, breaks apart the complex molecule, renders them harmless. Your own body doing this constantly and breaking down, building up, transforming food into energy, into flesh. Cells dying, new cells forming. You're a process, not a thing. Like mycelium, always becoming. Fungi are old, older than trees. The first fungi appeared maybe 1 billion years ago, or more. Simple. Aquatic. When life crawled onto land, fungi were already there, coating rocks, breaking stone into soil, creating the conditions for plants to follow. 400 million years ago, the first forests grew and the fungi grew with them. Prototaxites, a strange organism, a trunk rising 20 feet high, made of fungal tissue, not wood, not plant. These were the largest organisms on land, towering fungi, forests of mushrooms before forests of trees. The fossil record is sparse. Fungi don't preserve well. Soft tissue, delicate, but occasionally perfectly preserved. In amber, a mushroom from 100 million years ago. Cap, gills, spores, identical to species alive today. The mushrooms found a form that works and kept it, patient, unchanging, while dinosaurs rose, while dinosaurs fell. Let your thoughts drift to deep time, to millions of years. Your own life, brief, beautiful, insignificant, like a single mushroom, fruiting for a day, a week, then gone. But the mycelium continues. The pattern continues after the asteroid struck 66 million years ago, when dust blocked the sun and plants withered, when dinosaurs starved, the fungi thrived. They feast on death, on decay. The world darkened, cooled, and mushrooms bloomed, breaking down the fallen, the dead, recycling catastrophe into opportunity. Some scientists think this fungal bloom, this explosion of decomposition, it may have acidified the oceans, added to the extinction. Another blow, piled on top of impact winter, on top of darkness. But your darkness is gentle, warm, safe. Nothing dies here, only rests, only drifts towards sleep, toward the quiet country where thoughts dissolve. Your breathing almost imperceptible now, the smallest movements, ribs rising, falling, like mycelium respiring in soil, invisible, essential. Humans have used fungi as medicine for thousands of years, though we didn't always know what we were using. Bread mold, pressed against wounds, preventing infection. We called it folk wisdom, but the mold was penicillium, producing penicillin, killing bacteria, saving lives. In 1928, Alexander Fleming noticed bacterial colonies dying around mold contamination, and the age of antibiotics began, all from a fungus, from its chemical warfare against competitors. Now we search fungi for other medicines, compounds that fight viruses, that modulate immune systems, turkey tail mushrooms, Tremites versicolor, containing polysaccharides that may boost immune response, reishi, Ganoderma lucidum, the mushroom of immortality in Chinese medicine, glossy, red-brown, growing on dead hardwoods, used for thousands of years for longevity, for vitality. Modern research finds triterpenes, compounds that might reduce inflammation, might protect the liver. The effects are subtle, the science uncertain, but people still seek these mushrooms, still brew them into tea, still hope. Lion's mane, Hericium erinaceus, a mushroom that looks like a white waterfall, like icicles of fungal tissue. Studies suggest it might stimulate nerve growth factor, might support brain health, cognitive function. The research is early, preliminary, but intriguing. The idea that a mushroom might help neurons grow, might protect against decline. It fits our desire for simple cures, for natural remedies. But drift gently with these claims. Don't grasp too tight. Let them be possibilities, not promises. Your mind loosening its grip on everything, on worry, on hope, on the need to know, just floating, just being, in darkness, in quiet. Cordyceps, a genus of fungi that parasitizes insects. The fungal spores land on an ant, a beetle, a caterpillar. They germinate, hyphae growing into the insect's body, consuming it from within. And then, the mushroom takes control, in ants. The infected worker leaves the colony, climbs a plant, bites down on a leaf or stem at a very specific height, and dies. The fungus then fruits from the ant's head, a stalk emerging, releasing spores to rain down on workers below. Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, the zombie ant fungus. It seems like mind control, like consciousness hijacked, and in a way, it is. The fungus produces chemicals that affect the ant's brain, alter its behavior, compel it to climb, to bite, to position itself perfectly for spore dispersal. But the ant has no self to lose, no consciousness to mourn. It's a biological robot, reprogrammed. The fungus just better code. Let that thought drift away. You are not an ant, not a host. Your mind is your own, settling into sleep where dreams may come or may not. And either way, it's fine, it's perfect. There are thousands of cordyceps species, each specialized for different insects. Some target moths, some beetles, some spiders. In the Himalayas, Cordyceps sinensis infects ghost moth caterpillars. The fungus mummifies the caterpillar underground, then sends up a thin fruiting body, barely visible in the grass. Yatsa gunbu, the caterpillar fungus, worth more than gold, harvested, sold as medicine, as an aphrodisiac. The science doesn't support the claims, but the demand remains, and the high meadows are picked clean each year. Your body heavy, so heavy, beyond movement, consciousness a dim glow, fading, like bioluminescence in a cave, guttering, going dark. Animals farm fungi. Did you know? Termites cultivate mushrooms in their mounds, vast underground chambers filled with chewed wood, and growing on that wood, termitomyces, a fungus that breaks down cellulose, makes it digestible. The termites tend these gardens, regulate temperature, humidity, remove competing fungi, harvest the mushroom nodules, feed them to their young. This partnership is 30 million years old, older than human agriculture by vast ages. Leafcutter ants do the same, cutting leaves, carrying them underground in long green rivers of workers. They don't eat the leaves. No, they feed them to their fungus, Leucoagaricus gongolophorus, which grows nowhere else. Only in ant colonies, only in the dark chambers tended by workers. The ants eat the fungus eats the leaves, and the partnership continues, has continued for 50 million years. The ants carry the fungus with them, queen ants. When they leave to start new colonies, they carry a pellet of mycelium in a special pocket in their mouths. The fungus is their most precious cargo, their future, their survival. Humans, too, have shaped our evolution around fungi. Perhaps the mushrooms we foraged, the visions they gave, the nutrition they provided. Some theorists suggest that psilocybin mushrooms expanded human consciousness, sparked language, religion, art, the stoned ape theory. Beautiful, but unprovable, drifting in the realm of maybe, of what if. Like so many things about fungi, questions easier than answers. But we know fungi shaped early life, certainly. The first organisms to colonize land, they needed fungi, mycorrhizal partnerships, allowing plants to pull nutrients from barren rock, from primitive soil. Without fungi, the land might still be bare, sterile. The green world, built on fungal foundations, on partnerships invisible, underground. Your foundation is the mattress, the floor, the earth below, supporting you, always supporting you. Let go, let everything go. Sink into that support, into darkness, into the drift. The mycelium networks, researchers have found, carry electrical signals, tiny voltages, pulses that travel through the hyphae, like neurons firing, like nerve impulses. Does this mean mushrooms think? Can fungi have consciousness? These signals seem to spike when the mycelium encounters food, encounters threat. Patterns emerge, rhythms, almost like language, almost like communication. But drift softly here. Don't claim too much. Electrical activity isn't thought. Pattern isn't purpose. It might be, or it might be chemistry. Reflexes without reflection. Scientists have tested fungal memory, growing mycelium across barriers, removing the barriers. The fungi remember, grow faster across the space where barriers used to be, anticipating. Or is it just physical changes in the network? Grooves worn, paths established, memory without mind, learning without consciousness. Your own mind barely here now. Thoughts like distant lights, flickering, going out. No memory needed, no anticipation, just the present moment. Just breath, just darkness. Thump, thump. When you place obstacles in front of growing mycelium, wooden blocks arranged like a maze, the fungus explores, extends threads into dead ends, withdraws, tries new paths. Eventually it finds the shortest route, the most efficient path, as if it solved the maze. But it didn't think it through. It grew. It explored all possibilities simultaneously, and the successful paths got reinforced. The mycelium is a living algorithm, parallel processing in slow motion, intelligence without intent. Let your own problem-solving cease. No mazes to solve, no paths to find, just rest, just drift. Floating in darkness like a spore on still air. Fungi experience time differently than you. Their processes unfold over hours, days, weeks. A mushroom cap opening is fast for fungi, an explosion of growth. But to you, it's slow, languid. You can watch and see nothing, come back hours later, and the mushroom has doubled in size. Their time is not your time. Now, your time is slowing, stretching, each second lasting longer, heavier, sinking into the deep time of sleep. The seasons turn, and fungi respond. In autumn, when leaves fall and rain returns, the forest floor erupts, mushrooms everywhere, clustering on logs, scattered in grass, pushing through leaf litter. This is their spring, their bloom time. The mycelium has been feeding all summer, storing energy, and now, When moisture and cooling temperatures align, it fruits, releases spores, millions of spores, before winter comes, before cold slows everything to near stillness. In winter, the mycelium slows but doesn't stop. Under snow, in frozen soil, the threads persist, growing infinitesimally slowly, waiting, patient. Some mushrooms actually fruit in winter, in cold. Flammulina veluteps, velvet shank, growing on dead wood even in freezing temperatures, bright orange caps, dark stems, alive while the forest sleeps, your body cooling slightly, as it does in sleep, temperature dropping half a degree, the body's night cycle, energy conserved, systems slowing, your winter now, quiet, still, waiting for nothing, after forest fires, after the flames pass and ash settles, certain mushrooms appear, morels, pushing up through charcoal and burnt earth. They thrive on fire, need it. The heat triggers their fruiting. The ash provides nutrients. They're called fire morels, spring up in burned forests, a gift after destruction. Foragers know this. Follow the fires. Search the scorched ground for these honeycomb treasures. Other fungi too, Foliata carbonaria, charcoal foliata, growing directly on burned wood. The fire clears competition, clears the underbrush, and the fire-adapted fungi rush in, claim the open space, before thorst rebounds, before other species return. They're specialists, thriving in catastrophe, in the brief window after flame. But your window is closing gently, eyelids, if they're not already shut, so heavy, vision darkening, or already dark. The boundary gone, between open and closed, between waking and sleep. Inside living trees, fungi grow, endophytes, fungal threads woven through healthy tissue, not harming, just existing, present. Some protect the tree, produce compounds that deter insects, that fight disease, a secret partnership, invisible. The tree tolerates the invasion, or doesn't notice, and the fungus gains shelter, gains slow access to sugars. Everyone benefits, or no one's harmed. The line blurs. This is the way of fungi, blurring lines between life and death, between plant and animal, between individual and network. They exist in thresholds, in liminal spaces, in the dark between, like sleep, that threshold state, neither awake nor truly gone, drifting. Wood decays, falls apart, becomes soft, becomes soil. This is fungal work. The mushrooms that grow on logs, on stumps, they're slowly dissolving, transforming solid into soft, lignin into simpler compounds. The wood decay fungi, brown rot species that consume cellulose and leave lignin, white rot species that break down everything, even the tough lignin polymers that most organisms can't touch. The log becomes lace, becomes holes, becomes nothing, becomes everything. Nutrients returned, your thoughts decaying now, dissolving, losing structure. The words in your mind, if there are still words, separating, becoming sounds, becoming nothing, just the drift, just the dark, The fungal kingdom, it's vast, more diverse than plants. Scientists estimate there are millions of fungal species, and we've identified maybe 5%, maybe the rest unknown, unnamed, fruiting in forests no one walks, growing in soil no one sampled, or too small, too rare, too strange to find. The world is more fungus than we know. The darkness holds more than we can count. Mushroom caps, gills, stems. These structures evolved for spore dispersal. The cap protects the gills, keeps them dry until conditions are right. The gills maximize surface area. Millions of basidia, each producing spores, releasing them into the slightest air current. The stem lifts the cap high enough, above grass, above leaf litter, into moving air. Everything optimized, everything purposeful, yet nothing planned. Some mushrooms have pores instead of gills, polypores, tiny holes beneath the cap, spores dropping through tubes. Others have teeth, hydnums, spines hanging down, spores coating the spines. Each structure a solution to the same problem: how to release millions of spores, how to catch the wind. Your breath is wind, moving through you, carrying oxygen, carrying life, in, out, automatic, no thought required. The body knows, like mushrooms know when to fruit, like mycelium knows which direction to grow, knowledge without knowing. Fungi respond to stimuli, to light, though they don't photosynthesize. Some mushroom caps grow toward light, toward open space where spores can disperse better. They sense gravity, grow upward against it, stems lengthening, caps orienting. They respond to touch, to chemical signals, to moisture, to temperature, all without nerves, without brains. They are awareness without consciousness, response without thought, like your body now, responding to tiredness, to horizontal position, to darkness, producing melatonin, slowing heart rate, shifting into sleep mode. You're not deciding this, it's happening. The body's wisdom, deeper than thought, older than words. Some mushrooms bruise blue when damaged, when cut, when touched. The flesh oxidizes, chemical compounds transforming. Psilocybin mushrooms do this, the psilocybin converting to psilocin, a deeper blue. But other mushrooms bruise blue for different reasons, different chemistry. The color tells you something happened, cells ruptured, compounds mixed, but doesn't tell you which compounds, doesn't guarantee safety or danger. You have to know each species, each specific blue, colors in mushrooms, reds, purples, yellows, oranges. These are pigments, chemicals, some for protection from UV, some as warnings, some as lures. Red often means danger in nature, means poison, but not always. Some red mushrooms are choice edibles. Their color is a conversation between the fungus and the world, and we're learning to listen slowly, imperfectly. Your vision behind closed lids, colors maybe, phosphins, random firing, or just black, deep velvet black, the color of soil, of midnight, of the places where mushrooms grow, mushroom smells. These are volatile compounds released into air. Some smell sweet, maple syrup, butterscotch, candy cap mushrooms, Lactarius rubeus and relatives. You can dry them, add them to desserts. The smell intensifies with drying. The sweetness comes from guabalactone, a maple-scented compound. The mushroom produces it for reasons unknown, and we harvest it, brew it, bake it, enjoy the accident of chemistry. Other mushrooms smell of almonds, benzaldehyde, the same compound in almond extract in cherry pits. Sometimes this means cyanide, sometimes not. This smell is a clue, not an answer. Like so many things about fungi, ambiguous, requiring study, requiring care. The stinkhorns we mentioned, their rotting smell, indole, scetole, the same compounds that make feces smell, that draw flies. It's deeply unpleasant to human noses. We recoil, but flies land, eager, and the fungus doesn't care about human disgust, only about flies, only about spores travelling. The mushroom is indifferent to your reaction, to mine. It serves only itself, only reproduction, only the continuation of the mycelial network underground. Let disgust go. Let preference dissolve. In sleep, nothing smells, nothing offends. The senses shut down, one by one. First taste, then smell, then vision. Touch persists longest, the feel of sheets, of pillow, and then even that, fading, fading. Only awareness remains, dim, distant, maybe. Mushrooms and architecture. Humans are learning from mycelium, the way it grows, strong yet lightweight, interconnected. We're growing building materials from fungal mycelium, packing it into molds, letting it grow dense, then killing it, drying it. The result is strong, fire-resistant, compostable, a living material that becomes dead structure, like wood, but faster, more controllable. Mycelium leather, grown in sheets, a substitute for animal hide. The threads form a dense mat, can be treated, dyed, sewn. Fashion companies exploring this, seeking alternatives, reducing harm. The fungus grows fast, requires little space, little resources, just substrate, moisture, time. A few weeks and you have material that took a cow years to grow. But your time is not for growing, for producing. Your time now is for rest, for restoration, for the quiet repair that happens in sleep, cells regenerating, memories consolidating. The body's own mycelial networks, neurons, blood vessels, all working in darkness, unconsciously, perfectly, sound. Mushrooms absorb sound. The mycelium, its structure, dampens vibration. In experiments, mycelium panels reduced noise, absorbed echoes. We might build with it, soundproof with it, use the quiet nature of fungi to create quiet spaces, walls that drink sound, that create the hush of deep forest, of underground. You're in that hush now, even if there's noise around you, traffic, voices, appliances. You're sinking below it, into your own quiet, your own interior silence, where nothing disturbs, Nothing intrudes. Thump, thump, just heartbeat, just breath, just the minimum, the essential. Ancient mushrooms, older than you can imagine. Paleopyronomycetes devonicus, a fungus preserved in 400 million-year-old rock from the Devonian, when the first forests were just beginning, when insects were just evolving wings. The fungus is there in the fossil, perfect, recognizable, still fungus, still mycelium. The form works, has always worked. In amber from Myanmar, a mushroom preserved mid-growth, 99 million years ago, Cretaceous period, dinosaurs walking overhead, and this mushroom pushing up through leaf litter, getting caught in tree resin, trapped, frozen in time. Now we can study it, see the gills, count the spores. It's a time capsule, a message from deep time. I am fungus. I persist. I transform. I continue. And you continue too. Breath after breath, heartbeat after heartbeat, ancient rhythms, the same patterns that moved through that Cretaceous mushroom, through every living thing. Thump, 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 steady, endless, until it stops. But not tonight, not now. Now there's only the continuing, the drift, the descent into sleep, mass extinctions. The planet has suffered 5 major ones, and fungi, they survive, they thrive. When the end Permian extinction killed 90% of species 252 million years ago, fungi exploded. Fossil records show a spike, a bloom. They feasted on the dead, on the fallen, turned catastrophe into opportunity. The world died, and mushrooms inherited the corpses, broke them down, returned them, prepared the ground for what came next. After the asteroid, after the dinosaurs fell, again, fungal abundance spiked. The world darkened. Photosynthesis stopped, and fungi, they don't need light. They need only death, only organic matter, and suddenly there was so much. Fungi don't mourn, don't fear. They transform, always transform. Patient, inevitable. Your own small transformations happening now. Proteins being synthesized, damaged DNA being repaired, waste products being cleared from your brain. This is what sleep is for. Maintenance, restoration. The body knows, works in darkness, in unconsciousness, doing what needs doing. You don't have to supervise, don't have to help, just sleep, just allow. Mushrooms have been to space, sent up in experiments to see how they grow in microgravity on the ISS. In the space shuttle, the mycelium grows differently without gravity, spreads in 3 dimensions more evenly. The mushrooms, when they fruit, orient randomly, no up or down to guide them. They grew, they fruited, confused perhaps, if fungi can be confused as functional, alive, adaptable. Future space missions might carry fungi, might use them. Mycelium could grow habitats on Mars, on the Moon, fed on human waste, on regolith, growing structures, producing food, cleaning air. The astronauts and the fungi, partners, like trees and mycorrhizae, like termites and termitomyces, an old relationship, transplanted to new worlds, to red soil, to airless stone. But you're not going to space. You're going deeper into Earth, into your own ground, sinking, heavier, bones settling, muscles releasing, every cell softening, becoming heavy, becoming still. Fungi and immune systems, your immune system, right now, in your gut, on your skin, millions of fungal cells, Candida, Malassezia, others, usually harmless, kept in check, balanced. But if the balance breaks, if bacteria die from antibiotics, if immune function drops, the fungi can overgrow, can cause problems, thrush, infections. They're opportunists, waiting, always present, usually invisible, but other fungi support immunity. Beta-glucans in mushroom cell walls, these complex sugars, they stimulate immune cells, activate macrophages. Some mushrooms, metache, shiitake, turkey tail, are studied for immune support, for cancer patients, for people with HIV. The research is ongoing, promising in some cases, disappointing in others. The fungi might help, might not. Each case different, each body different. Your body needs no help tonight, only rest, only the dark hours to do its work. The immune system patrolling, cleaning, checking, finding the rare cancer cell, the infected cell, removing it, protecting you, while you sleep, while you drift, unaware, safe. Beetles and fungi, bark beetles, they bore into trees, carry fungal spores with them. The fungi grow in the beetle galleries, the tunnels, help break down wood, help feed beetle larvae, or the beetles eat the fungus itself, farming it like termites, like leaf-cutter ants. The partnership is specific, each beetle with its fungi, each fungus with its beetle, co-evolved, codependent. The trees suffer, killed by beetle and fungus together. Forests of dead pines, grey, standing, beetle killed. But this too is transformation, not tragedy. The dead trees become habitat, become nurse logs, eventually become soil. The fungi spread, the beetles spread, and after them, after the death, new growth, new forest, different perhaps, but forest nonetheless. Nothing is permanent, not trees, not forests, not thoughts, not wakefulness. Everything transforms, everything passes. Let it pass, let it go, drift with it, into change, into sleep. Mushrooms as food for animals. Deer browse them, squirrels cache them, bears eat them, digging them up, seeking calories before hibernation. Slugs. Oh, slugs love mushrooms, leaving silver trails across caps, across stems, devouring. The mushrooms lose tissue, lose spore production, but perhaps the slugs spread spores too, in their slime, in their droppings. Perhaps it's partnership, or perhaps just predation. The line blurs. Birds, some species, recognize mushrooms, pluck them, Eat them, the fly agaric, Amanita muscaria, toxic to humans, but some birds tolerate it. Eat the insects that gather on it, or eat the mushroom itself, drugged, flying strangely. The fungus doesn't care about the bird, about the effect. It only grows, only spreads, only continues. Your own continuation assured, heart beating, lungs breathing, blood flowing, all the automatic systems running, maintaining, protecting. You don't have to think about them, don't have to will them. They continue, like mycelium continues, growing, always growing, even when you forget it's there. Fungi shaping ecosystem, keystone species. When you remove fungi from a forest, experimentally, everything changes. Tree growth slows, diversity drops, nutrient cycling breaks down, the forest limps along, diminished. And when fungi are restored, the forest recovers, resilience returns. The mushrooms are invisible glue, holding the system together, connecting, supporting, transforming. Grasslands too, prairies. Most prairie plants have mycorrhizal partners, trading nutrients, storing carbon in soil. When grasslands are ploughed, the fungal networks are destroyed. The soil loses structure, loses carbon. The land becomes fragile, easily eroded. The fungi were the foundation, and we removed them thoughtlessly. But restoration is possible. Fungi recolonize when land is protected. When native plants return, the mycelium spreads, slowly, decade by decade. The fungal networks rebuild, and the ecosystem strengthens, heals. It takes time, patience. The fungi know patience, have always known. Your own patience with yourself now, not forcing sleep, not straining, just allowing, resting, breathing, letting the process unfold, naturally, inevitably. Sleep comes when it comes, when the body is ready, when the mind releases. Soon, soon. Climate change, warming temperatures, changing rainfall, and fungi respond. Some species shifting ranges, moving north, moving uphill, seeking familiar temperatures, familiar moisture. Others declining, losing habitat, fruiting less, or not at all. Scientists are tracking, documenting, trying to understand what happens when fungal networks break down, when partnerships collapse. The forests will change, are changing, might become something else, something new, or something barren. Time will tell. The fungi will tell us if we pay attention. But tonight is not for worry, not for future, not for problems you cannot solve. Tonight is for rest, for the small restoration of one body, one mind, sinking, releasing, letting go of everything, even the mushrooms, even the facts, even the words. Let them dissolve, like mycelium dissolving wood, becoming simpler. Simpler until only the basic remains, only breath, only darkness, only the quiet. So quiet now, like deep soil, like the space between roots where mycelium grows, undisturbed, unnoticed. The world above forgotten, irrelevant. Down here, in the dark, Nothing matters but the slow processes, the patient transformations, breath, pulse, the drift toward nothing, toward everything. Fungi as climate stabilizers. They store carbon, massive amounts. The mycelium networks. They hold carbon in soil, keep it underground, locked away. Trees pull carbon from air, share it with fungi, and the fungi weave it into soil structure, into glomalin, a protein that binds soil particles, that stores carbon for decades, centuries. The fungi are quiet heroes, unpraised, uncelebrated, doing the work of climate regulation, of carbon sequestration, while we debate, while we burn, while we worry. Your own carbon, the carbon in your body, breathed in by plants, eaten by you, becoming you, temporarily, until you exhale, until you die, until fungi break you down too, return you to soil, to air, to the cycle. Nothing separate, nothing permanent, all flow, all transformation, thump, 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 the pulse slowing, the fungal internet theory, the idea that forests communicate through mycelial networks. It caught fire, captured imagination, Mother Tree's nurturing seedling, forests as superorganisms. It's beautiful, poetic, and partly true. Trees do connect, nutrients do flow, but the mycelium isn't altruistic, isn't a postal service. It takes its share, more than its share sometimes. It's a trader, an opportunist, not a messenger. The forest is connected, yes, but the connection is commerce, not conversation, chemistry, not consciousness. And yet, there's something there. Electrical signals, resource sharing, network responses, something we don't fully understand, something that resembles intelligence without being intelligence, function without thought, complexity without mind. The mushrooms don't need consciousness to be extraordinary, don't need thought to be worthy of wonder. Your own thought, barely there now, fragments, images without meaning, sounds without words, the pre-sleep state, hypnagogia, where logic dissolves, where anything seems possible, where mushrooms might think, where fungi might dream. Drift with it. Don't question, don't analyze, just be in the dissolve, in the between. Mushroom life cycles, from spore to spore, completion. A spore lands, germinates, sends out hyphae, thread thin, growing, branching. Two compatible hyphae meet, fuse, become dikaryotic, now carrying 2 nuclei per cell. The network grows, spreads, feeds, stores energy, and then, when conditions align, it fruits, pushes up a mushroom. In the gills, in the pores, the nuclei finally fuse. Undergo meiosis, create new spores. 4 spores per basidium, millions of basidia, billions of spores, released, drifting. The cycle completes, begins again, endless, patient, ancient. Your own cycles, waking, sleeping, waking, sleeping, day after day, year after year. The pattern continues, will continue until it doesn't. But not tonight. Tonight the cycle is just sleep, deep sleep, the tide pulling you under, no resistance, no fear, just the natural descent into restoration, into darkness. Some mushrooms live for days, a week, then collapse, dissolve, consumed by bacteria, by other fungi, ink caps, Caprinus species. They liquefy, drip black spore-laden ink, auto-digesting, from mushroom to puddle in hours, built to self-destruct, to scatter spores in the final dissolve. Dramatic, effective, temporary. Other mushrooms persist, bracket fungi, polypores on trees. They can live for years, decades, adding a new layer of tubes each year like tree rings. You can count the layers, read the age. Some are 50 years old, 100, growing slowly, releasing spores season after season, patient, enduring. The mycelium itself might be immortal, or near enough, as long as there's food, space, moisture. It continues, growing, spreading. The largest organism on Earth, they say, is a fungus, Armillaria ostoi, in Oregon, stretching for miles, underground, perhaps thousands of years old. One organism, one genetic individual, vast, ancient, patient, consuming forests slowly, root by root, tree by tree. A predator so slow you can't see it move. Your own movement, stopped now. Body still, only breath, only heartbeat, only the tiny movements of blood, of lymph, of electrical signals in nerves, firing more slowly, more quietly. The body settling into its minimum, its maintenance mode. Everything non-essential, shut down, saved for tomorrow, for waking, for motion. People fear mushrooms sometimes, fear the unknown ones, the toxic ones, the way they appear overnight, the way they dissolve, the associations with decay, with death, with the dark. But mushrooms are decay, are death, are darkness, and these aren't evil, these are necessary, beautiful, essential. Without decay, no growth. Without death, no room for life. Without darkness, no rest, no sleep, no dreams. Embrace the decay of wakefulness, the death of the day, the darkness of sleep. They're gifts, not threats, transformation, not ending. Let the day die, let it dissolve, like mushroom flesh, like fallen logs, returning to soil, to possibility, to tomorrow. But tomorrow is far, so far. There's only now, only this moment, this breath, this slow fade into nothing, into everything. Foraging traditions. Humans have foraged mushrooms for thousands of years. Ancient practices stretching back to Paleolithic times, when early peoples gathered wild fungi for food, medicine, and spiritual rites, reading the forest, learning the seasons, knowing where morels appear after fire, where chanterelles grow under oaks, where matsutake hide in pine duff. This is knowledge passed down, generation to generation, grandmother to grandchild, walking together, looking, learning. The mushrooms don't change, but the forests do, and foragers adapt, learn new spots, new patterns. The tradition continues. changes, continues. In some cultures, us in mushroom foraging is competition, secret spots guarded jealously. In others, it's communal, everyone shares. Slavic and Baltic families turn it into cherished outings. Eastern Europeans celebrate it as heritage, while Nordic shamans once sought fungi for divine connection. The mushrooms don't care. They grow where they grow, fruit when they fruit, indifferent to human customs, to human conflicts. They serve only themselves, only reproduction, only the mycelial network waiting underground. Your own conflicts, let them go. All the day's tensions, the words said or unsaid, the things done or left undone, none of it matters here. In the dark, in the quiet, all is forgiven, all is forgotten. The body doesn't judge, doesn't hold grudges. It only seeks equilibrium, balance, rest. Let your mind learn from your body. Let it release. Let it rest. Mushroom identification. It's complex, requires attention, cap color, gill attachment, spore print, smell, habitat, season. All must be considered. A mistake can be fatal. Death caps look innocent, taste fine reportedly, and then liver and kidneys fail, toxins unrelenting even after cooking. But here's the thing, the mystery. Most mushrooms haven't killed anyone. Most are simply unknown, untested. We don't know if they're edible because no one's tried, or those who tried didn't report back. The fungal kingdom is mostly unexplored, mostly mysterious, mostly waiting. Like sleep, mostly mysterious. We know some things. REM cycles, memory consolidation, cellular repair. But why we sleep, truly why, remains unclear. The brain does something in sleep, something essential, something we can't replicate awake. Whatever it is, it's happening now, in you, the mystery working, the darkness healing. Trust it, trust the process. Older than humanity, older than consciousness, ancient as life itself. Fungi before plants? Yes. They colonized land first, or among the first. Perhaps 1 billion years ago, long before plants rooted, breaking down rock, creating soil, making it possible for plants to follow. 400 million years ago, the first forests, and the fungi already there, already networked, already transforming. They've been Earth's decomposers, Earth's transformers, since the beginning. They'll likely be here at the end, breaking down whatever remains. Patient, thorough, inevitable. Your own end, not tonight, not for years, decades perhaps. But when it comes, fungi will take you too, return you to soil, to the cycle. It's not morbid, not scary. It's natural, beautiful even. The ultimate transformation. Ego dissolved, body dispersed, becoming food, becoming forest, becoming everything. But it's later, so much later. Now there's only this rest, this small death of consciousness called sleep, sweet, necessary, approaching, here. The electrical signals in mycelium. Researchers measured them, found patterns, spikes of activity. Could this be communication? Could fungi have language? The patterns are complex, variable, almost 50 different signal types identified, complexity suggesting what? Intent, information transfer, or just chemical reactions, electrical gradients, pattern without meaning. We want to find consciousness, want to find kinship, but maybe it's enough that fungi respond, adapt, survive, without needing to think, without needing to know. Your own knowing, fading. What's your name? Where are you? What day is it? The questions drift by, unanswered, unimportant. Identity loosening is becoming less solid. You're not your name, not your worries, or not your story, else you're just this breath, warmth, presence, fading into the common darkness, the shared night. Seasonal cycles, mushrooms know them. Fruit in autumn, die back in winter, return in spring. Some of them. The mycelium persists, underground, waiting, patient. It doesn't count days, doesn't watch calendars. It responds to temperature, to moisture, to chemical cues we're only beginning to understand. When the time is right, it knows and acts, fruiting, spreading, continuing. Seasonal cycles, they weave through the earth like silent threads. Mushrooms sense them without eyes or ears, fruiting in the hush of autumn. Caps unfurling under damp leaves, a burst of life from decay. Then winter claims them, frost-etching patterns on fragile stems. They retreat, but not gone. Mycelium lingers below, patient, enduring, roots of the unseen world, waiting for spring's whisper. Some return, others vanish into memory. The rhythm persists, nature's quiet pulse. Mushrooms that appear once a year, elusive visitors, like the mamarang in Singapore. Blooming only in August and September, a fleeting feast, edible, seasonal, tied to rain's cadence, or the spring wild ones, Nokitake emerging first, velvet shanks in cold snaps, before morels dare to show, dryads saddle on dying elms, pheasant patterns etched in polypore, shaggy manes after heavy rains, any season, but once a year in some spots, black morels darkening with age, ridges like ancient maps, chanterelles under oaks, symbiotic secrets, inky caps generalists, appearing wherever, yet predictable in their unpredictability, fairy rings expanding annually, mycelium pushing outward, a circle of fruit, 30 billion spores a day from one conch, artist conch spewing life, returning to the same stump, year after. The mycelium remembers, underground, plotting the next emergence, rare and endangered fungi, shadows in the undergrowth, critically endangered, vulnerable, lists grow, IUCN red list swells, 48 critically endangered, 136 endangered, 234 vulnerable, from Afrothismia fungiformis in Cameroon to Podocerpla miranda in New Caledonia, boreal felt lichen in Canada, blood-stained orchids wait, but fungi slip through. No Endangered Species Act listings, yet vital, largest organism debates aside, overlooked, West Coast rare. 10 challenge seeks them, citizen scientists hunt, pink waxcaps vulnerable, violet corals rare, ancient grasslands indicators, snow leopards of the fungal world, international responsibility, Boletus chilensis in Chile, Hongo del Coco, red-listed in Australia, Oroscalpium spiatnovaza blackwood, endangered, Clostula fischeri, fisher's egg, shaggy inkcaps least concern, but many vanish unseen. Habitats lost, deforestation, pollution, climate shifts. We guard plants, animals, it's as fungi fade, silent, essential, decomposers, symbionts, ignored in conservation. Time to list them, protect them, before they're ghosts. The largest organism on Earth, not whale, not tree, a fungus, Armillaria ostoyae, honey mushroom, humongous, sprawling under Malheur National Forest, Oregon, 3.5 square miles, 2,200 acres, 35,000 tons, 8,000 years old, perhaps rhizomorphs like shoestrings, black threads bridging gaps, killing conifers, root disease, swaths of dead trees, visible from above, mycelium vast, underground empire, rivaled by Posidonia australis seagrass, but fungus claims mass, area, age. Pando aspen grove contends, but Armillaria wins debates. Discovered 1998, record holder, blue whale dwarfs in comparison, 200 tons max, fungus 35,000, biomass king, oldest 2,400 to 8,650 years, spreading slow, dry climate aids, no competition, spores struggle, old timer thrives, Michigan's Armillaria gallica, 91 acres, but Oregon's beast reigns, humongous fungus, world's largest living thing, hidden, powerful, reshaping forests, giant underground fungi, mycelium networks, wood wide web, hyphae threading soil, fine filaments, connecting roots, trading nutrients, carbon, nitrogen, water. German forester's term, Peter Vorleben, subterranean social network, nearly 500 million years old, global map emerging, mycorrhizal fungi, partnering plants, ectomycorrhizas on pines, oaks, symbionts, waves venturing to loops forming superhighways, bidirectional flows, carbon shuttling, phosphorus too, common mycorrhizal networks, CMNs, debated, cooperative, competitive, protecting pests, pathogens, Society for Protection of Underground Networks, spun, mapping, billions tons CO2 sequestered, 450 quadrillion kilometers, half Milky Way's width, niche constructors, shaping evolution, ancient, adaptive, expanding laughter, music, religion, pro-social bonds, humongous examples, Armillaria, Posidonia rivals, but fungi run world, little things. E.O. Wilson said, decomposers, recyclers, hidden influencers, mushrooms and human consciousness. Psilocybin whispers, ancient catalyst, stoned ape theory, Terence McKenna's idea, hominids nibbling, 6 million years back, enhancing cognition, visual acuity, edge detection, better hunters, reproduction boosts, low doses improve mood, medium alter states, high doses dissolve ego, space-time distortions, serotonin 2A receptors, default mode network desynchronizes, frontal connectivity surges, awareness expands, entropic brain, less constrained, creativity flows, introspection deepens, abstract thinking, language perhaps, evolutionary edge. Joe Rogan echoes, but evidence builds, millions years influence, consciousness origins, magic mushrooms shaped minds, euphoria, hallucinations, lasting effects, depression lifts, anxiety fades, terminal cancer patients find peace, mystical experiences robust, reductions profound. Roland Fisher's studies, edge, psilocybin's gift, dreamlike states and fungi, psychedelics blur lines, psilocybin mimics REM, brain patterns echo dreams, high lucidity, vivid, emotional, thematic, LSD, psilocin, DMT, serotonin surges, decoupling networks, entropic mind, unconstrained, illusions, synesthesia, time bends, space warps, eyes closed, imagery vivid, Lilliputian hallucinations, Lanmaua Asiatica, Yunnan, tiny people marching, fairy tale visions, no known compounds, mystery chemical, ego dissolution, out of body, euphoria to terror, nausea, heart races, zombie fungi fiction, but real inspire, cordyceps mind control ants, not humans, ayahuasca DMT, dreamlike awake, ketamine closer NDEs, psilocybin reduces sleep, delays REM, yet induces states, waking dreams, vivid sensory, familiar faces, objects, highly colourful, altered phenomenology, similar to psychosis, yet therapeutic, unlocking subconscious, fungi's ancient key, mushrooms in modern science, mycology awakens, biotechnology harnesses, edible, medicinal, enzymes factories, antibiotics, immunosuppressants, cholesterol drugs, insulin, prebiotics, sustainable, biomanufacturing, mycelium materials, bioleather, meat alternatives, protein ethical, high quality, bioremediation, plastic breakdown, Pestilentiopsis microspora, polyurethane eater, biofuels, ethanol fermenters, turkey tail activates immunity, cancer fighter, CRISPR edits, synthetic mycology, heterologous hosts, BGCs expressed, unculturable fungi yield, genomics predicts, phylogenomics advances, functional genomics unravels, adaptations, interactions, metagenomics ecosystems, moonshot St. Jude, fungal infections tackle, diagnostics, antifungals, resistance mechanisms, interdisciplinary, AI optimizes, genetic engineering nutrients boost, sensory qualities, future fungal, fungi we still don't understand. Mysteries abound. Dark fungi lurk. DNA fragments everywhere. Unidentified 95% universe dark matter parallel. Little things run world. E.O. Wilson, decomposers vital, yet cryptic. Lifestyles obscure. Rediscovery rates high. Known functions inferred. Relatives hint. But left field baffles. Zombie fungi fiction. But real cordyceps. Ants controlled. Brains rewired. Not mammals. Yet. Climate change expands. Infections rise. Emerging diseases. Medical mycology moonshot. Resistance grows. Trade spreads. Environmental degradation. Viruses alter impacts. Unknown species millions. 90% undiscovered. Behaviors puzzle. Shapes recognized. Decisions made. Memories held. No brains. Mycelium intelligence. Eerie efficiency. supply chains hyper-efficient, robot tracks trades, carbon, nutrients, past billions years, ocean mysteries, cephalopods wait, eukaryotic enigmas, fungal secrets deep, why mushrooms remain mysterious, uncanny. School skips them, fleeting evidence, folklore fears, toadstools poisonous, witches brew, dark, damp, precarious, sinister, elusive, dangerous. Fairy tales warn, appear overnight, fairy rings, spirits dance, no source obvious, apples upside down, fruiting bodies only, mycelium hidden, vast, upside down trees, pop up sudden, rain triggers, no time waste, dry looms, misunderstood, plants, animals, neither closer kinus, genetically, misclassified, disgust, dismissed, Western bias, mycophobia, Last of Us scares, zombie fiction, but functions vital, re-emerging, cultural moment, yet terms own elusive, measurements limited, mysteries dwell, without conclusions tidy, morals associations opaque, wood breakdown, resources transfer, partial, fungi rule secretly, yes, moonshot needed, protect, understand, before lost. The future of fungal discovery, mycology surges, threats loom, infections accelerate, moonshot calls, diagnostics advance, antifungals new, resistance mechanisms unravel, interdisciplinary, AI aids, genetic engineering optimizes, sustainable agriculture, soil health, ecosystem restoration, phylogenomics, functional genomics, synthetic mycology, biofactories, vaccines oral, proteins recombinant, GRAS status, eukaryotic processing, bioencapsulation, climate sensitive, boreal endophytes vulnerable, biodiversity loss, protect networks, fungal futures, materials, food, medicine, innovations 2024, rare rediscoveries, environmental breakthroughs, medical advances, cultural shifts, fungi key, sustainable development, unlock potentials, mission describe all, global collaboration, big data, new technology, horizons bright, mysteries unveil, fungi lead way, symbiosis whispers, mycorrhizae entwine, 500 million years, roots embrace hyphae, nutrients swap, phosphorus for carbon, 90% plants partner, wood wide web pulses, signals travel, warnings, resources shared, competition too, protection from pests, pathogens, fungi guard, ancient alliances, evolution shaped, boreal biome depends, climate shifts threaten, endophytes are sensitive, biodiversity at stake, lose them, ecosystems falter, fungi heal, antibiotics birth, penicillin mold, lifesavers, immunosuppressants, cholesterol fighters, cancer battlers, turkey tail boosts immunity, reishi calms, lion's mane nerves, future drugs brew, BGC's mind, CRISPR edits, novel compounds await, uncultured yield, heterologous hosts, dark fungi secrets, environmental DNA hints, roles inferred, decomposers supreme, recyclers, soil builders, without them, world stalls, bioremediation heroes, plastic devourers, pestilociopsis, polyurethane feast, oil spills cleaned, Heavy metals bound, radiation absorbed, Chernobyl fungi thrive, melanin shields, space possibilities, astronauts protected, Mars colonized, mycelium structures, self-healing, grown habitats, sustainable, Earth 2, myco-architecture, bricks from waste, fire-resistant, insulating, meat alternatives, protein-rich, ethical, low-water, mycoworks leather, fungi fashion, packaging biodegradable, foam replacements, ecovative leads, future fungal, innovations endless, mysteries persist, but discoveries dawn, mycology moonshot, St. Jude tackles, global threats, trade spreads, climate aids, resistance rises, coordinated efforts, inventories complete, FTOL reconstructed, multi-omics reveals, metagenomics maps, AI predicts, synthetic biology harnesses, fungi's kingdom, vast, vital, veiled no more, edible delights, Agaricus bisporus, button common, Lentinula edodes, shiitake savory, Pleurotus austriatus, oyster versatile, Flammulina velutipes, enoki crisp, Volvariella volvacea, straw mushroom, Ganoderma lucidum, reishi medicinal, Cordyceps sinensis, caterpillar fungus, Grifola frondosa, Meitake flavorful, Psilocybe cubensis, psychedelic, bioactive treasures, nutrients essential, organoleptic pleasures, global market booms, Asia dominates, China leads, biotechnology applications, strains improved, sustainable cultivation, energy saved, water economized, food security, nutritional boost, future fungal foods, engineered, fortified, crises avert, fungi feed world, heal it, mysteries solved, potentials unlocked, cycle continues, seasonal, eternal, mushrooms rise, again. From soil to tree, forest to river, mountain to plain. Mycelium connects worlds, transporting nutrients, linking life across boundaries. Invisible threads tie together distant places, a hidden continuity pulsing beneath our feet. You don't need to know when to sleep. Your body knows, tells you. Heavy eyelids, slower thoughts, yawning. The signals are clear, have been clear, and you're listening. Finally, sinking, allowing the body's wisdom, older than your conscious mind, more trustworthy. Let it guide you down, deeper, into the rest you need, the rest you've earned. Mushrooms after extinction, thriving in catastrophe. Perhaps that's their superpower, flexibility, adaptability. They don't need specific conditions, specific partnerships. They adjust, consume what's available, spread where they can. When the world ends, they begin again, patient, inevitable. Life feeding on death, transformation continuing, no pause, no mourning, just the work, always the work. But tonight, no endings, no catastrophes, just peace, just quiet, just the soft continuation of breath, of pulse, of existence at its most basic, most essential. You're alive, you're safe, you are held by darkness, by silence, by the vast indifference of the universe, and that indifference, it's not cruel, it's freedom. No one's watching, no one's judging. You can simply be simply rest. Fungi and ants, we mentioned this, but consider 50 million years, the partnership between leafcutter ants and their fungi, 50 million years of coevolution, of mutual dependence. The ants can't survive without the fungus. The fungus can't survive without the ants. They're locked together, one organism in two bodies, the boundary blurred, the separation questionable. Are you separate from the bacteria in your gut, the mitochondria in your cells? Are you one organism or a colony, a partnership? You're more bacteria cells than human cells, more foreign DNA than your own. You're an ecosystem, a walking partnership, like the ants, like the fungi, like everything. Nothing alone, nothing separate, all connection, all collaboration, all transformation. Let the illusion of separation dissolve. Feel yourself merging with the bed, with the room, with the darkness. Boundaries softening. Where do you end? Where does the world begin? The question fades, becomes irrelevant. There's only this totality, this oneness. No inside, no outside, just being, just existence, flowing, endless. Thump, thump, thump. Slower, quieter, distant. Mushrooms in fashion, mycelium leather. We mentioned this too, but think, wearing a fungus, growing your clothes, your shoes, your bags, from substrate to fashion in weeks, using what was waste, sawdust, agricultural byproducts. The fungoearth transforms it, makes it useful, beautiful even. We're learning, finally, to partner with fungi, to use their transformation, their patient work, for our needs, for our world. The future might be fungal, buildings grown, not built, materials that compost, that return, that don't persist as trash, as pollution. Fungi offering solutions, if we listen, if we learn, if we partner rather than dominate. The mushrooms have been here, teaching, waiting for us to understand. But understanding can wait, learning can wait, everything can wait except rest, except sleep. The body's need, simple, clear, insistent. Give in, stop resisting, stop thinking, just be tired, be heavy, be done with the day, done with doing, with trying, with being awake. Let it end, let it go. Glowing mushrooms, we talked about those too. Bioluminescence, green light in darkness. Imagine a forest at night, no moon, and the fallen logs glowing, soft green, like foxfire, ghost light. The mushrooms don't glow for you, for anyone. They glow because chemistry, because luciferin, because maybe no reason at all, just accident, just byproduct, but beautiful. Beautiful regardless. Your own light, your consciousness, dimming now, like bioluminescence fading at dawn, growing fainter, fainter, soon. Darkness, complete darkness, inner darkness, the void of sleep. Nothing frightening, nothing wrong, just the natural fade, the normal cycle. Light to dark, waking to sleeping, day to night, the rhythm of everything, of planets, of stars, of you. Cave fungi, growing where no light reaches. We mentioned those, but think about it. The absolute darkness, the complete absence of photosynthesis, everything down there, all energy, comes from outside, from the surface, carried by water, by animals, by falling debris. The fungi in caves, they're patient beyond imagining, waiting, sometimes years, for nutrients to arrive, for the chance to grow. And when it comes, they do. Slow, efficient, surviving in scarcity, in darkness absolute. They prove life doesn't need light, doesn't need abundance, just persistence, patience, the will to continue, even in nothing, even in dark. You're in your own cave now, your own darkness, your own internal space, sealed off from the world, from stimulation, from demand. This is your time, your darkness, your rest. Nothing required, nothing expected, just being, just existing, in the quiet, in the dark, in the drift. Fungal memory. We touched on this, the experiments, the learning, but it's strange, unsettling even yet, to think of memory without mind, of learning without consciousness. The mycelium encounters a pattern and changes and remembers, and next time responds differently. Its memory, encoded in structure, in the physical network, not in neurons, not in synapses, but somehow still memory, still learning. Maybe memory doesn't require mind. Maybe learning is just change in response to experience. The universe learns, in a way. Stars learn to fuse helium after hydrogen runs out. Ecosystems learn to rebound after fire, after flood, learning without thought. Everywhere, always. And you, learning to sleep, learning to let go, learning to trust the darkness. Not intellectual learning, body learning, deep learning, ancient, pre-verbal, pre-thought, mushrooms and climate change, warming, drying, changing. The fungi respond, migrate, adapt, or die. Some species declining, ranges shrinking, others expanding, thriving in new conditions. The planet is changing, and the fungi change with it. They'll survive. They always survive. But which ones? Which partnerships? Which forests? That's being decided now, in soil, in mycelium, in the slow responses we can't see, can't measure, can't predict. Your own changes, happening now, temperature dropping, melatonin rising, heart rate slowing, blood pressure falling, the shift into sleep, into restoration. Changes you don't control, don't decide, just allow, just experience, just drift with. Mushroom spore dispersal. We've talked about wind, about animals, but think about rain. Rain hitting a mushroom cap, the impact, launching spores into air, droplets carrying them away, splashing them onto nearby leaves, onto insects. The rain seems like it would harm the mushrooms, but they use it, evolved to use it. Every drop, a launching pad, every storm, an opportunity, adaptation, transformation, turning challenge into advantage. Let challenges drift away, any discomfort, any itch, any thought that disturbs. Just note it and let it go, like a spore on wind, carried away, gone. Nothing needs fixing, nothing needs addressing, not now, not in sleep. Just let everything be imperfect, incomplete, and be okay with that. Be at peace with that. Reishi mushrooms, the mushroom of immortality. We mentioned glossy, red, beautiful, growing on dead trees, on stumps, revered in Asia for thousands of years, for longevity, for health, for spiritual potency. The science is mixed, some effects, some benefits, but nothing miraculous. No immortality, no magic, just a mushroom producing compounds, some helpful, some not, some unknown. Mushrooms that change colour as they age. Caps shift from white to gold, brown to crimson, a silent transformation marking time. At first they are pale, almost shy, emerging quietly from the soil. As days pass, subtle pigments deepen, the edges curl and the gills darken. Every shade is a signal, a readiness to release spores, a story of survival written in colour. Observing them is like watching time pass slowly, the forest's clock measured in gradual brushstrokes of growth and decay. Fungi that grow in total darkness. No sun, no moon, only the deep shadow of caves or buried logs. Yet mycelium threads weave, spores swell, and caps push upward, defying absence. Darkness is not emptiness, it is shelter, a womb for quiet expansion. Every inch of growth is guided by moisture, temperature, and the subtle pull of unseen nutrients. In these unseen worlds, life thrives without light, proof that existence is not bound to the visible, but to persistence and resilience. Mushrooms that taste of the forest itself, bitter, earthy, sweet. Each bite carries a memory of rainfall, decaying leaves, soil dampened by morning mist, moss clinging to stones. The flavour is not just chemical, but a story, a concentrated essence of place. Eating these mushrooms is tasting the forest's slow rhythm, the life cycles, the decay, the renewal, captured in a single cap, a small testament to the hidden pulse of the woods. Fungi that heal broken trees, a wound in bark, a rot spreading, and mycelium threads in. They weave silently through damaged fibres, stabilizing the structure, slowing decay, strengthening what remains. Invisible surgeons, meticulous and patient, they knit what is broken into continuity. Over weeks and months their work restores balance, foresting a quiet resilience that often goes unnoticed, yet sustains life for years to come. Mushrooms that appear only after fog. Mist settles over the forest, droplets cling to leaves and moss, the air heavy with water, and then, slowly, stems pierce soil and leaf litter, caps unfold, spores prepare for release. Fog is more than moisture, it is a signal, a curtain lifting, a cue to emerge. The mushrooms respond, sensing the subtle weight and pressure of the air, turning ephemeral weather into a trigger for life. Fungi that live symbiotically with animals. Ants farm them, termites nurture them, insects carry them. Mycelium threads weave through soil, through leaf litter, and sometimes even inside the homes of these creatures. Life is interdependent, thriving because others exist, not despite them. The mushroom is never truly alone. It is part of a network, a web of exchange, communication, and mutual survival, where every action of another species ripples through fungal growth. Mushrooms that dissolve in rain, caps swell with moisture, spores launch, and stems collapse, returning almost immediately to the earth. Impermanence is their strategy. Fleeting existence is the method of propagation. A single storm becomes a performance, growth, reproduction, dissolution. Nature teaches that even the briefest life can leave a legacy, that fragility is a form of resilience, and surrender can be generative. Fungi that mimic other organisms, a cap shaped like a leaf, a stalk resembling a twig, even fungi that imitate insects. Deception is woven into survival. Predators are fooled, insects misled, humans unaware. Each mimicry is a slow, precise adaptation, refined over generations. The forest becomes a stage of illusions where survival depends on subtlety, timing, and the art of quiet disguise. Mushrooms that appear only in winter. Frostbites, snow settles, yet stems push through frozen soil, caps unfurling in silence. Life persists when most seem still. Every winter mushroom is proof that growth does not wait for warmth, that cycles continue even under ice and snow. Their emergence is a quiet pulse of vitality in a season dominated by stillness. A reminder that life always finds a way. Fungi that bridge ecosystems. From soil to tree, forest to river, mountain to plain, mycelium threads extend invisibly, transporting nutrients, signaling danger, linking life across boundaries. These networks create hidden continuity, a silent choreography of life connecting distant places. Every mushroom that appears above ground is a small manifestation of this vast interwoven system, a bridge between worlds we can see and those we cannot. Mushrooms growing through asphalt, concrete above, cars passing, sun beating down, yet a tiny stem pushes through cracks, unrelenting. Asphalt seems permanent, unyielding, but life doesn't negotiate with limits. Slowly, persistently, the mushroom emerges, turning hardness into passage, stubbornness into emergence. Fungi that glow only when touched. A hand brushes past a cap, a leaf falls, and suddenly soft light shimmers. The glow is not constant, not for show, but responsive. A living signal, a whispered acknowledgement of contact, as if the mushroom notices your presence and folds its radiance around it. Mushrooms that mimic leaves. Look closely and you might mistake them for fallen foliage. Veins, edges, subtle browns and greens. Camouflage so perfect it fools the eye. Predators, insects, humans, all unaware. Survival hides in illusion, in quiet disguise, in pretending to be what you are not. Fungi that feed on radio waves. Invisible currents hum through the air, ignored by most life. Yet some fungi convert those signals into growth, into subtle energy. They touch the unseen, harnessing what surrounds them without eyes or ears, thriving in whispers of the modern world. Mushrooms that remember water, a drought passes, rain returns, and mushrooms sprout where soil remembers moisture. Not conscious memory, but encoded in structure, in filaments, in roots that felt the absence and respond to the presence. The past lingers in their readiness, fungi that sculpt soil, mycelium threads weaving beneath leaves, twisting, knitting, building channels for water, pockets for air. Invisible engineers shaping the forest floor, silently designing the landscape one filament at a time. Every particle arranged, every grain shifted. Slow artistry of earth. Mushrooms that sing in chemical sense, not sound but aroma, drifting, layering, mixing. A message carried to insects, to animals, to other fungi. Complex, delicate, intentional. A song in molecules, a forest symphony that travels on air currents and lingers in memory. Fungi that survive fire. Flames sweep the forest, blackening earth, devouring everything above. Yet deep underground, mycelium rests, waiting. When heat subsides, it rises again, resilient and unbroken. Destruction becomes a cue, a reset, an invitation to bloom anew. Mushrooms that grow upside down, hanging from branches, caps pointed to the earth, spores dripping toward the ground. Gravity defied, expectation ignored. Life bends, twists, turns, showing that direction is relative and emergence unstoppable. The language of fungal networks, silent, invisible, endless. Mycelium connects root to root, tree to tree. Signals pass, nutrients shift, warnings spread. No words, no sound, yet a forest whispers, a network communicates, and every mushroom plays a part in the hidden conversation. Mushrooms growing in complete silence. No wind, no birds, no whisper of the forest. Yet mushrooms still emerge. The quiet doesn't stop them. It doesn't guide them. They push through soil, through leaf litter, through damp earth, silently sensing the world. Growth doesn't always need sound. It needs persistence, patience, and the unseen pulse of life beneath the ground. Every stem rising, every cap unfolding, a testament to quiet persistence. Fungi that thrive on sound vibrations. Some fungi listen, not with ears but with filaments, with tiny strands of mycelium feeling vibrations, sensing the tremble of footsteps, the patter of rain, the hum of insects. Every vibration becomes a cue, every pulse a signal. Growth accelerates, spores prepare to launch, networks expand, tuned to the subtle music of the forest, thriving on what others can't even hear. Mushrooms that appear in perfect symmetry, circle after circle, spiral after spiral. Symmetry emerges without a plan, without intention, yet the universe arranges it anyway. Gills aligned, caps balanced, edges curved in mathematical perfection. It's not art, it's adaptation. It's beauty born from efficiency. Every mushroom a mirror of invisible patterns, a reflection of nature's quiet order. Night-blooming mushrooms, they wait. Darkness drapes the forest, and only then do they rise. Fragrant, soft, luminous sometimes, opening their gills under moonlight. Night becomes a stage, windless and still, and they release their spores into cool, silent air. Darkness is not a limit, it is a partner, a collaborator, a cloak for their fragile, fleeting dance. Fungi that only fruit once in a lifetime, a single chance, once. Years of growth hidden underground, of filaments expanding, networks stretching, and then, one day, one cap appears, one fleeting spore release, the rest of the life spent preparing, building, connecting, and this one act carries all of it forward. Life distilled into a single breathtaking moment. Mushrooms discovered by accident, a stumble through the woods, a curious glance at a damp log, a forgotten leaf lifted, and there it is, a mushroom nobody knew existed. Hidden brilliance waiting for a mistake, for an accident, for attention. Discovery often comes from error, from wandering, from noticing the ordinary and realizing it is extraordinary. Hidden fungi living inside rocks, solid stone, unyielding, ancient, yet fungi slip inside, threading through cracks, mining minerals, surviving where nothing else dares. Invisible, slow, persistent. Life inside rock seems impossible until you see it thriving, carving niches in hard stone, turning what seems lifeless into a secret world of slow-motion growth. Mushrooms and lunar cycles, waxing, waning, rising, falling. The moon pulls tides, pulls water, pulls subtly at life. Some mushrooms align with this celestial rhythm, fruiting when the moon is full, holding back when it is new. They are small, tethered to soil and root, yet they feel the pull of the heavens, timing their ephemeral emergence with lunar grace. Do mushrooms sense time? They do not watch clocks, they do not measure hours, but the rhythm of light and dark, warmth and rain, decay and renewal, it flows through them. Mycelium grows, contracts, expands, aware, not consciously, yet sensitive to cycles. Time is felt in growth, in readiness, in patience, and every mushroom responds without speaking a word. The mystery of undiscovered fungi. There are worlds we have never seen, hidden beneath leaves, under soil, inside bark. Unknown spores waiting to drift, unknown caps waiting to unfurl. The forest, the desert, the caves hold secrets, and fungi are masters of hiding. Every step we take uncovers a fraction of their kingdom, yet much remains a whisper, a question mark, a soft, unbroken mystery. And that's okay, that's natural. Endings make space, make room. The fear of ending, let it dissolve. You're not ending, not tonight, just pausing, resting. The temporary cessation of consciousness called sleep. Small ending, safe ending, necessary ending. And in the morning, beginning again, rebirth, continuation. The cycle continues. The universe keeps turning. Mushrooms fruiting in dark forests, spores drifting on night winds, mycelium spreading through soil, patient, eternal, indifferent. The great transformation, the endless recycling, life to death to life to death. No beginning, no end, just the turning, the changing, the flow, and you're part of it, part of the flow, part of the transformation, your breath, part of Earth's breath, your carbon, part of Earth's carbon, your consciousness, a brief spark, a temporary pattern in the vast network of existence. Beautiful because temporary, meaningful because mortal. Here now, in this moment, this breath, this fading light, this soft descent into sleep, into darkness, into peace. Your body knows what to do, has always known. Let it, trust it. The fungi don't doubt, don't question. They just grow, just spread, just continue. Be like fungi, simple, certain, present, doing what needs doing, being what you are, without question, without resistance. The night deepens, the quiet settles, everything slowing, everything softening, the world outside continuing, cars passing, wind blowing, stars burning. But here, in your space, in your darkness, everything stills, everything rests. The mycelium keeps growing, keeps spreading beneath frozen ground, beneath sleeping forests. Patient work, invisible work, essential work, done in darkness, done in silence, done without witness, like your body's work, happening now. Cells repairing, neurons reorganizing, immune system patrolling, all without your knowledge, your permission, your awareness. The body's wisdom, deeper than mind, older than thought, continuing, always continuing. Mushrooms, mysteries, 100 mystery, woven through the night, through your consciousness, through the slow drift toward sleep, toward rest, toward the renewal that waits in darkness. The facts dissolve now, becoming dream, becoming metaphor, becoming nothing, just patterns of sound, of breath, of meaning fading into meaninglessness, into pure experience, into being. Nothing more to learn, nothing more to know, just being, just breathing, just drifting. The mushrooms will still be there tomorrow, fruiting, spreading, transforming. But tomorrow is not now. Now is only this breath, this moment, this final release into sleep, into peace, into the quiet intelligence of the body, knowing without thought, resting without effort, heavier, heavier, sinking, sinking, like spores settling through still air, like mycelium growing into dark soil, becoming part of the darkness, part of the earth, part of the great network of existence, connected, held, safe. The universe keeps turning. The quiet intelligence of mushrooms weaving unseen worlds, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 plants mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through plants that communicate through underground fungal networks, carnivorous plants that hunt with traps and enzymes, ancient plants that have survived unchanged for millions of years. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper, into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into plants. Beneath your feet, right now as you rest, there's a forest breathing. Trees connected by threads finer than spider silk, stretching through darkness, through soil. A network some call the wood wide web, where fungi weave between roots, trading sugars, minerals, even warnings. A mother tree can recognize her own seedlings through these threads, sending them extra carbon when they're shaded, struggling. The network pulses, thump, thump, like a heartbeat underground. Some trees share so much through these fungal highways that a stump, long cut, can stay alive for decades, fed by its neighbors, by the forest remembering. Your breath slowing now, matching the slow exchange. Carbon for phosphorus, information traveling at the speed of soil. The fungi, mycorrhizae they're called, wrap around root tips like gentle fingers, extending the reach of every tree by hundreds of miles. A single handful of forest floor contains miles of these threads, all whispering, trading, connecting. Douglas firs in one study sent carbon to paper birch trees, and the birches sent different nutrients back. A conversation in chemistry, in the dark. Heavier now, your body sinking like roots going down, down. Plants can't run from danger, so they learn to talk instead. When a willow is attacked by caterpillars, it releases chemicals into the air, bitter compounds called phenolics, and nearby willows, catching that scent, begin producing their own defenses, raising their chemical walls before the caterpillars arrive, a language of volatile molecules, drifting like your thoughts, getting softer, quieter. Even the lima bean speaks in scents. When spider mites attack its leaves, the plant releases a specific perfume, a call for help, and predatory mites smell this invitation, arriving to feast on the plant's enemies. The plant recruits its own army, without moving, without sound, just chemistry, a floating through air, like your consciousness, floating, drifting. Let your jaw go slack, completely loose. Plants sense their world in ways we're only beginning to understand. They have no eyes, yet they see light, detecting not just brightness, but color, direction, even the red to far red ratio that tells them if they're shaded by other leaves. Photoreceptors called phytochromes shift between two forms, one absorbing red light, one absorbing far red, and this simple toggle tells the plant everything. Grow taller, spread wider, flower now. Wait, your eyelids heavier, heavier. Some plants count. The Venus flytrap has tiny trigger hairs inside its leaves, and it won't snap shut unless two hairs are touched, or one hair is touched twice within 20 seconds. It's counting, remembering, conserving energy for real prey instead of false alarms like raindrops. A plant with memory, stored in calcium waves, in electrical signals, thump, thump, travelling across its leaves. Even more remarkable, the flytrap knows how many times its prey has struggled. Each movement triggers more electrical signals, and after 5 triggers, the plant begins releasing digestive enzymes. After more, it seals tighter, making a stomach, taking inventory of its catch through touch alone, in darkness, in silence. Like you taking inventory of your body, each part getting heavier, further away, sinking deeper now. Plants feel gravity through special cells called statocytes, filled with dense starch grains, amyloplasts, that settle downward like tiny stones. The plant knows which way is down because these stones are always falling, always pointing to Earth's center. Roots follow them down, stems grow against them up. Even in the darkness of soil, the plant knows, always knows. Touch a mimosa plant, and it folds its leaves, a response called thigmotropism. The stimulus travels as an electrical pulse, action potentials like neurons, but slower, gentler. The leaves collapse because cells on one side rapidly pump out water, losing pressure, turgor. The whole plant can fold in seconds, a wave of closure, like your own consciousness, folding, softening, your breath barely there now, shallow, easy. Plants have circadian rhythms, internal clocks that keep running even in constant darkness. Leaves rise with dawn, lower with dusk. Even when locked in a lab, always dark or always light, the plants still keep their rhythm, anticipating sunrise, preparing their photosynthesis machinery before light arrives, living by time they can't see, by a clock written in genes, proteins called timing of Cab expression, TOC, late elongated hypocotyl, cycling, rising and falling, thump, thump, like your heartbeat, slowing, slowing. Let everything go heavy now. Plants produce hormones just like animals do. Auxins make them grow, accumulating on the shaded side of a stem, making those cells grow longer, bending the plant toward light. A simple inequality creating motion. Phototropism, the reaching we see in time lapse. The reaching you can't see in real time, but it's always happening. Slow, patient, inevitable. When you lay a seedling on its side, auxin redistributes, accumulating on the lower side. Stems feel this and grow away from gravity. Roots feel it and grow toward it. Gravitropism, the same hormone, opposite responses, encoded in different tissues, different genes. The root knows to dive, the shoot knows to climb, even in darkness, even without light to guide them, float deeper, deeper. Carnivorous plants evolved in bogs, in places where soil is so acidic, so nutrient poor, that minerals are scarce, so they learn to catch animals instead. The Venus flytrap snap is one of the fastest movements in the plant kingdom, closing in 1/10 of a second, powered by a sudden shift in leaf curvature, like a switch flipping, stored elastic energy releasing all at once. Before the snap, the leaves are curved outward, convex, held in tension. But when triggered, cells on the outer surface suddenly expand, or the inner ones contract, and the whole geometry inverts, snapping shut like a bee-stubble mechanism, like the lid on a jar, clicking from one stable state to another, all without muscles, without nerves, just hydraulics, cell pressure, and clever shape. Your muscles need nothing now, no tension, no holding. The sundew takes a different approach, slow, patient. Its leaves sparkle with droplets that look like morning dew, but they're glue, sticky mucilage. When an insect lands, investigating the shine, it's caught. And here's where it gets strange. The leaf begins to curl, taking minutes, hours, wrapping around its prey like fingers closing. Cells on the outer edge grow while inner cells stop, creating the curve, the embrace. Each sticky tentacle also bends, moving the insect toward digestive glands. It's all happening slowly, imperceptibly, like sleep creeping over you, like darkness settling. The plant releases enzymes, acids, breaking down the insect over days, absorbing nitrogen, phosphorus, the nutrients its bog home can't provide. Pitcher plants are even stranger. They grew leaves that became vases, deep chambers filled with digestive fluid. The rim is slippery, covered in waxy scales, and often produces nectar, luring insects to the edge. One slip, and they tumble down. Unable to climb the frictionless walls, they drown in the pool, where bacteria, enzymes, and the plant's own acids dissolve them slowly. Some pitcher plants have even evolved a taste for something bigger. Rat-eating pitchers in Borneo, monkey cups, large enough to hold liters of fluid, everything dissolving, boundaries softening. Carnivorous plants evolved at least 6 separate times, in different families, on different continents, convergent evolution creating snaps, sticky traps, pitfall traps, lobster pots, bladder traps, all solving the same problem: nutrients. Different answers written in different genes, shaped by different accidents, but arriving at the same conclusion: catch, digest, absorb. Some plants became parasites instead. The dodder has no leaves, no roots, barely any chlorophyll. It's orange, thread-like, and it grows in spirals, searching. When it touches a host plant, it penetrates with haustoria, specialized organs that pierce through bark, tapping into the vascular system, stealing water, sugars, the work of photosynthesis. The dodder can even move between hosts, creating webs that connect different plants, becoming a highway for viruses, for signals, for chemistry flowing between species. Your body a web too, nervous system, circulatory, everything connected, everything slowing. There are plants that parasitize other plants' parasites, layers of theft, ghost pipes, Indian pipes, white waxy plants that look like frozen smoke. They contain no chlorophyll at all. They're mycoheterotrophs, parasitizing fungi, which are themselves partnered with trees. So the ghost pipe steals from the mold, which trades with the tree, 3 species locked in an arrangement that looks like haunting, like dreams. Heavier, heavier. Let's drift to partnerships now. Most plants, perhaps 90%, form mycorrhizal associations. The mold grows into or around the root, extending its reach, pulling water and minerals from soil the root could never access. In return, the plant gives the fungal sugars, sometimes 30% of everything it makes. A trade as old as land plants themselves, perhaps how plants left the water, partnered with fungi from the start. There are forests where nearly every root is connected through fungal networks stretching acres, hundreds of acres. A tree isn't an individual, it's a node, a participant, one voice in a chorus. When scientists labeled carbon in one tree, they found it appearing in dozens of neighbors, even different species, firs and birches and cedars, all connected, all sharing. The forest as a single organism, breathing together, and you're breathing with it. Slow, slower. Sink down now, down into soil, into darkness. Plants speak in more than fungal threads. Their roots release chemicals, exudates, that shape the soil community, attracting helpful bacteria, repelling pathogens. Some of these chemicals are allelochemicals, compounds that inhibit other plants. Black walnut trees produce juglone, toxic to many species, creating clear zones around their trunks. Chemical warfare, subtle, patient, waged in darkness, in silence. Eucalyptus drops leaves full of oils that make soil flammable, that discourage other plants. The eucalyptus adapted to fire, bark that sheds, buds protected underground, so it engineers fire, then survives it, inheriting ashes, inheriting space, everything softening, boundaries between species, between self and other, getting blurry, vague. Your heartbeat, thump, thump, barely noticed now. Plants make thousands of chemicals we call secondary metabolites, not needed for basic life, for photosynthesis or growth, but for defense, communication, competition. The caffeine in coffee paralyzes insects at the same time it makes us alert. The nicotine in tobacco is an insecticide, a neurotoxin, morphine and codeine, quinine and THC, toxins, all of them, repurposed by humans, by accident, by experimentation. Some of these compounds are alkaloids, nitrogen-containing rings that interact with animal nervous systems in specific ways. Morphine fits into opioid receptors, a lock and key, even though the opium poppy has no knowledge of mammal brains, no intention, just chemistry that happens to match, happens to silence pain, happens to create dreams. Everything dreaming now, soft, quiet. Plants have immune systems too. When a virus invades, or a bacterium, the plant can initiate a hypersensitive response, deliberately killing cells around the infection site, creating a moat of death, sacrificing tissue to save the whole. The dead cells form a barrier, and the plant sends signals throughout its body, systemically acquired resistance, a chemical memory of attack, making the whole plant harder, tougher, more bitter for weeks. This memory is short-term, usually not passed to offspring, but sometimes it is. Stressed plants can produce offspring that are prepared for the same stress, without experiencing it themselves. A kind of inheritance, softer than genes, written in methylation patterns, in how DNA is read rather than what it says. Epigenetic memory, the plant remembering, the forest remembering, like your body remembers how to sleep, how to let go, how to drift. Feel yourself drifting. No edges, no borders. When a plant is wounded, cut, browsed, hormones flood the damage site. Jasmonic acid, salicylic acid, triggering repairs, activating defense genes. The wound seals with callose, a quick plug, then linen, woody tissue, permanent but flexible. Some plants can even regenerate from cuttings, a small piece of stem or root growing into a whole new individual. Totipotency, every cell remembering how to become everything. A willow branch stuck in mud becomes a tree. Strawberries send out runners, clones, a ring of daughters around the mother. Some bamboos are all clones, thousands of stems, one root system, miles across, one organism, appearing as many, like thoughts, separate but connected, arising from one source, one quiet, one darkness, settling. Let your breathing be automatic, forgotten. Plants reproduce through gamete fusion too, through flowers, through seeds. But the mechanics are strange. The pollen grain isn't a sperm, it's more like a person. It lands on the stigma and grows a tube, a long tunnel through the style, down to the ovary. The tube carries 2 sperm cells. One will fertilize the egg, creating an embryo. The other fertilizes a cell that becomes endosperm, food for the baby. Double fertilization, a system found only in flowering plants. This complexity, this doubling, may be why flowering plants exploded across Earth, diversifying into hundreds of thousands of species in just a few tens of millions of years. A blink. They partnered with pollinators, insects and birds and bats, trading nectar for transport, evolving flowers shaped like the moths that pollinate them, like the beaks, like the tongues, coevolution, each species shaping the other, locked in a dance across deep time. Some flowers reflect ultraviolet light in patterns we can't see, landing strips for bees whose eyes detect UV. The flower looks plain to us, yellow, white, but to a bee it's a target, a signal, a map painted in wavelengths we're blind to, different realities, overlapping, like consciousness and unconsciousness, overlapping, blending, as you drift between them, heavier, so heavy. Nectar isn't just sugar water, it contains amino acids, proteins, sometimes alkaloids that drug the pollinator, making them clumsy, more likely to contact the reproductive parts. Some orchids produce no nectar at all. They mimic the pheromones of female wasps, and male wasps attempt to mate with the flower, pseudo-copulation, covering themselves in pollen, flying to the next flower, trying again. The orchid offers nothing, just lies, just shape and scent, and it's enough. The complexity of deception, of partnership, of need, all written in petals, in chemicals, in time. like dreams written in neurons, in chemistry, real but intangible, true but impossible to hold. Let go completely now. Seeds are time capsule, embryos in suspension, waiting. Some can wait centuries, millennia. Seeds pulled from Arctic permafrost, 32,000 years frozen, have grown, flowered. The oldest, Silene stenophila, a campion flower. White petals opening after an unimaginable wait, after ice ages, after extinctions, patient as stone. Sacred lotus seeds from a dry lake bed in China, 600 years old, still viable. Date palm seeds from Masada, 2,000 years, germinating under laboratory care, growing into trees, making dates, closing a circle across empires, across ages. The seed knows how to wait. Metabolism slowed almost to zero, DNA protected, waiting for water, for warmth, for the conditions that say, now is the time. Your metabolism slowing, everything slowing. Seeds disperse by wind, by water, by animals. Maple seeds spin like helicopters, falling slowly, travelling far. Dandelion seeds float on parachutes of silk, riding currents, drifting like you. Coconuts float in oceans, crossing hundreds of miles. Some plants evolved explosive dispersal, violets and touch-me-nots building tension in pods, then rupturing, flinging seeds meters away. Tiny catastrophes, launching the next generation. Animals eat fruits, digest flesh, pass seeds far from the parent, sometimes scarified by stomach acid, ready to germinate. The plant feeds the animal plants the forest. No intention, just chemistry, just time, just survival finding a path, like water flowing downhill, inevitable, effortless, everything effortless now. Plants have life cycles as varied as animals. Annuals germinate, grow, flower, seed, and die, all in 1 year. Mayflies, but green. Biennials take 2 years, growing roots and leaves the first year, storing energy, then flowering and dying the second, a delayed payoff. Patience rewarded. Perennials live on, flowering many times, trees standing centuries and millennia. The bristlecone pines in California's White Mountains, some over 5,000 years old, were seedlings when humans invented writing, were mature when Rome fell, still growing, still green, rings marking each year, each drought, each fire, a library written in cellulose, in lignin, counting time, thump, thump, like a heartbeat, slow, ancient, almost eternal. There are organisms even older, clonal colonies. Pando, a quaking aspen grove in Utah, is one root system, one genetic individual. 47,000 stems, covering 100 acres, perhaps 80,000 years old, older than our species, older than the last ice age, growing, dying back, resprouting, immortal through renewal, like consciousness, dying each night, resurrecting each morning, but maybe tonight we let it rest, let it drift, let it go, softer, quieter, in forests. Succession unfolds like a slow dance. After a disturbance, fire or storm or flood, pioneer species arrive first, fast-growing, light-loving, fireweed and lupines, alders and birches, fixing nitrogen, shading soil, making conditions right for the next wave. The pioneers are replaced by longer-lived species, shade-tolerant, patient, eventually a climax community, stable, complex, mature, if given enough time, enough peace. But climax is a myth. Really, forests are always changing, always responding, always in flux, like sleep, always cycling, moving through stages, never truly still. Your brain's cycling now, drifting toward theta waves, toward delta, toward the deep, slow rhythms, thump, thump, where consciousness dissolves, where self becomes vague, becomes quiet. Some plants are keystones, holding ecosystems together. Remove them and everything shifts. Cascades, eelgrass meadows shelter fish, filter water, store carbon. Oak trees support hundreds of insect species, which feed birds, which spread seeds. Everything connected. Remove one thread and the weaving loosens. Phrase. Invasive plants break these connections, arriving without their predators, their diseases, growing unchecked, kudzu smothering southern forests, purple leucostrife choking wetlands. Each invasion a lesson in relationships, in balance, in how communities form over time, over millennia, and can be undone in decades, in years. Your thoughts undone now, scattered, soft. Plants have adapted to every environment on Earth. Cacti in deserts store water in thick stems, shed leaves entirely. Their stomata, the pores that breathe, open only at night, when it's cool, when humidity is higher. They use CAM photosynthesis, crassulation acid metabolism, capturing carbon dioxide at night, storing it, then using it during the day when stomata are sealed, a temporal separation, preventing water loss, surviving when nothing else can. Other desert plants, ephemerals, wait as seeds for years, decades. Then rain comes and they germinate, grow, flower, seed, all in weeks, racing against drought, completing a lifetime in a window, like a dream, intense, brief, gone. Arctic and alpine plants grow in cushions, hugging ground, creating microclimates. Inside the cushion it's warmer, sheltered. Some Arctic willows are technically trees, but only inches tall, ancient but tiny, gnarled. Every cell a victory against cold, against wind, against impossibility. Everything impossible becoming possible in this. Drifting, quiet. Aquatic plants evolved to live underwater or floating. Water lilies send up leaves and flowers on flexible stalks, roots anchored in mud. They have large air spaces in their tissues, erenchyma, channels for oxygen to diffuse from leaves to roots. The underwater stems photosynthesize at low light, slow metabolism, slow growth, adapted to the dim green world beneath the surface. Epiphytes live in trees, never touching ground. Air plants, orchids, bromeliads. Their roots grip bark, absorb water from rain and fog. Some bromeliads form tanks in their leaf rosettes, tiny pools where frogs breed, where insects live, an ecosystem in a plant, in a tree, nested realities. Let yourself nest now, in darkness, in softness. Succulents master water storage, jade plants, aloe, agave. Thick waxy cuticles prevent evaporation. Leaves are full of mucilage, gel. Holding moisture, they can shrink during drought. Cells collapsing, then swell again with rain. Revival, resurrection, like waking, but slower, gentler, barely there. Photosynthesis itself comes in varieties. C3 is the standard, used by most plants. Carbon dioxide is grabbed by an enzyme, rubisco, fixed into a 3-carbon compound. But rubisco is sloppy. It sometimes grabs oxygen instead. Photorespiration, wasteful in hot, dry conditions. So some plants evolved C4, using a different enzyme first, one with higher affinity for carbon dioxide. They fix it in outer cells, concentrate it, then ship it to inner cells where rubisco works efficiently. Corn, sugarcane, many tropical grasses. They're more efficient, especially when it's hot, when water is scarce. The chemistry cascading, electrons flowing, energy converting. Light into sugar into life. Chlorophyll absorbs red and blue light, reflects green, which is why plants are green, why forests are emerald. But there are other pigments too. Carotenoids absorbing blue-green, anthocyanins absorbing green and yellow. Some leaves are red, purple, bronze. Different pigments, different strategies, different solutions to the same problem. Capture light, channel energy, survive. Your energy channeling down now, down into rest, into restoration. Plants respire like animals, burning sugars, consuming oxygen, releasing carbon dioxide. It happens all the time, in all tissues, but we notice only photosynthesis, only the green magic, the building. We forget the breaking down, the burning that happens in every cell, every mitochondrion. Thump, thump, making ATP, the energy currency, keeping the cell alive, active, waiting. Plants are carbon sinks, storing more than they release. Forests hold gigatons in wood, in soil, in roots. They slow climate, cool air, make rain. The Amazon makes half its own rainfall, water cycling from soil to air to rain to soil. A system, a machine without intention, running on light, on chemistry, on time. Everything cycling, your thoughts cycling down, slowing, stopping. Ancient plants, early plants, different from today. The first plants on land were small, no taller than your finger, living in moist places, near water, still needing it to reproduce. Sperm swimming, flagella beating across wet surfaces. Mosses and liverworts still do this, still need water for mating, still tied to moisture, to the very edge of aquatic and terrestrial, between worlds. Ferns came next, vascular tissue, tubes for water and nutrients, able to grow taller, to spread inland, but still the swimming sperm, still needing moisture. They dominated for millions of years. Forests of tree ferns, giant club mosses, the Carboniferous, When plants first made wood, made lignin, and nothing could decay it yet. No mold, no bacterium had evolved the enzymes. So dead trees accumulated, layer upon layer, becoming coal, storing carbon, changing atmosphere, oxygen rising, fires burning hotter, insects growing huge, dragonflies the size of hawks, breathing easy in the oxygen-rich air. Everything connected, plants remaking the world, unintentionally, inevitably, sinking deeper, deeper into time, into darkness. Gymnosperms evolved seeds, no more swimming sperm, just pollen carried by wind. Conifers, cycads, ginkgos dominated the Mesozoic, fed the dinosaurs, towered over the ferns. Then the angiosperm, the flowering plant, exploded, diversified, partnered with insects, with birds, with evolution itself in a feedback loop. More flowers, more pollinators, more flowers, faster, faster, until they dominated, until almost everything green wore blooms at some point, until the world became a garden, your world becoming quieter, simpler, softer. Plant fossils are rare, soft tissue decays, but sometimes conditions are right. Petrified forests, trees turned to stone, cell by cell, silica replacing cellulose, perfectly preserved. You can count rings, see growth patterns from millions of years ago. Amber traps flowers, leaves, pollen, frozen in time, in resin, like memories, like dreams held in suspension. Humans domesticated plants, took wild grasses and turned them into wheat, rice, corn, took bitter almonds and selected sweet, took tiny fruits and made them swell. Domestication is evolution, directed, accelerated. We shaped plants and they shaped us. Agriculture allowed civilization, allowed cities, allowed time for art, philosophy, science. We wouldn't be here without wheat, without rice, without the grasses, without partnership, symbiosis, dependence, everything dependent, everything connected, even consciousness, even sleep, needs the right conditions, the right chemistry, the right darkness. Plants even grow in space, in orbit, under artificial light. Astronauts eat lettuce grown on the station. Red and blue LEDs, no soil, just aeroponics, roots in air, misted. The plants grow fine, mostly, sometimes confused, gravity confused, without clear down. Roots wander, stems spiral, but they adapt. They always adapt, finding a way, slow, patient, as life always is, heavier, so heavy, like roots, going down. Plants create colours through pigments, chlorophyll green, carotenoid orange and yellow, anthocyanins red and purple and blue, depending on pH. Full colours are anthocyanins and carotenoids revealed. Chlorophyll breaking down, the green fading, showing what was always there, hidden, like thoughts fading, revealing quiet, revealing nothing, revealing peace. Anthocyanins protect, absorb excess light, act as sunscreen when photosynthesis is paused. When cold comes, they're also signals to pollinators, to dispersers, red berries, purple flowers, attracting eyes, saying, here is sugar, Here is energy. Come and bring my seeds with you when you go. Everything going now. Let everything go. Soft, forgotten. Plants communicate through more than chemicals, through more than fungal threads. There's evidence, debated, controversial, that they respond to sound. Roots grow towards certain frequencies, vibrations in the soil. Some flowers may even make sounds, clicking, popping, at frequencies we can't hear, ultrasonic conversations, or maybe just physics, just mechanics, making noise as cells shift, as water moves. But when you play sound, music, certain tones, some plants grow differently. Bean roots reach toward a buzzing at 200 hertz, the frequency of a bee. Perhaps they evolved to sense pollinators, or perhaps it's vibration, physics, not biology. The experiments continue, the mystery remains, soft, open, unresolved, like dreams, neither true nor false, just possibility, drifting, your body vibrating at its own frequency, every cell, every molecule, humming, quantum, barely there. Plants inspired human culture, spirituality, art, the tree of life, the world tree, Yggdrasil connecting realms, the Bodhi tree where Buddha sat, enlightenment under leaves, the burning bush, the olive branch, the crown of thorns. Plants as symbols, as meaning, as connection between earth and sky, root and crown, dark and light. Everything symbolic now, nothing literal, just feelings, just impressions. Oak trees were sacred to Druids, to Norse, to Greeks, different cultures, same reverence. Perhaps because oaks live so long, because they tower, because they feed so many. Acorns feeding deer, squirrels, jays, wood feeding fires, sheltering homes, tannins preserving leather, making ink, the oak tree giving, always giving, letting go now, everything giving way. Plants produce seeds that lie dormant, waiting. Some need fire to germinate, smoke chemicals triggering growth. They evolved in fire-prone places, chaparral, Australian bush, waiting for catastrophe to begin. Seeds cracking open only after heat, after destruction, ready for the flush of nutrients, the lack of competition, the open sky, life from ashes, green from black, patience rewarded by disaster. Other seeds need cold, stratification. They won't germinate until winter has passed, until they've been frozen, chilled. They're counting, measuring, making sure it's really spring, making sure they won't emerge into autumn, into frost, into death. The seed knows, somehow, keeping time in the dark, in the quiet, measuring temperature, days, certainty, your body counting breaths, heartbeats, thump, thump, slower now, barely counting, barely there. Some plants are living fossils, unchanged for millions of years. Horsetails today look like horsetails from the Carboniferous, smaller, but the same basic design, segmented, hollow, green stems, reduced leaves, spore-producing cones. They were trees once, before angiosperms, before flowers. Now they're small, marginal, but surviving, persisting. Proof that if something works, evolution keeps it unchanged, patient, eternal. Ginkgo trees are similar, unchanged for 200 million years. They saw dinosaurs, saw continents split, saw mass extinctions, and they're still here. Two-lobed leaves, fan-shaped, unique. The species almost went extinct, surviving only in Chinese temple gardens, preserved by monks, by culture, by reverence. Now planted worldwide, city trees, tolerant of pollution, of neglect, of time itself, drift further into green time, into slow time. Cycads look like palms but aren't. They're gymnosperm, cone-bearing, ancient. They dominated the Mesozoic, the age of dinosaurs, fed the herbivores, now rare, endangered, but still here. Some individual plants are over 1,000 years old, massive cones, toxic seeds. Everything about them speaks of another era, another world, slower, stranger, before flowers, before us. Feel yourself in that world, slower, greener, quieter. Senescence is aging in plants, leaves yellowing, falling. Trees don't die of old age usually. They die from disease, from drought, from storm. But they do age. Wood in the centers dies, heartwood, non-functional but structural. Only the outer rings, sapwood, actively transport water. The tree is mostly dead wood, wrapped in a thin living skin, cambium, one cell layer thick, growing outward, growing inward, adding ring after ring after ring, thump, thump, like heartbeats made solid, time made visible. Some trees drop their heartwood, hollow out, become vats, caves, trunks wide enough to drive through, empty but alive, skin holding void and still growing, still green, proving that life needs only surface, only edge, only the boundary between self and world. Your boundaries dissolving, self and not self blurring, forgetting where you end, where the bed begins, where the room is just darkness, just weight, just breath, barely breath. Plant hormones do more than auxins. Gibberellins make stems stretch, make seeds germinate, sprayed on grapes to make them larger, longer. Cytokinins drive cell division, keep tissues young, delay senescence. Ethylene is the aging hormone, ripening fruit, wilting flowers. One apple releasing ethylene that ripens the barrel. One dying flower spreading death through chemistry, through air, through time. Abscisic acid, closest to matter during drought, tells seeds to stay dormant. It's a stress hormone, a weight signal, a message of caution. Plants balancing growth and survival, expansion and conservation, like consciousness balancing awareness and rest, alert and sleep. Now choosing sleep, choosing rest, choosing nothing, everything nothing now, soft, empty. Roots don't just anchor and absorb, they explore. They grow in spirals, corkscrew paths, increasing chances of finding water, nutrients. The root tip is protected by a cap, cells that slough off, making mucus, lubricating passage through soil. The cap contains the stator sites, the gravity sensors, telling the root which way is down, always down. seeking darkness, seeking depth, seeking foundation. Behind the tip is a zone of cell division, making more root, then a zone of elongation, cells swelling, growing longer, pushing the tip forward, then a zone of maturation, where root hairs emerge, delicate extensions, increasing surface area 100-fold, each hair a few days old, temporary, disposable, but enough to drink, enough to anchor, enough to connect, connected to everything, to soil, to darkness, to quiet. Plants communicate through their roots, exuding chemicals that attract microbes. Rhizobia bacteria sense flavonoids released by legume roots, swim toward them, invade, form nodules, convert nitrogen gas into ammonia, feeding the plant. The plant feeds the bacteria. Symbiosis, clover, beans, peas, alfalfa. They don't need nitrogen fertilizer. They make their own, partnered, dependent, successful through cooperation, through connection. You're breathing connected to the room, to the air, to plants somewhere making oxygen. Everything cycling. Allelopathy is chemical warfare between plants. Sunflowers secrete toxins, black walnuts, eucalyptus, creating zones where competitors can't grow. Some desert plants space themselves evenly, their roots sensing chemicals from neighbors, stopping growth when too close, self-organizing patterns, emergent order from simple rules, from chemistry, from competition softened by space, by distance. But sometimes distance doesn't help. Garlic mustard, an invasive plant in North America, releases compounds that inhibit mycorrhizal fungi, the partnerships most native plants depend on. So it doesn't just compete, it sabotages the support systems, breaks the old connections. It thrives because it doesn't need the fungi, it evolved without them, while native plants starve, disconnected, defeated by chemistry, by difference, by invasion, everything invading, sleep invading thought, silence invading sound, darkness invading light, sinking. Toxic plants fascinate us. Poison hemlock killed Socrates. Aconite, monkshood, stops the heart. Oleander, beautiful but deadly. One leaf potentially fatal. Ricin from castor beans, destroying cells, destroying life. Plants defending themselves with extremes, with molecules that interface with our nervous systems, our hearts, our cells, by accident, by chemistry that happens to match, happens to kill. But many toxic plants are also medicinal. Foxglove produces digitalis, a heart medication, deadly in high doses, life-saving in small ones. Willow bark gave us aspirin. Yew trees produce Taxol, chemotherapy, fighting cancer. The dose makes the poison, makes the cure, and plants have been making these compounds for millions of years, long before us, for their own purposes, their own survival. We just borrow them, repurpose them, test them carefully, cautiously, gratefully, softer, quieter, drifting through chemistry, through history. Psychoactive plants shaped human culture, ceremonial cactus, ayahuasca vine, psilocybin mushrooms, technically fungi but close enough, cannabis, tobacco, coffee, coca, all producing compounds that change consciousness, alter perception, create visions, ritual, addiction, culture. Why do plants make these? Originally for defense, alkaloids that confuse, that poison, that deter, but we found them, experimented, learned doses, incorporated them into spirituality, medicine, recreation, vice. Plants shaping human history, human consciousness, through chemistry, through accident, through time. Your consciousness shaped now by fatigue, by darkness, by the chemicals of sleep naturally flooding your brain, adenosine building, melatonin rising, GABA receptors opening, everything softening, everything slowing, thump, 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 barely there. Plant alkaloids are nitrogen-containing compounds, caffeine, morphine, nicotine, quinine, strychnine. They're metabolically expensive to make, so plants make them only when needed, when threatened, or store them in specific tissues, in bark, in seeds, in roots, places herbivores target. Defense is concentrated where danger is highest. Efficiency, economy, survival through chemistry. Secondary metabolites are thousands of compounds, terpenoids, phenolics, alkaloids, flavonoids, not used in primary metabolism, not for photosynthesis or growth, but for interaction, for communication, for defense, for color, for scent. The diversity is staggering. One plant species might make hundreds. The plant kingdom millions. A chemical library written in genes, expressed in tissue, experienced as smell, as color, as toxicity, as life. Feel the chemistry of your own body, neurotransmitters, hormones, everything flowing, everything balanced, tipping towards sleep, toward quiet, toward shutdown, temporary, safe, necessary. Plant immune systems recognize patterns, molecular patterns common to bacteria or fungi, PAMPs, pathogen-associated molecular patterns. Receptors on plant cells detect these, trigger defenses, produce antimicrobial compounds, strengthen cell walls. Sometimes the plant overreacts. Hypersensitive response, killing its own tissues to stop the invader. Sacrifice for survival, part for whole. Plants can also develop systemic acquired resistance. After one infection, the whole plant becomes more resistant for weeks, months. A kind of immune memory, softer than animal immunity, but real, effective. The plant remembers danger, prepares, waits, waiting now, in darkness, in peace, just waiting, not for anything, just being. Plant wound responses are immediate and dramatic. Calcium floods the damage site. Electrical signals race through the tissue. Within seconds, minutes, genes activate, produce jasminates, defense hormones. The plant mobilizes, without thinking, without deciding, just responding, automatically, like your body responds to injury, to danger, without consultation, without you. Some plants use latex when cut, white milky sap, drying quickly, sealing the wound. Rubber trees, milkweeds, figs, The latex often contains toxins, irritants, discouraging the herbivore from a second bite. Defense and healing combined. Efficient, elegant, evolved. Everything healing now. Your body repairing, always repairing. Cells dividing, proteins folding, DNA replicating, all in sleep, all in darkness, all without your attention. Your body knows, like plants know, like everything alive knows, how to maintain, how to continue, how to persist, quietly, patiently, endlessly. Plants regenerate better than animals. Cut a stem, and it grows two. Prune a tree and it bushes out. A severed root can become a new plant. A torn leaf, a fragment. Many plants can clone themselves. Vegetatively, runners, rhizomes, bulbs, fragments. One strawberry plant becomes a patch. One bamboo becomes a grove. Genetically identical, but individuals too, separate, connected, both at once. Your thoughts separate but connected, drifting apart, coming together, making no sense, making perfect sense. Logic of dreams, logic of darkness. Asexual reproduction is faster, cheaper, guaranteed success. The offspring are clones, carrying all the same genes. No genetic lottery, no risk of incompatibility, but also no diversity, no adaptation, no evolution. So most plants do both. Reproductive and clonal, seeds and clones, diversity and certainty, exploration and exploitation, balancing strategies across time, across space, across survival. Gametic reproduction in plants is bizarre, complex. Flowers are hermaphroditic often, male and female parts together. Anthers making pollen, ovaries holding eggs. Some plants avoid self-fertilization through timing. Anthers maturing before the stigma is receptive, or vice versa. Others use chemistry, self-incompatibility. Pollen from the same plant is recognized, rejected, prevented from growing its tube, forced to outcross, forced to mix genes, maintain diversity, stay adaptable, everything flowing, like water, like breath, like consciousness between awake and asleep, drifting. Pollination strategies evolved to match pollinators. Wind pollination is primitive, wasteful, millions of pollen grains released, most falling on stone, on water, on nothing. But it works for grasses, for many trees, oaks, birches, pines. No color needed, no scent, no nectar, just abundance, just wind, just chance, multiplied until chance becomes certainty. Insect pollination is more efficient, targeted, bees, butterflies, beetles. Each sees different colors, prefers different shapes. Bees see ultraviolet, prefer blue, yellow. Butterflies prefer red. Flowers evolve to match. Blue for bees, red for butterflies, white for moths that fly at night. Scent to guide them, nectar to reward them. Everything aligned, matched, through evolutionary time, through feedback, through success breeding success, through failure dying unremembered, heavier, so heavy, like stone, like the earth itself, sleeping, Bird pollination favors red flowers, tubular, tough, lots of nectar, hummingbirds hovering, sipping, long beaks matching long flowers, evolve together, dependent. Some flowers have curved corollas matching curved beaks, specific species, specific partnerships. Remove one, the other suffers, may vanish, co-extinction, tragedy written in specialization, in beauty, in perfection, too perfect to survive change. Bat pollination happens at night. Flowers open at dusk, pale or white, strong musky scent, hanging free. Easy for bats to access while flying, hovering, licking nectar with long tongues. Agave, baobab, some cacti. They evolved to serve mammals that fly in darkness, that navigate by echolocation, by scent, by memory. Partnerships written in time, in genetics, in mutual survival. Coevolution creates marvels and prisons, yucca plants and yucca moths. The moth pollinates only yucca. The yucca is pollinated only by the moth. The moth lays eggs in the flower. Larvae eat some seeds, but enough seeds survive. Both species survive, locked together. Separation means extinction for both. Dependency absolute, trust absolute, ancient, unbreakable. Everything breaking down now, thoughts fragmenting, words losing meaning, just sounds, just breath, just... Flower coloration comes from pigments, flavonoids for yellow, anthocyanins for red and purple and blue, carotenoids for orange. Combinations create the spectrum, the rainbow, the garden. White flowers have no pigments, just air spaces, scattering all wavelengths, reflecting everything, absorbing nothing, pure, empty, like mind in deep sleep, reflecting without experiencing and present without thinking. Some flowers change color after pollination to signal to insects, already done, move along, save your time, save mine. Efficiency through communication, through honesty. Usually, some flowers lie. We mentioned mimicking others, offering nothing, parasitizing the system, the trust, usually rare, because lying only works when most flowers are honest, when the system runs on truth, on reward, on mutual benefit, persisting through time, time dissolving, no past, no future, just this darkness, this weight, this. Nectar is primarily sugar water, sucrose, glucose, fructose, energy for the pollinator, but it also contains amino acids, essential nutrients, and sometimes alkaloids. Caffeine in coffee flower nectar makes bees better at remembering that flower, coming back, more efficient pollination. The plant is drugging its helpers, improving their memory, improving its own reproduction, through chemistry, through behavior modification, subtle, effective, elegant. Some nectar contains toxins, deterring thieves, insects that steal without pollinating. Only certain pollinators, tolerant, specialized, can feed, ensuring pollination fidelity, ensuring the plant's investment isn't wasted. Defense and attraction combined, chemistry sorting partners from parasites, everything sorting, thoughts from dreams, dreams from sleep, sleep from nothing, just. Seed dispersal by wind requires lightness. Dandelions, maples, ashes, wing-like structures, parachutes, propellers, catching air, riding currents, travelling far, far from the parent, reducing competition, increasing range, colonizing new territory, adaptations for sailing, for floating, for drifting, like you, drifting, no destination, no need, just movement, just possibility, eventual rest, eventual germination, eventual sleep, deep, complete. Animal dispersal uses fruits, flesh around seeds, sweet, nutritious, coloured. Animals eat, walk, fly, excrete feces, and seeds sprout far away, sometimes scarified, sometimes sprouting better after passing through a gut. The plant feeds the disperser plants the plant. Partnership, ancient, reliable, woven into ecology, into food webs, into forest regeneration. Everything connected, everything dependent, everything drifting. Water disperses seeds too, coconuts on ocean currents, willows dropping seeds in streams, seeds floating, waterproof, viable for weeks, months, arriving on distant shores, colonizing, establishing, spreading, unstoppable as water itself, as inevitable, as patient. Coconuts crossing oceans, finding beaches, growing, making forests, making new coconuts, the cycle continuing, unbroken, ancient, automatic. Explosive dispersal is violent but effective. Touch me not seed pods when ripe. Slightest touch, they explode, hurling seeds meters away. The tension builds as seeds mature, as pod dries, as geometry shifts, then release, sudden, complete. No animal needed, no wind, just physics, just pressure, just time, maturity, readiness, trigger, launch. Your muscles released now, all tension gone, all holding gone, just weight, just gravity, just dormant seeds waiting. Some need light to germinate, tiny seeds. Lettuce, tobacco. They sense light through phytochromes. Won't germinate if buried. They wait at the surface, or they wait for disturbance, for exposure, for their moment. Some seeds inhibit their neighbours, chemicals leaching from seed coats, ensuring space, reducing competition before germination even begins. Planning ahead, chemical planning, automatic, inherited, effective. Seed longevity varies. Most seeds last years, decades, some longer, much longer. We found viable seeds in ancient permafrost, in dry caves, in sealed tombs. The record keeps extending, older and older. Sacred lotus 600 years, date palm 2000, Celine over 30,000, each one a time capsule, each one waiting, not alive, not dead, suspended, dormant, patient, like consciousness in deep sleep, not gone, not present, just waiting, resting, ready, maybe, to return, to wake, but maybe, not tonight, maybe, just drift. Plant embryology is the study of how seeds develop, how one fertilized cell becomes an embryo, becomes a baby plant, with roots, shoots, leaves already formed, microscopic, dormant, waiting. The embryo forms inside the ovule, nourished by endosperm, protected by seed coat, divisions, differentiations, gradients of hormones, genes turning on, off, on, creating pattern, creating form, creating potential, packaged, sealed, sent into time, into soil, into chance. Everything chance, everything inevitable. Both. Paradox. Accepted. Forgotten. In annual plants, the entire life cycle completes in one growing season, one spring, one summer, one autumn. Death written into their design, genetically programmed. Flowering triggers senescence. Resources shift from growth to reproduction. The parent dies to feed the seeds. The ultimate sacrifice and the only strategy. Everything for the next generation. Nothing held back. Then, darkness. Completion. End. But not really end. Because the seeds carry on. Carry forward, carry the pattern, the potential, the species into next year, next decade, next millennium, cycling, repeating, eternal through serial death, through serial birth, through time's endless turning. Biennial plants wait longer, 2 years. First year, grow leaves, roots, store energy, in roots, in bulbs, underground, invisible, patient. Second year, send up flower stalks, bloom, seed, die. Carrots and beets are biennials. We eat the storage roots, the first year energy, the saved potential, if we let them grow. Second year they flower, go to seed, complete the cycle. But we interrupt, we harvest, we take, we eat, they die. For us, without offspring, without continuation, domesticated, dependent, exploited, served. Let yourself be served by sleep, by rest, by the body's wisdom, deeper now, down, down. Perennial plants persist, living years, decades, centuries, millennia. They don't exhaust themselves in reproduction. They pace, they balance, growth and flowering, storage and expenditure. They survive winters, droughts, fires. Sometimes, herbaceous perennials die back. Roots surviving, resprouting, woody perennials, trees, shrubs, keep their structure, keep their height, add to it, ring by ring, year by year, thump, thump, time made solid, made visible, made countable. Old trees are libraries as records, as witnesses. They watched history, silent, patient, green, remembering in wood, in rings, in scars, in survival. The oldest living plants, bristlecone pines, 5,000 years, but clonal colonies older, much older. Pando, 80,000 years. Possibly, estimates vary, but ancient, undeniably ancient. Older than writing, older than agriculture, older than art, older than everything human except humans themselves. Maybe older than that too, just growing, just persisting, just being, in the mountains, in the desert, alone, connected. One organism, thousands of stems, one root, one genetic individual, immortal through cloning, through patience, through avoiding mistakes, growing slowly, carefully, never hurrying, never rushing, never needing to. Everything slow now, everything quiet. Clonal colonies are common. Aspen groves, often one individual. Bamboo thickets, the same. They spread vegetatively. Underground rhizomes, lateral roots sending up shoots, appearing separate, actually unified. One being, many forms, colony and individual blur, boundaries uncertain, arbitrary, like self in sleep, dissolving, expanding, contracting, becoming room, becoming darkness, becoming nothing, becoming everything, boundaries gone, definitions, meaningless. Forest ecology is study of how forests work, how trees interact, compete, cooperate, how nutrients cycle, how water moves, how animals fit in, everything connected, trophic levels, food webs, energy flowing from sun to plant to herbivore to carnivore to decomposer, back to soil, back to plant. Circles, cycles, nothing wasted. Everything eventually recycled. Death feeding life, feeding death, endlessly, patiently, perfectly balanced over time, over scale, from bacteria to mammals, all eating, all eaten, all continuing, succession in forests, after disturbance, proceeds in stages, pioneer species first, fast-growing, light-loving, shade-intolerant, they colonize, grow quickly, seed prolifically, create conditions, nitrogen fixation, shade, leaf litter, soil improvement. Then they're outcompeted by shade-tolerant species, by trees that grow slower but taller, live longer, persist. The pioneers vanish, or retreat to edges, to openings, to disturbances, where they wait, seeds dormant, ready, patient for the next fire, next storm, next gap, next opportunity. Everything waiting in darkness and soil, this time waiting like you, waiting for a morning, but not yet, just waiting, resting, drifting in this eternal now, this extended moment, this darkness without end, without beginning, just being. Pioneer species are adapted for disturbance. They produce many seeds, disperse widely, grow fast, reproduce young. They're the first responders, ecological EMTs, stabilizing soil, beginning recovery, beginning succession, beginning the long, slow process back to forest, back to complexity, back to mature, stable, climax community, if given time, if left alone, but disturbance is constant. Nothing stays still. Fire, storm, disease, logging, development, ice age, climate shift, continents drifting, everything changing, always, slowly mostly, sometimes fast, but always changing, flowing, like consciousness, like thought, like the edge of sleep, the boundary, the threshold, crossed now, probably, maybe, hard to tell, hard to care. Keystone plant species hold ecosystems together. Oaks supporting hundreds of insect species, those insects feeding birds, those birds spreading seeds. Remove the oak, cascade begins. Insects decline, birds leave, Other plants fail to disperse. The system unravels, not immediately, but gradually, inevitably. Keystones aren't always large, aren't always obvious, but they're critical. Their loss felt throughout, rippling outward, downward, through time. Everything connected means everything vulnerable. One loss, many losses, one extinction, many extinctions, cascading, falling, like dominoes, like leaves in autumn, like thoughts, scattering, forgetting, gone. Invasive plants teach us about these connections. They arrive without their context, without their predators, diseases, competitors, partners. They grow unchecked, spreading, dominating, outcompeting natives, changing fire regimes, nutrient cycles, everything. Cheatgrass in the American West burns hotter than native grasses, more frequent fires, killing trees, shrubs, benefiting only cheatgrass, which resprouts, reseeds, spreads. A new ecosystem, simpler, less diverse, stable but wrong, unbalanced, novel, not better, not worse, just different, less, poorer, everything simpler, as sleep deepens, as complexity fades, as consciousness thins, stretches, vanishes, into. Desert adaptations amaze, cacti with pleated stems, expanding with water, contracting in drought, spines instead of leaves, reducing surface area, preventing herbivory, channeling fog to roots. Multiple adaptations, one structure, elegant, economical, perfect for extreme conditions, for impossibility. They survive where nothing should, where rainfall measures in inches per year, where summer heat exceeds body temperature, where winter nights freeze, where soil is almost nothing, just sand, just rock, just absence. But cacti thrive, slowly, carefully, patiently, storing every drop, maximizing every ray, surviving through efficiency, through patience, through persistence, through time. CAM photosynthesis, crassulacean acid metabolism, opens stomata at night, absorbs carbon dioxide, stores it as malic acid, then during day, stomata closed. The stored carbon is processed, normal photosynthesis, but without water loss, without exposure, temporal separation, like shift work, like night shift, doing dangerous work when conditions are safer, cooler, damper, less risk, more efficiency, more survival. Evolution finds solutions. Always. Eventually. Given time, given pressure, given death of those who fail, given reproduction of those who succeed, given time, endless time, patient time, deep time, like deep sleep, where repair happens, where memory consolidates, where the self is remade, quietly, darkly, perfectly. Arctic and alpine plants also face extremes: cold, wind, short growing seasons. They grow low, cushion plants, hugging ground, creating microclimates. Inside the cushion it's warmer, calmer. They shelter each other. One plant, many stems, or many plants. Cooperative, clustered, surviving together. alone would die. Together they persist. Some Arctic plants are tens, hundreds, thousands of years old, growing millimeters per year. Tiny, ancient, patient beyond understanding. Everything beyond understanding. Everything soft, vague, uncertain. Aquatic plants evolved multiple times from terrestrial ancestors, returning to water, adapting, changing. Submerged leaves are different, thinner, more divided, maximizing surface area, minimizing structure. Water supports them. No need for rigidity, no need for thick cuticles. Just float, just flow, just exist in the medium, in the green darkness, in the slow current, photosynthesizing at low light levels, slow metabolism, slow growth, everything slow, like your breath now, barely moving, barely all there. Water lilies send leaves to the surface, floating, broad, flat, capturing light. Their petioles, leaf stalks are long, flexible, rising and falling with water level, always keeping leaves afloat, always tracking the surface. The stems have erenchyma, air channels, hollow tubes running from leaf to root. Oxygen diffuses down, roots in mud, oxygen poor. The plant makes its own supply line, its own distribution network, independent, self-sufficient, perfectly adapted, perfectly placed. Epiphytes in rainforests live in canopy, on branches, never touching ground. They catch rain, fog, in their leaves, in tanks formed by rosettes. Some bromeliads hold liters, tiny ponds in the trees. Frogs breed there, insects live there, entire ecosystems in one plant. The epiphyte roots are sparse for attachment, not absorption. They absorb through leaves, through special scales, trichomes, pulling water from air, from rain, from fog, living on almost nothing, on moisture, on whatever washes down the trunk, nutrients from decomposing leaves, from dust, from rain, making do, surviving, thriving, in air, in light, in the canopy where light is, where most of the life is, up high, far, away, everything far away now, body distant, room distant, self, almost gone. Succulents store water in leaves, stems, roots, thick cuticles prevent loss, low surface to volume ratios, round, thick, minimal exposure. They can shrink, shriveling during drought, then swell with rain, resurrection. The leaf skin is waxy, waterproof, sometimes white, reflecting light, reducing heat, reducing water loss. Every adaptation layered, compounding, creating organisms that survive impossible conditions, that wait impossible times, that persist impossibly long, through chemistry, through form, through patience, through stubborn persistence against entropy, against desiccation, against death. Waiting, always waiting, for rain, for relief, for the moment to grow, to flower, to seed, then wait again, cycle repeating, patient, endless, like breath. In, out, barely. There. C3 photosynthesis is original, standard, used by most plants. Carbon dioxide diffuses into leaf. Through stomata, enzyme Rubisco fixes it, attaches it to a 5-carbon molecule, creating 2 3-carbon molecules, hence C3. The 3-carbon compound is processed, becomes sugar, becomes structure, becomes energy, becomes life. But Rubisco is ancient, evolved when atmosphere had more carbon dioxide, less oxygen. It sometimes grabs oxygen instead. Photorespiration, wasteful, producing toxic compounds, consuming energy, lowering efficiency, especially when hot, when stomata close to conserve water, when oxygen builds up inside the leaf. Rubisco confused, inefficient, making mistakes. C4 plants evolved a solution. Corn, sugarcane, sorghum, tropical grasses. They use a different enzyme first, PEP carboxylase, which has high affinity for carbon dioxide, doesn't grab oxygen. It fixes carbon in outer mesophyll cells, creating 4-carbon compounds, hence C4. These compounds are shuttled to inner bundle sheath cells, where they release carbon dioxide, concentrating it around Rubisco. So Rubisco works efficiently, no photorespiration, no waste, more efficient, especially when hot, dry, bright. C4 plants dominate tropics, grasslands, savannas. They evolved independently dozens of times. Convergent evolution. Same solution, same problem, different lineages. Proof that evolution finds optimal solutions, repeatedly, inevitably, given need, given time, given death culling the inefficient, given only the best, surviving, continuing, persisting. Cam plants took it further. Temporal separation, night and day, storing and processing on cacti, agave, pineapple. They opened stomata only at night, cool, humid, low evaporation. They store carbon dioxide as malic acid in vacuoles. Then during day, stomata sealed, they process the stored carbon, photosynthesize without losing water, without opening to the dry, hot, deadly day. Most efficient, most water conservative, but also slowest, lowest growth rates. But in deserts, slow is enough, slow survives, fast dies. Patience wins, always, eventually. Everything's slow now. Thoughts, barely forming. Photosynthesis chemistry is elegant. Light hits chlorophyll, excites electrons. Those electrons flow through electron transport chains, protein complexes in thylakoid membranes, creating a proton gradient, potential energy, which drives ATP synthesis and reduces NADP+ to NADPH, energy and reducing power, then used in Calvin cycle to fix carbon dioxide to make sugar from air and light and water, making something from almost nothing, making food from sunlight, making life from simplicity, elegance, beauty. Chemistry so perfect, so fundamental, that it remade the world, filled the atmosphere with oxygen, enabled animals, enabled us, enabled consciousness itself, maybe, arguably. Without photosynthesis, no complexity, no thought, no anything. Chlorophyll is green, absorbs red and blue, reflects green, but there are variants. Chlorophyll A and B in plants, slightly different absorption peaks, capturing more spectrum, more light, more energy, together, cooperating. Even molecules cooperate. Everything connected. Bacteria have different chlorophylls, absorbing infrared, near-infrared, wavelengths plants ignore. Every wavelength used, somewhere, by something. Nothing wasted in evolution. Every opportunity exploited, every niche filled, every photon caught eventually by something hungry for energy, for life, for continuation. Your body hungry for nothing now, sated, complete, just resting, just being. Plant respiration mirrors animal respiration. Mitochondria burning sugars, consuming oxygen, producing carbon dioxide, water, and ATP, energy. It happens constantly in all living cells, day and night, but we only notice photosynthesis, the building, not the burning, not the constant maintenance. The energy cost of living, of maintaining order against entropy, every cell respiring, thump, thump, tiny fires, controlled combustion, harvesting energy, keeping the cell alive, active, ready, but slower now, in dormancy, in cold, in night. Respiration slows, life slows, but never stops, never completely, just dims, softens, waits. Carbon storage in plants is massive. Forests hold more carbon than atmosphere, locked in wood, in roots, in soil, organic matter, slowly decaying, slowly releasing, but accumulating faster than releasing. Usually, hopefully, trees are carbon sinks, growing. They pull carbon dioxide from air, convert it to cellulose, lignin, structure, standing for decades, centuries, holding that carbon out of atmosphere, cooling climate, stabilizing systems. Then they die, decay, releasing slowly, or burning, releasing fast. The balance matters. Forests growing faster than dying, carbon sinking, forests shrinking, dying faster than growing, carbon sourcing, climate warming, feedback loops, positive, negative, tipping points, thresholds, crossed or not, depending on us, on choices, on time, running out. But tonight we just drift. We don't worry, we just observe, witness, accept everything as it is, was, will be, floating above concern, above fear, above thought. Plants regulate climate, not just carbon. They transpire, releasing water. Forests make rain, evapotranspiration, water vapor rising, forming clouds, returning as rain. The Amazon generates half its own rainfall, a machine, green machine, powered by sun, cycling water, stabilizing climate, regional and global. Remove the forest, rainfall declines, drought increases, feedback, positive feedback, degradation accelerating. But we're not thinking about that now, just observing, acknowledging, then releasing, letting it go. Like everything, like waking, like self, letting it all go, drift, soften into darkness, into acceptance, into sleep. Ancient plants oxygenated earth, cyanobacteria first, technically not plants, but photosynthetic. They filled the ocean with oxygen, then atmosphere. Over billions of years. Great oxygenation event. 2.4 billion years ago. Oxygen rose. Iron rusted. The ocean turned red. The sky turned blue. Everything changed. Oxygen was toxic to anaerobic life, mass extinction, but also opportunity. Oxygen enables complex metabolism, more energy, more possibilities, more life. Plants, when they evolved, continued the work, filling atmosphere, maintaining it. 21% oxygen, held steady by photosynthesis and respiration, balancing, breathing, the planet breathing, through plants, through algae, through forests, through green, every leaf a lung, every forest breathing, and we breathe with them, in, out, softer, quieter, barely, there, everything barely there, thoughts, thin, transparent. The first land plants were tiny, bryophytes, mosses, liverworts, hornworts, small, low, hugging substrate, still tied to water, needing it for reproduction, sperm swimming, fragile. But they started soil formation, broke down rock, held water, created conditions for larger plants, pioneers in deep time. Over 400 million years ago, Ordovician, Silurian, world unrecognizable, continents different, no animals on land, just plants, then millipedes, then, gradually, everything else, following the green, following the food, following the energy, following the transformation plants began. Ferns came next, with vascular tissue, xylem and phloem, tubes for water, for nutrients, allowing height, allowing complexity. The Carboniferous period, fern forests, giant club mosses, horsetails tall as trees, the first forests, Earth's first experiment with wood, with height, with canopy, insects diversified, dragonflies huge, oxygen high, carbon dioxide dropping, absorbed by plants, buried as coal, as oil, as gas, locked underground for hundreds of millions of years, until us, until we dug it up, burned it, released it, returned ancient carbon to atmosphere in centuries instead of millions of years, fast forwarding, reversing, the work of ancient plants. But tonight we're just observing, just knowing, just drifting past guilt, past fear, past everything except this breath, this darkness, this letting go. Gymnosperms evolved seeds, conifers, cycads, ginkgos, Mesozoic dominance, feeding dinosaurs, surviving the catastrophe that killed them. Conifers in boreal forests, still dominant, still successful. Taiga circling the Arctic, largest biome, storing carbon, making oxygen, standing patient, slow growing, cold adapted, perfect, unchanged for millions of years. Why change what works? Why rush when patience succeeds? When slow is selected? When careful persistence outlasts everything else? Angiosperms, flowering plants, exploded onto scene. Cretaceous period, roughly 100 million years ago, diversifying rapidly, partnering with pollinators, with dispersers, filling niches, creating niches, outcompeting gymnosperms in many environments, or coexisting, complementing, complicating. Today, 90% of plant species are angiosperms, flowers, everywhere, dominating, adapting, speciating, still, continuously. Some evolved into trees, some stayed herbaceous, some became parasites, carnivores, epiphytes, succulents, aquatics. Every strategy, every possibility, explored, tested, kept if it works, discarded if it fails. Evolution's great experiment, ongoing, endless, patient, creative, blind, but finding ways, always, ways, drifting through deep time now, through evolution's slow currents, through extinction events and radiations, through ice ages and hot houses, through the patient turning of ecosystems, like your body cycling through sleep stages, through REM and deep wave, through restoration and consolidation, everything cycling, nothing static, everything flowing, like the ancient rivers, carving canyons, grain by grain, drop by drop, inexorable, patient, unstoppable. Time's slow hand shaping everything, including this moment, this breath, this soft descent into deeper, deeper depths. Plant fossils rare, soft tissue decays quickly, but sometimes preserved. Burgess Shale, Green River Formation, permineralization, cell by cell, replaced with silica, calcite, exquisite detail, structure preserved, even cells visible, even cellular content sometimes, petrified wood, forest turned stone, trees you can touch, ancient but present, past made physical, time made touchable. Walking through petrified forests feels like visiting graves, like visiting monuments, like touching deep time, feeling the weight of millions of years, pressing down, down, like your body pressing into mattress. Held, supported, surrendered. Everything surrendered now. Everything. Given over, released. Humans domesticated plants 10,000 years ago. Roughly. Neolithic revolution. Wild grasses became wheat, rice, barley, corn. Wild aurochs became cattle. Wild wolves became dogs, and wild plants became crops, became gardens, became civilization. We selected, saved seeds from the best, largest, sweetest, most productive, generation by generation, changing them, evolving them, artificial selection, domestication, coevolution. We shaped plants, plants shaped us, agriculture enabled cities, specialization, writing, art, philosophy, science, everything human culture rests on foundation of grass seeds, of wheat, of rice, of agriculture, of partnership with plants, dependent, absolutely, completely dependent. Wild plants differ from cultivated, smaller fruits, bitter seeds, hard pods, more defensive chemicals, more survival traits, less productivity, domesticated plants, pampered, protected, bred for yield, for sweetness, for size. Many can't survive without us. Corn can't disperse its own seeds, needs humans to shell, to plant, totally dependent, totally changed, barely recognizable compared to teosint, its wild ancestor. Different species almost, definitely different, shaped by human hands, by human hunger, by human will, across millennia, across countless generations, both plants and humans, changing together, growing together, bound together, until separation means death for both, maybe, probably, everything bound, everything connected, body bound to bed, mind bound to sleep, self bound to nothing, drifting free, finally, completely. Plants grow in space, experiments, International Space Station, veggie chamber, red and blue LEDs, no soil, roots in air, misted, aeroponics. They grow, mostly normally, sometimes confused, gravity sensors confused, roots growing randomly, stems confused, seeking down that doesn't exist, but they adapt, they photosynthesize, they flower, they seed. Life persists, even in orbit, even in void, even without Earth, almost, with support, with help, with care, but persisting, proving that life is stubborn, adaptable, persistent, harder to kill than to nurture, clinging to existence, reaching toward light, toward life, toward continuation, always, automatically, inevitably. Astronauts eating lettuce grown in space, fresh food, green leaves in metal station, psychological benefit enormous, moral, hope, green growing things, in the void, in the darkness, reminder of Earth, of home, of life, of continuation, of gardens, of forests, of the green world turning below, while they float weightless above, growing, eating, surviving, together, plant and human, even there, even in impossible places, partnership continuing, bond unbroken, unbreakable, as long as there's light, water, air, care, life finds a way, or we help it, we partner, we continue, together, always, together. Colours in plants from pigments, chemicals absorbing certain wavelengths, reflecting others. Chlorophyll reflects green, absorbs red and blue. Carotenoids absorb blue-green, reflect yellow, orange. Anthocyanins absorb green, yellow, reflect red, purple, blue, depending on pH, on cellular conditions, on genetics. Combinations create infinite variations. Every shade, every hue, every colour we see in gardens, in forests, in fields. All chemistry, all light absorbed and reflected, all physics and biology, dancing together, creating beauty as byproduct, as accident, as side effect of survival, of attraction, of function, beauty without intent, beauty automatic, beauty inevitable when evolution meets light, meets life, meets time, meets everything, softening, blending, becoming, indistinct. Full colours a revelation, chlorophyll breaks down, green fades, reveals what was always there, hidden beneath. Carotenoids, yellows and oranges, present all summer, masked by chlorophyll, now visible. Anthocyanins, reds and purples, produced in autumn, as chlorophyll degrades, protecting, absorbing excess light, preventing damage during senescence, during shutdown, during preparation for winter, for dormancy, for death, of leaves, not tree. Tree survives, sleeps, waits for spring, patient, certain, knowing that cycles continue, that winter ends, that green returns, always, eventually, if the tree survives, if conditions allow, if time permits. Your time now for sleep, for rest, for letting go of green, of colour, of seeing, of thinking, everything fading, like autumn, like chlorophyll degrading, revealing underneath simplicity, darkness, peace, acceptance, release, the leaf falling, spiralling, landing soft on soil, on other leaves, on the forest floor, decomposing, feeding fungi, feeding soil, feeding roots, feeding the tree that dropped it. Circle completing, cycle continuing, and nothing wasted, everything returned, everything transformed, everything continuing in new forms, in new life, in spring, eventually. But now, winter, now, dormancy, now, rest, deep rest, complete rest, total, absolute surrender to darkness, to quiet, to the soft earth holding everything, holding you, heavy, heavier, heaviest, gone, almost gone. Anthocyanins appear in leaves, in flowers, in fruits, pH sensitive, red in acidic conditions, purple in neutral, blue in alkaline, same molecule, different colours, depending on environment, on chemistry. Hydrangeas demonstrate this. Blue in acidic soil, pink in alkaline, same plant, different colours, changeable, responsive, interactive with soil, with water, with minerals. Everything connected, chemistry flowing between organisms, between soil and plant, between plant and rain, between rain and air, between everything, cycling, exchanging, balancing, slowly, patiently, perfectly, over time, over scales we barely perceive, barely understand, barely care about now. Because sleep, because rest, because letting go. Feel yourself letting go, muscles forgotten, breath automatic, heart beating, thump, thump, distant. Someone else's heart, someone else's body, not yours, not really, just observed, witnessed, from far, from outside, from above, from nowhere. Anthocyanins in fruits attract animals, red berries, purple grapes, blue, blueberries, colour signals ripeness, signals sugar, signals reward, come, eat, take my seeds, plant my offspring. The plant feeds you, you plant the plant, ancient contract, unspoken, unwritten, just chemistry, just colour, just survival, finding partnership, finding success, finding continuation through cooperation, through mutual benefit, through times-long experiment, testing, finding what works, keeping it, repeating it, forever, endlessly, patiently. Plants store information, not consciously, but through changes, through adaptations, through responses that persist. Priming, they call it, stressed plants producing offspring more resistant, without genetic change, just expression, just which genes are read, how often, how strongly, epigenetic inheritance, soft, temporary, but real, effective. The plant remembers, the offspring remember, for a while, for a generation or two, then fading, unless stress continues, unless selection maintains, unless necessity demands. Your body remembers how to sleep, how to breathe, how to let go. Muscle memory, cellular memory, ancient memory written in brainstem, in cerebellum, in genes older than humans, older than mammals, older than everything except life itself. Just sleeping, just resting, just continuing. The body knows, the body does. You don't need to. You can just drift, trust, release. Communication in plants fascinates researchers, challenges assumptions. What is communication? What is intelligence? What qualifies as sensing, as responding, as remembering? Plants have no neurons, no brains, but they process information. They respond appropriately. They learn after a fashion. They're alive, unquestionably. But are they aware? Probably not. Probably just chemistry, just reaction, just complex systems behaving complexly. But the line blurs, the definitions soften. What is intelligence? What is awareness? Questions, drifting, like thoughts, softening, becoming, irrelevant, unimportant, distant. Someone else's questions, someone else's problems, not yours, not now. Now you're just being, just breathing, just sinking deeper, deeper into questions without answers, into darkness without light, into sleep without dreams, maybe, hopefully, just void, just peace. Hormones in plants coordinate growth, development, responses, auxins, gibberellins, cytokinins, ethylene, abscisic acid. Each has roles, multiple roles, overlapping, interacting. A hormone surge here, a concentration gradient there, cells responding, growing, dying, changing, differentiating. Everything choreographed by chemistry, by concentration, by time, by location. The plant has no conductor, no coordinator, just distributed processing, local decisions, local responses, creating global pattern, creating organism, creating life from rules, simple rules applied consistently, patiently, everywhere, everywhen. No thought needed, no intention, just chemistry, obeying laws, physical laws, chemical laws, thermodynamic laws, inevitable, automatic, perfect. Your body the same, hormones flooding, melatonin rising, cortisol dropping, adenosine accumulating, GABA opening channels, neurons quieting, activity decreasing, consciousness dimming. No thought needed, no intention, just physiology, just chemistry, just inevitable descent into sleep, into rest, into restoration. Trust it. Trust the process. Trust the billions of years of evolution, refining, perfecting, the art of rest, the necessity of sleep, the cycle of waking and sleeping, day and night, activity and rest, catabolism and anabolism, everything balanced, everything cycling, everything perfect. Auxins accumulate on shaded side, making cells grow longer, bending stem toward light, phototropism. Beautiful word, beautiful process. Light shining from one side, plant bending toward it, reaching, seeking, finding. No eyes needed, no brain, just photoreceptors, just auxin, just growth responding appropriately, effectively, elegantly. Life is elegant when you look closely, when you see the mechanism, the simplicity underlying complexity, the simple rules creating infinite variation, infinite beauty, infinite diversity, like dreams, simple elements, recombining, creating stories, creating experiences, creating worlds from nothing, from neurons firing, from chemistry, from randomness shaped by memory, shaped by meaning, shaped by nothing, everything, both. Gravitropism, growing with or against gravity. Stems up, roots down. How do they know? Statocytes, cells containing statoliths, dense starch grains settling, falling, pulled by gravity. The cell senses their position, responds, redistributes auxin, changes growth, bends, corrects, finds vertical, automatically, constantly, always, like your sense of balance, otolithic organs, calcium carbonate crystals, floating in fluid, pulled by gravity, bent by acceleration, hair cells sensing, reporting to brain, brain correcting, maintaining balance, maintaining upright, standing, walking, living in gravity, shaped by gravity, defined by gravity, like plants, like everything on earth, shaped by, pulled by, defined by, that constant, that inevitable, that inescapable force, pulling everything down, 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 into earth, into ground, into rest, into sleep. Let gravity have you now, completely holding you, pressing you into softness, into support, into surrender, thigmotropism, growing in response to touch, tendrils wrapping around supports, stems thickening where touched by wind. Mechanical stimulation changes gene expression, produces different proteins, stronger, tougher, adapted. The plant feels in its way, senses pressure, senses touch, responds appropriately, effectively. No nervous system, no pain, but sensation, information, response. Is it so different? Pressure bending a hair, opening a channel, ions flowing, signal propagating, cell responding. Neuron or plant cell, mechanism differs, but principle similar, maybe, analogous. Life-solving problems, finding solutions, using available materials, available physics, available chemistry, creating sensation, creating response, creating life, adaptive life, responsive life, life that persists because it senses, because it responds, because it adapts. Rapid plant movements astound. Venus flytrap snapping, 1/10 of a second, faster than most muscles. Mimosa leaves folding in seconds. Sundew tentacles curling in minutes, hours, all without muscles, without neurons, just hydraulics, just osmosis, just cell pressure changing, turgor pressure, water flowing in or out, Cells swelling or shrinking, your structures bending and moving, acting, you're looking alive, looking conscious, looking intentional, but probably just mechanism, just response, just chemistry in motion, physics in action, life doing what life does, persisting, responding, surviving, without thought, without awareness, without anything we'd recognize as experience, as consciousness, as de-being, maybe, probably. But who knows? Who can say what it's like to be a plant, to be a fly trap, to be anything other than yourself, and even yourself, even that, uncertain, vague, especially now, especially drifting, especially almost gone. Carnivorous plants evolved multiple times, independently. Different families, different continents, different mechanisms, but same solution, same problem. Nutrient-poor environments, especially nitrogen, especially phosphorus. So, catch animals, digest them, absorb them, supplement photosynthesis with predation, with carnivory, with death, feeding life, always, death feeding life, decay feeding growth, endings enabling beginnings, everywhere, always, eternally, nothing wasted, everything recycled, everything used, everything transformed, but never destroyed, never truly lost, just changed, rearranged, recycled through the system, the great cycle, the great flow of energy, of matter, of life, through time, through space, through the endless, patient, perfect transformation of everything into everything else, continuously, beautifully, perfectly. Venus flytrap counting, remembering. 5 triggers before digestive enzymes, efficiency, economy, precision. No brain, but computation, processing, decision-making, appropriate response. The trap is expensive, energetically. Only close for real prey. Only digest what's worth digesting. The plant decides, in its way, without thinking, without knowing, just responding appropriately, effectively, successfully. Success written in descendants, in survival, in continuation. Failures died, deleted, forgotten. Only successes remain, only we remain. Only what works, works. Tautology, but true. Survivors survive because they survive because they survive because they have traits that lead to survival. Circular, obvious, but profound, but beautiful. But the only truth in biology, in evolution, in life, just work, just persist, just continue. Everything else is commentary or is detail, is just decoration. The core is give, survive, reproduce, repeat, endlessly, patiently, successfully, or die and be forgotten, become fossil, become history, become nothing but soil, but carbon, but air recycled into new life, new attempts, new experiments in living. Everything an experiment, every organism, every trait, every behavior, tested by reality, by survival, by reproduction, by time, keeping what works, discarding what doesn't, slowly, patiently, across millions of years, billions of years since the beginning, since the first replicator, the first molecule that could copy itself, could make more, could begin the great experiment of life on Earth, and maybe elsewhere, maybe everywhere. Maybe life is inevitable, given time, given chemistry, given energy flowing, given the universe itself, creating pockets of order, of complexity, of life, temporarily, locally, fighting entropy, building structure, creating beauty, meaning, consciousness, thought, until eventually, inevitably, thermodynamics wins, entropy wins, everything decays, everything ends, everything returns to uniformity, to equilibrium, to heat death, to silence. But not yet, not tonight. Tonight we just rest, we just sleep, we just exist in this moment, this breathing moment, this soft darkness, this perfect peace. Pitcher plants trap, drown, dissolve. Pools of digestive fluid, enzymes, acids, bacteria helping, symbiosis even in digestion, even in death. The insect falls, struggles, drowns, decomposes, absorbed, becoming, plant, carbon from air, from insect, from death, built into leaf, into root, into flower, into seed, everything connected, everything flowing, prey becoming predator, coming prey, cycles within cycles, loops within loops, everything eating, everything eaten, everything participating in the great recycling, the great transformation, the great flow. Some pitcher plants specialize, rat eating, bat roosting. Some pitchers are toilets for tree shrews. The animal defecates, the plant absorbs, fertilized, mutual benefit, partnership, stranger than fiction, stranger than imagination. Evolution explores every possibility, every advantage, every opportunity. Nothing is too strange, too complex, too unlikely. If it works, if it survives, if it propagates, then it stays, then it spreads, then it becomes normal, becomes nature, becomes what we find when we look, when we study, when we witness the endless creativity, the blind ingenuity of evolution, of life, of adaptation across time. Carnivorous plants convergent, proof that evolution finds solutions repeatedly, similar problems, similar solutions, but different mechanisms, different details, different histories, flypaper traps, snap traps, pitfall traps, bladder traps, lobster pot traps, different, but same purpose, same function, same success, convergence, parallel evolution, life finding optimal solutions across time, across space, independently, necessarily, inevitably. Given problem, given time, solutions emerge, multiply, spread. Same equations, same constraints, same physics, chemistry, biology. Similar solutions, inevitable, beautiful, proof of order underlying chaos, pattern underlying randomness, necessity underlying contingency, everything balanced, everything inevitable and accidental, both, always, both. Parasitic plants steal, dodder, mistletoe, broom rape, Indian pipe. They penetrate hosts, tap vascular systems, steal water, sugars, nutrients. Some have leaves, some chlorophyll, hemiparasites, stealing but also making. Some have nothing, hollow parasites, total dependence, total theft. And they thrive, they spread, they succeed. Because cooperation isn't the only strategy, because theft works too, because parasitism is viable, is successful, is amoral. Evolution has no morals, no ethics, no values, just what works, what persists, what survives. Parasites survive by harming hosts, by stealing, by depending, and that's fine. That's natural. That's life. Complex. Messy. Neither good nor bad. Just existing. Persisting. Continuing. Like everything. Like us. Like consciousness. Neither good nor bad. Just happening. Just being. Just fading now. Softer. Quieter. Less. And less. And less. Mycoheterotrophs, ghost pipes, Indian pipes, coral root orchids, pale, waxy, eerie, no chlorophyll. They parasitize fungi, which parasitize, or partner, with trees. Layers of dependency, networks of exchange, exploitation, cooperation, blurred lines, unclear boundaries. Who benefits? Who loses? Who's the host? Who's the parasite? Sometimes unclear, sometimes changing, sometimes both, neither, depending on conditions, on time, on your perspective. Everything complex, everything interconnected, everything muddled, blurred, soft, like thoughts, like consciousness, between states, between categories, between being and not being, between wake and sleep, between self and not self, boundaries dissolving, categories collapsing, everything becoming vague, soft, quiet, nothing. Mycorrhizal networks. We return, always returning, to networks, to connections, to threads, underground, invisible, essential. Most plants partnered, most trees connected, sharing, trading, carbon for minerals, sugars for phosphorus, nitrogen, water, mutual benefit, usually, mostly, sometimes, parasitism, sometimes saprophytism, fungi eating dead plants, sometimes unclear, sometimes all three, depending on season, on need, on availability, everything fluid, everything negotiable, everything contingent, like relationships, like ecosystems, like everything in life, nothing fixed, nothing certain, nothing guaranteed, just flow, just change, just adaptation, continuous, endless, exhausting, unless you stop, unless you rest, unless you surrender to the flow, to the change, to the inevitable transformation of everything, including you, including thought, including wakefulness, into sleep, into dreams, into nothing, peaceful nothing, restful nothing, perfect nothing, wood wide web, poetic name, accurate name, forest floor threaded, woven, connected, communication, resource sharing, kin recognition, mother trees feeding offspring, keeping them alive, in shade, in competition, giving more to their own. How do they know? How do they recognize chemistry, unique chemical signatures, or just proximity? Unclear, debated, researched, but the phenomenon real, documented, measured, trees connected, trees sharing, trees surviving better together than alone. Cooperation, competition, both balanced, optimized by evolution, by time, by success measured in survival, in offspring, into continuation, your brain connected, neurons firing, patterns propagating, networks activating, then quieting, then releasing, consciousness emerging from connection, from communication, from neurons sharing signals, patterns creating experience, creating thought, creating self, maybe, probably, most likely, and now, consciousness fading as signals quiet, as patterns dissolve, as network rests, as connection softens, breaks, temporary disconnection, temporary silence, temporary death of waking cell, a birth of sleeping cell, transformation, every night, every sleep, dying and living, living and dying, repeatedly, until the final time, the final sleep, but not yet, not tonight, tonight, just sleeping, just resting, just temporarily gone. Allelopathy, chemical warfare, we mentioned, black walnut, eucalyptus, sunflower, sage, releasing compounds, toxic to competitors, clearing space, reducing competition, evolution of cruelty, evolution of selfishness, because it works, because being nice gets you outcompeted, gets you killed, gets your genes deleted, but cooperation also works, also persists, also succeeds. Balance, always balance, too cooperative, exploited, too competitive, exhausted. Optimal strategy somewhere between selfishness and altruism, between war and peace, between competition and cooperation. Life finding balance, evolution finding balance, across species, across individuals, across genes, all balancing, all optimizing, all surviving, succeeding, continuing, or dying, failing, ending, selection choosing, blindly, necessarily, perfectly. What works, works. Everything else doesn't. Softer now, barely thinking, barely forming sentences, just fragments, just impressions, drifting, like pollen, like seeds, like thoughts on wind, going, gone. Defense chemicals, secondary metabolites, alkaloids, terpenoids, phenolics, flavonoids, tannins, thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, different compounds, different plants, different purposes, different targets, insects, fungi, bacteria, herbivores, competitors, different mechanisms, different effects, neurotoxins, digestive inhibitors, metabolic disruptors, cellular toxins, immune triggers, everything tested, everything refined, everything optimized across millions of years of evolution, of arms races, of predator and prey, of plant and herbivore, evolving together, adapting together, escalating together. Plants making toxins, herbivores evolving resistance, plants making new toxins, herbivores adapting, endless, exhausting, driving diversity, driving evolution, driving everything, life competing, cooperating, continuing, always, somehow, continuing, toxic plants, beautiful and deadly, poison dart frogs sequester plant toxins, become toxic themselves, warning colours, aposematism, don't eat me, I'm poisonous, learned from plants, stolen from plants, plants making poisons, animals stealing poisons, everything connected, everything flowing, toxins from soil to plant to insect to frog to ecosystem, cycling, transforming, repurposed, reused, everything in nature used, reused, recycled, nothing wasted, everything opportunity for someone, something, some species, exploiting, adapting, surviving, succeeding. Life finds a way, always, eventually, given time, given death of failures, given survival of survivors, tautology but true, beautiful but cold, indifferent, perfect but immoral. Life is what life is, continuing, persisting, surviving, nothing more, nothing less, just being, like you, like us, like everything, just being, breathing, existing, for now, for this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, thump, thump, softer, slower, almost, still, medicinal plants, aspirins from willows, digitalis from foxglove, quinine from cinchona, taxol from yew, morphine from poppy, drugs, medicines, cures, poisons, depending on dose, on use, on intention. Same compounds, different contexts, different outcomes. Plants don't make them for us. Make them for themselves, for defense, for survival. We just borrow, steal, repurpose, test, carefully, scientifically, medically. Some work, some kill, some cure, some harm. We learn, slowly, carefully, testing, always testing. Sometimes failing, sometimes succeeding. Medicine advances, plant by plant, compound by compound, trial by trial. Success built on failure, knowledge built on death, progress built on our sacrifice, necessary, regrettable, inevitable. Everything costs, everything has price, everything bought with time, with effort, with our lives. But we continue, we persist, we try, because we must, because we're alive, because living means struggling, means trying, means continuing, despite cost, despite death, despite everything, just continuing, like plants, like life, like everything, always continuing somehow, until can't anymore, until end, until sleep, eternal sleep, but not yet, not tonight. Tonight just normal sleep, just rest, just temporary absence, temporary peace, temporary silence. Psychoactive plants, sacred plants, teacher plants, some call them Lopophora, ayahuasca, psilocybin, cannabis, altering consciousness, creating visions, creating experiences, creating meaning, sometimes clarity, sometimes confusion, sometimes healing, sometimes harm, powerful, dangerous, sacred, profane. All of it, depending on context, on use, on culture, on individual. Plants offering doorways into what? Into mind, into altered states, into something. What is consciousness? What is reality? What is self? Questions ancient, questions eternal, questions unanswerable, maybe, probably. Questions we ask anyway, questions we explore, using plants, using chemistry, using experience, seeking answers, seeking meaning, seeking understanding of this strange, unlikely, temporary condition of being awake, aware, conscious, alive, here, now, briefly, so briefly, before returning to nothing, to absence, to the eternal, before we were born, and after we die, the nothing, the void, the peace of non-being, not scary, not sad, just neutral, just absent, just nothing at all, like sleep, like dreamless sleep, like where you are now, drifting, dissolving, becoming nothing, softly, gently, perfectly, nothing. Plant alkaloids, nitrogen rings, complex molecules, expensive to make, worth it, for protection, for survival. Caffeine paralyzing insects, stimulating humans, same molecule, different species, different effects, different nervous systems, different receptors, different outcomes, everything contextual, everything relational, nothing absolute, nothing isolated, everything connected to everything, meaning emerging from relationship, from context, from connection. Disconnect and meaning dissolves. Disconnect and you're just chemicals, just atoms, just quantum foam, fluctuating, appearing, disappearing, meaning created by connection, by pattern, by relationship, by awareness, perhaps, maybe, consciousness, creating meaning, observing, creating reality, or just chemistry, just determinism, just atoms following laws, appearing conscious, appearing meaningful, but really just mechanical, automated, determined, inevitable. Who knows? Who can say? Questions without answers. Questions creating anxiety. Better to just let go. Just accept. Just surrender to mystery, to not knowing, to sleep, where questions dissolve, where seeking stops, where everything rests. Plant immune systems, pattern recognition, hypersensitive response, systemic acquired resistance, sophisticated, effective, adaptive, no antibodies, no lymphocytes, but recognition, but memory, but adaptation, different mechanism, same function, same purpose, survival, convergent evolution of immunity, plants and animals solving same problem, different ways, both working, both successful, both sufficient. Life finds solutions, many solutions, different solutions, all working, all sufficient, none perfect, nothing perfect, everything just good enough, adequate, functional, surviving, continuing. That's all. That's enough. Good enough to survive, to reproduce, to continue. No perfection needed, no optimization required, just adequacy, just functioning, just being, barely being sometimes, struggling sometimes, but continuing, persisting, like you, like us, not perfect, barely adequate, but here, still continuing, still breathing, barely, softly, slowly, almost, not. Wound responses, rapid, dramatic, calcium flooding, signals propagating, genes activating, healing beginning, all automatic, all unconscious, all us, mechanistic. No thought, no feeling, no suffering. Probably, hopefully, just response, just chemistry, just mechanism. Beautiful mechanism, elegant mechanism, but just mechanism. Or maybe not just. Maybe mechanism is enough. Maybe mechanism is everything. Maybe consciousness is mechanism too, emerging from complexity, from connection, from organization, of simple parts, following simple rules, creating experience, creating awareness, creating this, whatever this is, this experiencing, this knowing, this being, here, now, fading, forgetting, dissolving into mechanism, into chemistry, into sleep, where experience stops, where knowing ceases, where being becomes not being, temporarily, nightly, naturally, normally, safely, just sleeping, just resting, just letting mechanism run, without supervision, without awareness, without you. You can go now, you can rest, you can dissolve. The body continue, the heart beats, the lungs breathe, the brain processes, repairs, consolidates, all without you, all automatically, all perfectly. You're not needed. You can rest, you can go, wherever you go, in sleep, in dreams, in nothing. Just go. It's safe, it's natural, it's to time. Regeneration in plants, remarkable, from cuttings, from fragments, from cells, to tipotency, every cell remembering how to be everything, how to make everything, just needs signal, needs condition, needs trigger, then to tipotency, stem cells, undifferentiated, becoming root, becoming shoot, becoming leaf, becoming flower, becoming whole plant, from fragment, complete from incomplete, whole from part, impossible, but happening, but real, but natural, evolution maintaining, flexibility, adaptability, insurance against damage, against loss, against death, life ensuring continuation, ensuring survival, ensuring that even breaking, even fragmenting, even nearly dying can become opportunity, can become rebirth, can become a continuation. Nothing wasted, everything opportunity, everything transformed into continuation, into survival, into life, persisting, adapting, continuing, always, somehow, always, cloning, single organism reproduction, runners, rhizomes, bulbs, fragments, fast, easy, certain, offspring guaranteed, genes preserved, exactly, perfectly, but dangerous too, no diversity, no adaptation, no evolution, all clones vulnerable to same disease, same pest, same change, no flexibility, no resilience, just sameness. Successful until conditions change, then catastrophe, then mass death, then extinction, maybe. So plants balance, reproductive and clonal, diversity and certainty, adaptation and preservation, never all one, never all other, always both, balanced, optimized by evolution, by time, by death of strategies that failed, by survival of strategies that worked. Always balance, always optimization, always what works, works, what doesn't, doesn't. Simple, obvious, profound, true, gamete fusion, costly, difficult, uncertain, but diversity, adaptation, evolution, enabled, offspring different, varied, some better, some worse, some adapted, some not. Selection chooses, population evolves, species adapts, survives, continues, worth the cost, worth the effort, worth the gamble, because conditions change, because climate shifts, because nothing stays same. Change is constant, only constant. So adaptation necessary, so diversity essential, so gamete fusion, despite cost, despite difficulty, despite uncertainty. Worth it, necessary, essential. Life persisting through diversity, through adaptation, through change embraced, change anticipated, change survived, generation after generation, extinction after extinction, species rising, species falling, but life continuing, always life, continuing, transforming, adapting, surviving, beautifully, necessarily, inevitably, until entropy, until heat death, until the end of everything. But not tonight, not tonight. Tonight we just rest. We just sleep. We just exist in this temporary, brief, beautiful moment of being, of breathing, of softness, descending, dissolving, becoming. Nothing special, nothing unusual, just sleeping, just biological organism, resting, repairing, continuing, survival, through rest, through sleep, through this darkness, this peace, this perfect nothing, pollination, fertilization, double fertilization, unique to angiosperms, flowering plants, one sperm, egg, embryo, other sperm, polar nuclei, endosperm, food for embryo, efficient, elegant, complex, ensuring nourishment, ensuring survival, ensuring continuation. Every flower a factory, every seed a capsule, containing embryo, food, coat, protection, everything needed, packaged, waiting for right moment, right condition, right trigger, then germination, then growth, then flower, then seed, then cycle continues, repeats, endlessly, beautifully, patiently, life's wheel turning, generations flowing, time passing, marked by flowers, by seeds, by growth, by death, by rebirth, everything cycling, nothing linear, all circles, all loops, all returning, including us, including you, returning now to sleep, to rest, to the womb, the darkness, the beginning, the end. Same place, same nothing, same peace, where we come from, where we return, every night, every sleep. Practice for the final, practice for, but not yet. Just practice, just temporary, just sleep, normal, safe, necessary, sleep, falling, fallen, coevolution, orchids and wasps, yuccas and moths, figs and wasps, partnerships so specific, so intricate, so perfect, evolved together, shaped each other, dependent, totally dependent, remove one, other dies, both die, extinction, paired, both species locked, in embrace, in partnership, in mutual survival, beautiful, tragic, risky, fragile, but successful, obviously successful, because still here, still partnered, still continuing. Evolution creates marvels and prisons, beauty and dependency, freedom and chains, all mixed, all balanced, all surviving somehow, continuing somehow, until can't anymore, until change too fast, until adaptation impossible, until death, extinction, silence. But while living, while surviving, while continuing, it's beautiful, it's remarkable, it's worth witnessing, worth experiencing, worth this moment, this awareness, this brief candle flickering in darkness, soon to extinguish. But bright now, aware now, experiencing now, this beauty, this complexity, this life, flowering, seeding, continuing, while we watch, witness, participate, briefly, so briefly, before sleeping, before dreaming, before forgetting, releasing, returning to darkness, to silence, to peace, seeds dispersing, floating, flying, exploding, eaten, carried, spread, finding ground, finding conditions, germinating or waiting. Patience, such patience, decades, centuries, millennia, waiting for moment, for moisture, for warmth, for Riyadh trigger. Then, explosion of our growth, race against time, before drought, before cold, before death, living quickly, flowering urgently, seeding desperately, then done, complete, successful or not, but trying, always trying. Life tries, always tries, never gives up, never surrenders, until death, final death, then silence, then decomposition, then recycling, back to soil, back to nutrients, back to next generation. Nothing wasted, everything reused, death feeding life, always, eternally, beautifully, life eating death, death creating life, cycle, endless cycle, wheel turning, cosmos breathing, in, out, like you, like your breath, slowing, slower, slowest, barely, there. The universe keeps turning, plants breathing quietly with the turning cosmos, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 plants' mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through plants that communicate through underground fungal networks. carnivorous plants that hunt with traps and enzymes, ancient plants that have survived unchanged for millions of years. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 reigned straight for 2 million years mysteries, looping softly, endlessly, through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the moment. Earth's skies locked into an endless rhythm of rain. How 2 million years of rainfall reshaped continents, oceans, and life itself. What the planet remembers from a world that never dried. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing, thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into reigned straight for 2 million years. 234 million years ago, in the Middle Triassic period, something shifted in Earth's atmosphere. The sky, which had cleared and clouded in natural cycles since the planet first breathed, locked into a pattern it couldn't escape. Rain began to fall and fall and fall, not for weeks, not for years, but for 2 million years without pause. Picture it now, as your breathing slows. The day the skies stopped clearing, clouds gathered over ancient Pangaea, that single supercontinent holding all Earth's land in one massive embrace. The clouds thickened, darkened, and opened, releasing rain that would outlast mountain ranges, outlast entire evolutionary branches, outlast the memory of dryness itself. This was the Carnian pluvial episode, Earth's longest uninterrupted rainfall event, a climate anomaly so profound it rewrote the rules of geology, of biology, of what a planet could become when water refused to stop falling. Let your eyelids grow heavy, heavier, as we drift back to what caused this endless deluge. Deep beneath the surface of Pangaea, volcanic systems awakened across a region called the Rangelia Large Igneous Province. Magma pushed through the crust, not in explosive bursts, but in slow, sustained flows that lasted for epochs. These eruptions released carbon dioxide, methane, water vapor, flooding the atmosphere with greenhouse gases in quantities Earth hadn't seen in hundreds of millions of years. The atmosphere warmed 1 degree, 2 degrees, 5 degrees. The warming accelerated evaporation from the vast Panthalassic Ocean, that ancient sea covering most of Earth's surface. Water vapor rose, condensed, fell, then rose again, creating a hydrological cycle pushed into overdrive. But the planet's systems couldn't balance, couldn't restore equilibrium. Evaporation could no longer keep up with the fossing rain. The cycle locked, trapped in a feedback loop where warmth bred moisture, moisture bred clouds, clouds bred rain, and rain bred more warmth. Feel yourself sinking deeper into the mattress, your body growing softer, looser, as we drift through this ancient climate lock-in event. Earth had entered a state it couldn't escape. The mechanisms that normally regulated rainfall, seasonal shifts, atmospheric circulation patterns, pressure systems that moved storms across continents, all of these jammed into a single repeating pattern. Rain, 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 without variation, without relief. The first year passed, then 10 years, then 100. The rain never stopped. Clouds became permanent residents of Earth's atmosphere, layered thick across the sky from horizon to horizon. Generation after generation of water droplets formed, fell, evaporated from warm ground, and rose to form again. The sky became a ceiling, not a window, separating Earth from the cosmos beyond. Imagine lying beneath those eternal clouds, your breath slowing, matching the rhythm of endless rainfall. Sunlight filtered through eternal storms, dimmed to a perpetual twilight. The bright noon sun became myth. Morning and evening lost distinction. Day after day arrived in shades of grey. Soft light diffused through water-heavy air, creating a world where shadows barely formed, where everything existed in gentle, unchanging dimness. The soundscape of Earth transformed completely. Before the rain, winds carried the scratch of sand, the rustle of dry vegetation, the crack of breaking stone. But now, only one sound remained, the hum of rainfall as planetary white noise, a constant patter that varied only in intensity, never in presence. Rain on rock, rain on water, rain on the broad leaves of plants that learned to live beneath the deluge. This was the dominant sound of Earth, the rhythm by which time itself seemed measured. Let that sound wash over you now. Thump, thump, your heartbeat, patter, patter. The rain that fell for 2 million years. Feel your muscles releasing, softening, as we drift deeper into this saturated world. The slow drowning of early landscapes began immediately. Pangaea's interior, once home to vast seasonal floodplains and semi-arid basins, filled with water that had nowhere to go. Rivers swelled along their banks, merging into each other, creating waterways without clear beginnings or ends. What had been a network of distinct drainage systems became a continental web of interconnected floods. Soil that had hardened under ancient suns, cracked and baked by heat, now softened, saturated, and began to flow. The ground lost its firmness. Clay particles separated. Minerals dissolved into solution. Earth's surface became a slurry of suspended sediments, constantly moving, constantly reshaping. Soil never hardened again, not for 2 million years. The planet's skin remained perpetually wet, perpetually malleable. Mountains, those ancient monuments to geological violence, began their long dissolution. How mountains eroded into memory. Rain fell on peaks that had stood for hundreds of millions of years. Water seeped into cracks, dissolved minerals, carried away fragments grain by grain. Chemical weathering accelerated under the constant moisture. Feldspars broke down into clays. Limestones dissolved into calcium-rich runoff. Even resistant granites weakened under the relentless chemical assault. Without dry periods to slow the process, erosion proceeded at rates the planet had never experienced. Rivers carved faster than tectonics could uplift new stone. Valleys deepened, widened, merged. The sharp edges of Earth's topography, knife-ridge mountains and steep escarpments, slowly rounded, smoothed, softened under the patient violence of endless water. Your breathing deepens, slows, as we drift through geological time, through the reshaping of coastlines by constant runoff. Every river on Pangaea swelled to many times its original size, carrying unprecedented loads of sediment toward the sea. Where rivers met ocean, massive deltas formed, grew, expanded outward into the shallow continental shelves. Sediments piled up without pause, layer upon layer of clay, silt, sand, building underwater platforms that would one day rise as the rain-sculpted geology of future continents. The ocean itself began to change. Oceans fed beyond their limits. Fresh water poured from every landmass, diluting the salt content of coastal waters. The changing salinity of ancient oceans created zones where marine life struggled to adapt. Surface waters, normally salty and dense, became lighter, fresher, floating atop the denser saline water below. Ocean stratification under constant freshwater input prevented the normal mixing that brought nutrients from deep water to the surface. Marine ecosystems shifted, reorganized, as species responded to diluted seas. Let your jaw unclench, your tongue rest, as we float through these ancient waters. Some marine creatures thrived in the brackish transition zones. Others adapted to stable salinity, faced extinction pressures from an ocean that no longer matched their biology. The fossil record shows turnover, replacement, the appearance of new species adapted to a wetter, stranger world. On land, life faced its own transformation. Forests adapted to permanent saturation. Plants that had evolved with seasonal dry periods, that dropped leaves to conserve water, that developed deep roots to find moisture, suddenly found themselves drowning. Their root systems, designed for occasional drought, rotted in oxygen-poor, waterlogged soil. Many species vanished, unable to breathe through roots submerged in standing water. But evolution never sleeps, even under endless rain. New plant species emerged, plants with shallow, spreading root systems that could access oxygen near the soil surface. Plants with specialized tissues that transported oxygen down to submerged roots. Ancestors of modern wetland vegetation, ferns and horsetails and cycads, spread across landscapes that have become planetary swamps. How plants evolved in non-stop transpiration, adapting to an atmosphere permanently saturated with moisture. Leaves develop waxy coatings thicker than before. Stomata, those tiny pores that release water vapor, modified their behavior to prevent oversaturation of plant tissues. Like learners to breathe underwater, to thrive in the deluge, to find opportunity where others found only drowning. Feel yourself drifting, floating on this river of information. Your body completely relaxed, completely supported, as we explore the collapse of fire on Earth. Fire, which had shaped ecosystems for hundreds of millions of years, vanished. Lightning still mattered, still cracked through the eternal storms, electrical discharges seeking ground through rain-heavy air. But the lightning that once ignited dry vegetation, that cleared old growth and recycled nutrients through flame, now struck only wet fuel that refused to burn. For 2 million years, fire disappeared as an ecological force. The planet lost the cleansing burn, the ash that enriched soil, the open spaces fire created in dense vegetation. Forests grew thick, unburned, accumulating layer upon layer of dead plant matter that composted slowly in the wet. Life without seasons of dryness meant life without fire's renewal. Ecosystems evolved in fire's absence, developing new relationships, new cycles that didn't depend on a flame. The smell of earth changed completely. The smell of earth under constant rain, that rich, mineral petrichor scent released when rain first touches dry ground, became permanent, but also strangely muted. Petrichor comes from oils released by plants during dry periods, from minerals oxidized in air, from bacteria that flourish in soil moisture cycling between wet and dry. But under endless rain, these scents diluted, washed away, replaced by the smell of minerals forever exposed to water, the green scent of constant plant growth, the subtle rot of organic matter decomposing in oxygen-poor wetlands. Your senses drifting now, smell, sound, sight, all blending into the experience of a world transformed by water. The rain that fell on Pangaea sculpted continents, constant runoff reshaping deltas, building them outward into the sea, grain by grain. The sediment load carried by rivers increased 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Particles that would have settled in lakes and floodplains during dry seasons instead flushed directly to the ocean, creating sedimentary deposits so thick, so distinctive, that geologists can identify them in rock layers worldwide today. Continental smoothing over millennia. The sharp topographic relief that makes young mountain ranges dramatic and beautiful wore down, the planet's surface slowly dissolving under chemical weathering that proceeded without rest. Acidic rainwater, carrying dissolved carbon dioxide, reacted with exposed rock, breaking chemical bonds, releasing ions into solution: calcium, magnesium, potassium, sodium, all washed from stone into rivers, into oceans, altering the chemistry of both land and sea. Clay-rich worlds emerged everywhere. As feldspars and other minerals weathered into clay, the proportion of clay and soil increased dramatically. Thick, sticky, impermeable clay layers formed across vast regions. These clays held water at the surface, preventing drainage, creating landscapes of standing pools, marshes, swamps that stretched horizon to horizon. The muting of Earth's colours followed. Reds and browns and oranges of oxidized iron, colours that require dry air to form, faded, replaced by the greys and dark browns of reduced, waterlogged sediments. Let your mind drift through these ancient swamps, your thoughts growing quieter, more distant, as we explore how animals adapted to soaked evolution. Creatures that lived through the Carnian pluvial episode faced a fundamental challenge. The world they were born into was wetter than the world their ancestors knew, and it would remain that way for their entire existence. For thousands of generations, waterproofing in early life forms became essential. Amphibians, which had dominated land for millions of years, suddenly found their permeable skin an advantage. They thrived in the endless moisture, spreading into habitats that had been too dry before the rain began. But reptiles, the rising class of terrestrial vertebrates, faced danger from constant wetness. Their scales, designed to retain body moisture in dry air, needed enhancement. Evolution favored reptiles with thicker, more overlapping scales, with behaviors that sought any available shelter from the endless rain. Migration on a flooded planet meant following water everywhere, because water was everywhere. But it also meant escaping water, seeking the few remaining high points, the temporary ridges and hills not yet submerged. Animals crowded into shrinking dry zones, competed for space on ground that stayed above the floods. The fossil record shows concentrations of bones in these refugia, places where creatures gathered, lived, died, all seeking escape from the planetary drowning happening around them. Your breathing so slow now, so steady, thump, thump, like the heartbeat of Earth itself under endless rain. Some animals abandoned land entirely. Ancestors of marine reptiles, creatures that would later become ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, made their first tentative returns to the ocean during this period. The sea offered stability. The ocean's chemistry changed slowly, but its wetness never varied. For some lineages, permanent water was easier to adapt to than the flooded, uncertain landscape of rain-soaked Pangaea. The silence of dust-free air created a world with peculiar acoustic properties. Sound travels differently through humid air. Moist molecules absorb certain frequencies, scatter others. The calls of animals, the crack of breaking branches, even the rumble of distant thunder, all sounded subtly different in atmosphere thick with water vapor. Earth's voice changed, became softer, more muffled, as if the planet itself whispered under the weight of clouds. Rivers carved their new channels with astonishing speed. The increased water volume, the accelerated erosion, the constant sediment load, all combined to reshape drainage networks faster than tectonics could respond. Ancient rivers disappeared. New ones formed. Canyons that would normally take tens of millions of years to carve, cut through stone in mere hundreds of thousands. Water, patient but relentless, proved itself the dominant geological force, more powerful than volcanic heat, more transformative than tectonic collision. Caves formed without dry cycles, and they formed differently. Most cave formation requires water to seep through rock, dissolving minerals, then receding to allow air into the cavity. But during the Carnian pluvial episode, caves formed and remained flooded. Limestone dissolved into solution, creating voids that filled immediately with groundwater. These submerged caverns grew extensive, complex, becoming underwater labyrinths that some aquatic creatures colonized, adapting to lives in permanent darkness, permanent submersion. Feel yourself sinking deeper, your body heavy, so heavy, supported completely by the surface beneath you as we drift through the darkening of skies over epochs. Cloud cover didn't just persist, it thickened. Multiple layers of clouds stacked upon each other. Low clouds, mid-level clouds, high cirrus clouds, all present simultaneously, creating an atmospheric barrier kilometers thick. The loss of clear horizons meant that sunrise and sunset, those daily markers of time, blurred into barely perceptible changes in grey light. Rainfall and the carbon cycle shifted in ways that would echo for hundreds of millions of years. The accelerated weathering of rock consumed atmospheric carbon dioxide. Calcium and magnesium ions, released from dissolving minerals, combined with carbon dioxide dissolved in rainwater, eventually precipitating as carbonates in the ocean. This process, operating at unprecedented rates, drew down atmospheric CO2 slowly, gradually cooling the planet even as volcanic emissions continued. But the cooling took time, geological time. For the first million years, volcanic emissions outpaced carbon drawdown. The planet stayed warm, stayed wet, stayed locked in its cycle of endless rain. Only in the second million years did the balance shift. Did weathering begin to overcome emissions? Did the feedback loops that sustained the rain finally weaken? Nutrients endlessly washed into seas, phosphorus, nitrogen, iron, all the elements life requires, eroded from land and flushed to the ocean in quantities that transformed marine ecosystems. Coastal waters became hypernutrified. Algal blooms spread, consumed oxygen, created dead zones where nothing could breathe. The ocean's edge, that productive boundary between land and sea, became a zone of excess, of too much life consuming too much, leaving too little for anything to survive. Your thoughts drifting like sediment in water, settling, spreading. As we explore when storms stopped being events. Before the rain, storms were episodes. They arrived, intensified, then passed. leaving clear skies between them. But during the Carnian pluvial episode, the distinction between storm and calm weather vanished. Every day was stormy, or more accurately, every day existed in a state of permanent precipitation that made the concept of storm meaningless. The role of monsoons turned permanent. What had been seasonal patterns of heavy rain, driven by temperature differences between land and ocean, became continuous. The mechanisms that created monsoons, warm, moist air rising over heated continents, never shut off, never cycled back to dry conditions. Monsoon rains, which even today can drop meters of water in a season, fell year-round, decade after decade, century after century. How humans would fail to survive it. If humans had existed then, our species would not have lasted a generation. We require dry shelter, dry fuel for fire, dry ground to grow crops, dry air to cure and preserve food. Every technology, every survival strategy humans have ever developed assumes access to dryness, to places where water can be escaped, controlled, managed. A world without dryness is a world without humanity, without civilization, without most of what makes us human. The psychological weight of endless rain, even imagining it now, as you drift towards sleep, creates a sense of claustrophobia, of nature pressing in without relief, sunlight which regulates our circadian rhythms, our moods, our sense of time, reduced to dim grey glow, day after day of clouds, of rain, of wet. Modern humans experience seasonal affective disorder after weeks of cloudy weather. Picture 2 million years. Picture never seeing stars, never seeing blue sky, never feeling dry air on your skin, but you're safe here, warm, dry, drifting into sleep, as we explore the fossil records written in water, the sediments deposited during the Carnian pluvial episode tell stories, thick sequences of mudstone, siltstone, fine-grained rocks formed from particles that settled in still water. These layers appear worldwide, in Europe, in North America, in Asia, all dating to the same 2 million year window, all telling the same story of a planet drowning. Within these rocks, paleontologists find fossils, but the fossils themselves change during the rain. Bones preserved in the earliest layers show different mineral replacement than those from later. The chemistry of fossilization, which depends on groundwater chemistry, shifted as the rain altered soil, altered rock, altered the very processes that turn organism into stone. Some fossils from this period preserve in exquisite detail, mineralized rapidly in oxygen-poor, waterlogged sediments. Others dissolved away entirely, lost to acids in the eternal rain. The smoothing of Earth's sharp edges proceeded unevenly. Some rock types resisted. Quartzite, which contains mostly silicon dioxide, weathered slowly even under constant rain. These resistant formations stood as islands, as high points in a drowning world, providing refuges for creatures and plants that needed, that desperately sought, anything resembling solid, dry ground. but softer rocks, shales and mudstones and limestones dissolved rapidly. Entire mountain ranges, composed of less resistant lithologies, wore down to rolling hills, then to gentle rises barely distinguishable from plains. The slow burial of civilizations that never arose. Because civilization requires more than life. It requires stability, requires landscapes that don't reshape themselves within a creature's lifetime. The Earth of the Carnian pluvial episode was too dynamic, too fluid, too unstable for complex societies to emerge. Rain-fed landslides shaping continents. On the inclined terrain that remained, waterlogged soil lost cohesion, inclines failed, slumped, sent massive volumes of mud and rock sliding downhill. These landslides, repeated across millions of square kilometers over millions of years, redistributed material from highlands to lowlands, from mountains to basins, carving new valleys, filling old ones, rewriting topography on continental scales. Your mind quiet now, so quiet, as we drift through the end of dry wind erosion, wind which sculpts deserts and polishes stone in dry climates, lost its erosive power, air too wet to carry dust, too humid to evaporate moisture from surfaces, simply moved across landscapes without picking up particles, without sand-blasting rock, without creating the ventifacts and yardangs that mark arid regions. For 2 million years, wind became gentle, became merely the movement of wet air that pushed rain but carried nothing solid. Atmospheric circulation trapped in loops, the same patterns repeated, high pressure, low pressure, convergence zones and divergent zones, all locked into positions they held month after month, year after year. The jet streams, those high-altitude rivers of air that normally meander and shift, straightened, stabilized, flowed along paths determined by the supercontinent's shape and the ocean's temperature. Weather, which normally varies and surprises, became predictable in its monotony. Rain today, rain tomorrow, rain forever. The planet's temperature under cloud cover stayed remarkably stable. Clouds reflected incoming sunlight, preventing extreme heating during the day, but they also trapped infrared radiation, preventing cooling at night. The result was a world of constant, moderate warmth. Temperatures varied little between day and night, between seasons that no longer existed as meaningful concepts. Earth's thermometer, stuck in a narrow range, neither hot nor cold, just endlessly, persistently warm and wet. Greenhouse effect amplified by humidity. Water vapor is itself a greenhouse gas, more powerful than carbon dioxide at trapping heat. As the rain filled the atmosphere with moisture, that moisture trapped more heat, which caused more evaporation, which added more moisture. A feedback loop within the larger feedback loop, a cycle reinforcing itself, making escape from the rain more difficult with each passing millennium. The sky as a ceiling, not a window, separated Earth from the universe beyond. Astronomers, had they existed, could not have developed their science, stars, planets, galaxies, all invisible behind the eternal cloud deck. The cosmos, which influences Earth through solar radiation, through tidal forces from the moon, through cosmic rays that seed cloud formation, became distant, irrelevant, hidden behind water vapor that refused to clear. Your eyelids so heavy, your breathing barely a whisper, as we drift through rain-driven extinction pressures. Not all species could adapt. The fossil record shows disappearances, lineages that thrived before the rain, then vanished during it, never to return. Large terrestrial herbivores, which required vast territories of dry land to graze, dwindled. Their ecological niches, opened by extinction, remained empty until the rain ended and new species evolved to fill them. But species that thrived in saturation, amphibians, early crocodilians, wetland plants, ferns that reproduced through water-dispersed spores, all these flourished, expanded, diversified. The Carnian pluvial episode was catastrophe for some, paradise for others. Evolution doesn't judge, doesn't prefer dry to wet or wet to dry. It simply responds, reshaping life to fit the world that exists. The loss of seasonal memory occurred gradually, then completely. Animals that had timed reproduction to rainy seasons, that migrated with wet and dry periods, that hibernated through droughts, all lost the environmental cues their behaviors depended on. Some adapted, developing new timing mechanisms based on subtle temperature shifts or food availability. Others locked into seasonal cycles that no longer existed, failed to reproduce successfully, faded away. Plants, too, forgot the seasons. Deciduous behavior, dropping leaves in response to dry periods, became pointless. Energy spent on leaf replacement, wasted. Evolution favored evergreen growth, constant photosynthesis in the constant dim light, constant growth in the constant moisture. The rhythms that had governed plant life for hundreds of millions of years dissolved like minerals in the rain. And as you sink deeper into sleep, deeper into this ancient world, we drift toward the mechanisms that sustain this impossibility. Ecosystems without drought stress reorganized entirely. Drought-resistant adaptations, deep taproots, water-storing tissues, waxy cuticles, all became unnecessary, even burdensome. Evolution, always economical, stripped away these expensive features, replacing them with adaptations for the new reality, for permanent wetness, for competition in saturated soil, rather than cooperation to find scarce water. Feel your body melting into the surface beneath you, every muscle releasing, every thought quieting, as we float through geological time measured in falling drops. Each raindrop, a tiny erosive force, multiplied by trillions, by quadrillions, by numbers beyond comprehension. All those drops, falling for 2 million years, carving, dissolving, transporting, transforming, reshaping a planet, one infinitesimal impact at a time. And the rain fell on, through the first 100,000 years, through the first million, into the second million. Earth locked in the grip of its own atmospheric chemistry, its own feedback loops, its own inability to break free. The planet that had weathered asteroid impacts, that had frozen into global ice ages, that had burned under extreme volcanism, now drowned, slowly, patiently, under the weight of its own hydrological cycle pushed past the breaking point. The rain fell on ancient forests that had never known a dry day, fell on mountains dissolving grain by grain, fell on oceans rising imperceptibly, fell on creatures evolving adaptations their descendants would inherit for hundreds of millions of years, fell on a world being remade, reformed, reshaped by the simplest of geological agents, water, falling from sky to ground, rising, falling, again and again and again. Your consciousness fading now, thoughts dissolving like limestone in acidic rain, drifting through a world where time moved slowly, where change accumulated gradually, where 2 million years of rain transformed everything, the continents, the oceans, life itself. And still the rain fell and fell and fell. Your body completely at rest now, breathing slow and deep as we drift deeper into this saturated epoch, deeper into the mechanisms that made escape impossible. The drowning of volcanic signatures began as ash and lava, evidence of Earth's internal fires, met the endless rain. Volcanic eruptions still occurred, magma still forced its way to the surface, but the signatures they left, the ash layers that normally preserve volcanic events in geological records, washed away almost immediately. Ash that would have settled in distinct layers, marking individual eruptions, instead mixed with rainwater, became slurries of volcanic mud that flowed downhill, merged with river sediments, lost their identity. The volcanic record of the Carnian pluvial episode, fragmentary, washed out, tells us less about Earth's internal activity than any other period. The rain, in erasing volcanic evidence, erased part of Earth's memory, left blanks in the geological story that we'll never fully read. Feel yourself floating, drifting on currents of information as we explore how the planet's carbon cycle completed its slow shift. The volcanic emissions that started the rain, carbon dioxide and methane from the Evangelia eruptions, gradually declined as the eruption phases ended, but by then the planet had reorganized around wetness, the thick cloud cover, the altered atmospheric circulation, the transformed plant life, all these sustained precipitation even as the original trigger faded, for hundreds of thousands of years. Earth existed in a delicate balance, air falling, reveling and consuming CO2, but clouds and moisture keeping temperatures warm enough to sustain high evaporation. A razor's edge between continuation and collapse. The planet teetering, held in place by the accumulated momentum of 2 million years of atmospheric reorganization. The rain is the dominant geological force, exceeded all others in its ability to reshape Earth's surface. Plate tectonics, which builds mountains and opens oceans, operates over tens of millions of years. Volcanism, powerful but localized, affects regions but not entire continents. But rain, falling everywhere, constantly, for 2 million years, touched every exposed surface, carved every landscape, transported sediments from every highland. This was geological power of a different kind, not violent and sudden, but patient, persistent, and ultimately irresistible. Your heart beats slow, steady, thump, thump, like drops falling into an ancient sea as we drift through atmospheric circulation patterns that wouldn't break. The jet stream, locked in position by the thermal structure of the atmosphere, directed storms along the same paths decade after decade. Weather systems, born over the warm Panthalassic Ocean, travelled inland along predetermined routes, dropped their moisture, then dissipated, only to be replaced by identical systems following identical paths. This predictability, this monotony of weather, meant that some regions received even more rain than others. The windward sides of mountain ranges, where moist air was forced upward and cooled, experienced rainfall measured in meters per year. Valleys in these regions, filled with water, became long narrow lakes that persisted for millennia, while the leeward sides, though still wet by any modern standard, received marginally less, creating subtle gradients of wetness across a uniformly soaked world. Let your thoughts drift away, like silt suspended in floodwater, as we explore nights felt under endless clouds. Darkness came differently during this Hanian pluvial episode, without stars, without the moon visible through cloud cover. Night meant the absence of even the dim grey light that passed for day. Total darkness, complete and enveloping, broken only by occasional lightning that illuminated clouds from within, casting brief, eerie light across saturated landscapes. The absence of stars for millions of years meant the loss of navigation, of pattern recognition, of the human connection to cosmos that wouldn't exist for another 200 million years. But for the creatures that lived through this time, the loss was absolute. Behaviors that had evolved using celestial navigation, migration patterns timed to star positions, mating displays synchronized with moon phases, all these collapsed, became impossible, forcing evolution to find new timing mechanisms, new compasses, new ways of orienting in a world disconnected from the sky. Earth without stargazing, whoa. Was Earth more isolated, more alone, wrapped in its own atmosphere, unable to see beyond itself? The planet turned through space, orbited the sun, but from the surface, that motion became undetectable. The universe beyond, the solar system, the galaxy, all theoretical, all invisible, all irrelevant to the immediate reality of rain, rain, rain. Your breathing barely perceptible now, your body sinking, as we drift through the slow memory loss of landscapes, topography. The shape of Earth's surface carries memory. Mountain ranges remember tectonic collisions. Valleys remember glacial carving. Deserts remember ancient climates. But during the Carnian pluvial episode, this memory erased itself. Erosion removed the records of previous geological events, smoothed away the evidence of Earth's deep past. Continental platforms that had been sculptured over hundreds of millions of years, planed flat in mere millions. The geological equivalent of amnesia, Earth forgetting what it had been, reshaping itself so thoroughly that the pre-rain topography became unrecoverable. When the rain ended, the planet emerged transformed, unrecognizable, a different Earth than the one that had existed before the clouds locked into place. Geological time measured in rainfall, each layer of sediment representing countless storms, countless drops, the rhythm of deposition, fine particles settling in still water, coarser materials deposited during floods, created layering visible in rocks today, rhythmites, alternating bands of dark and light sediment, sometimes show cycles, suggesting that even in the endless rain, subtle variations occurred, perhaps seasonal shifts in storm intensity, perhaps multi-year climate cycles, patterns within the larger pattern, rhythms within the endless drumbeat of precipitation. Feel yourself melting, dissolving, like minerals in acidic rainwater, as we drift through how caves formed in the eternal wetness, karst topography, landscapes dominated by caves and sinkholes and underground rivers, developed extensively during this period. Limestone, that sedimentary rock formed from ancient sea creatures, dissolved readily in the slightly acidic rainwater. Carbonic acid, formed when CO2 dissolved in water, reacted with calcium carbonate, carrying it away in solution. But unlike modern caves, which form and then drain, these caverns remained flooded. Groundwater tables, the level below which all pore spaces are saturated, rose to the surface across vast regions. Every void, every cavity, every space in the rock filled with water. Some aquatic creatures, fish and amphibians, colonized these flooded cave systems, adapting to permanent darkness, evolving pale bodies, reduced eyes, enhanced lateral line systems that sensed vibrations in still water. These subterranean ecosystems, invisible from the surface, thrived in conditions that would persist for millions of years. Life in the caves, shielded from surface floods and storms, found stability that surface life lacked. The fossil record rarely preserves these underground inhabitants, their bones, dissolved by the same acidic water that carved their homes, but trace fossils, burrows and feeding traces hint at complex ecological networks existing beneath the saturated soil. Your mind quiet now, so quiet, as we drift through the changing chemistry of minerals forever exposed to water. Iron, abundant in Earth's crust, oxidizes readily when exposed to air and moisture. The red beds, iron-rich sedimentary rocks colored by ferric oxide that formed in dry climates, stopped forming during the rain. Instead, iron-bearing minerals remained in their reduced, unoxidized forms, creating grey and green sediments, the colours of wetland soils, of anaerobic environments where oxygen can't penetrate. This change in iron chemistry, visible in rock sequences worldwide, provides one of the clearest markers of the Carnian pluvial episode. Below the grey layers, red beds, indicating dry conditions. Above them, eventually, red beds again, indicating the return of dryness, but in between, a thick sequence of grey, marking 2 million years when Earth's surface remained too wet, too oxygen poor, for iron to rust. 2 million years recorded in the absence of red, rainfall as planetary respiration, the breath of Earth becoming rapid, shallow, like someone drowning. The water cycle, which should function as a self-regulating system, became unstable. Each component, evaporation, condensation, precipitation, runoff, operated at maximum capacity, pushed beyond normal limits. The planet breathed too fast, too deep, hyperventilating in a way that couldn't be sustained, yet somehow persisted for 2 million years. Let your body sink heavier, heavier into complete relaxation as we explore when clouds became climate governors. Clouds, normally just one component of weather, assumed absolute control. They reflected solar radiation, preventing extreme heating. They trapped infrared, preventing cooling. They released rain, preventing dry conditions. They created a thermal blanket, a moisture reservoir, a precipitation generator, all weather, all climate, all surface conditions mediated through clouds that never dispersed, never thinned, never allowed direct sunlight to touch ground. The feedback loops that wouldn't break persisted because each component reinforced the others. Warmth, created by volcanic greenhouse gases and trapped by clouds, increased evaporation. More water vapor, itself a greenhouse gas, increased warmth, more evaporation, more clouds, more rain, more weathering, more nutrients washed to sea, more algal blooms, more oxygen depletion, more carbon cycling through systems faster than they could equilibrate. Breaking such a loop requires external forcing, a change from outside the system. But Earth in the Triassic, isolated in space, orbiting its star in stable patterns, received no such intervention. The only escape, the only way out, came from within, from the slow accumulation of changes that would eventually, finally, allow the system to collapse back to something resembling normalcy. Your consciousness drifting like fog, like mist, like water vapor rising to form clouds that would fall again as rain. As we explore why the rain never stopped for so long, the answer lies in the interaction of multiple factors. No single cause sustained 2 million years of precipitation, but the combination: volcanic emissions providing initial warming, supercontinent geography, channeling atmospheric circulation into stable patterns, ocean temperatures remaining elevated by greenhouse gases, positive feedbacks amplifying small changes. All these together created conditions from which escape proved nearly impossible. Modern climate science shows how difficult it is to shift Earth from one stable state to another. Ice ages, which lock Earth in cold conditions, persist for tens of thousands of years. Warm periods, like our current interglacial, also demonstrate remarkable stability. The Carnian pluvial episode, pushed into an extreme stable state, remained there not because it wanted to, but because the atmospheric physics, the oceanic chemistry, the geological feedbacks, all aligned to sustain that state. Any perturbation, any change that might have ended the rain was dampened, absorbed, negated by the system's tendency to return to equilibrium, to its wet equilibrium. Feel yourself floating in darkness, in the space between waking and sleep, as we drift through what finally ended the 2 million-year storm. Gradually, incrementally, the carbon dioxide drawdown from accelerated weathering began to overcome volcanic emissions. Atmospheric CO2 levels, which had spiked at the rain's beginning, slowly declined, not quickly, not dramatically, but steadily, over hundreds of thousands of years. As CO2 decreased, temperatures dropped, fraction by fraction of a degree. The decline, almost imperceptible year to year, accumulated over millennia. Cooler temperatures meant less evaporation. Less evaporation meant fewer clouds. Fewer clouds meant more solar radiation reaching the surface, but also less infrared radiation trapped at night. The greenhouse effect, weakened by falling CO2, allowed Earth to cool further, creating a negative feedback loop that finally opposed the positive feedback sustaining the rain. Ocean circulation, which had been suppressed by the stratification from constant freshwater input, began to restore itself as precipitation decreased, salinity in surface waters increased, dense salty water, no longer diluted by endless runoff, began to sink, mixing nutrients from deep ocean to surface. The ocean breathed again, mixing, turning over, resuming patterns disrupted for 2 million years. Your heart beats slower, slower, thump, thump, like the turning of geological ages as we drift through the first dry day after eternity. Imagine that day, somewhere on Pangaea, perhaps in a continental interior, perhaps on a mountain slope. The clouds thinned, broke, revealed patches of blue. The rain, which had fallen every day for 2 million years, paused. No creature alive remembered dryness. Generations upon generations, evolutionary lineages entire, had lived and died knowing only wetness. The return of dry air, strange, alien, frightening perhaps to creatures whose biology assumed constant moisture. Amphibians, which had thrived, suddenly found their skin drying uncomfortably. Plants, adapted to permanent saturation, wilted as water became scarce. Landscapes relearning how to dry. The process, gradual, uneven, began in the most elevated regions, on mountain tops and ridges first, then spreading downward into valleys. Surface water evaporated, water tables dropped. Soil that had been saturated for longer than mountains had stood, cracked as it dried. The cracks, spreading, interconnecting, created new pathways for water, for air, for roots, the ground, learning solidity again, remembered hardness, remembered the ability to bear weight without squishing, life rediscovering fire, lightning strikes, which had crackled through wet storms for millions of years, now fell on dry vegetation, on leaf litter that had accumulated thick in the absence of burning. The first fires, small, tentative, spread through fuel that had never burned. Smoke rose, carried the smell of combustion back into the atmosphere, marked the return of flame as an ecological force. The planet, remembering fire, began to cycle nutrients through ash again, to create open spaces in dense forests, to forge life in the crucible of controlled destruction. Let your thoughts fade completely, drifting into the darkness of deep sleep, as we explore soils cracking for the first time in their existence. The clay-rich soils, which had flowed like thick fluid during the rain, stiffened as they dried. Clay particles, which bind tightly when dry but separate when wet, formed coherent masses. This shrinkage created polygonal crack patterns visible from above, networks of fissures that grew deeper with each dry spell, each wetting and drying cycle, breaking soil into smaller aggregates, creating structure, creating the complex architecture that healthy soil requires. The return of dust to the air marked a fundamental shift in atmospheric conditions. Dust particles, tiny fragments of rock and organic matter, had been washed from the air for 2 million years. But as surfaces dried, as winds blew across soil no longer protected by constant moisture, dust lifted, millions of tons, then billions, rising into air that hadn't carried solid particles in geological ages. Dust, though often dismissed as a nuisance, plays crucial roles in Earth systems. Dust particles seed cloud formation, providing nuclei around which water vapor condenses. Dust carries nutrients across oceans, fertilizing marine ecosystems thousands of kilometers from their source. Dust scatters light, creates red sunsets, hazes, atmospheric optics that had been impossible under the eternal rain. The return of dust meant the return of these processes, these connections between land and sky, between continents and oceans. Your body absolutely still, absolutely relaxed, as we drift through the emotional shock of sunlight. Sunlight, unfiltered by clouds, touched Earth's surface for the first time in 2 million years. The brightness, overwhelming to eyes adapted to grey dimness, flooded landscapes in light and colour that few creatures could process. Blues, yellows, the bright white of direct sun on wet surfaces, all colours intensified, sharpened, became almost painful in their vividness. Plants, which had photosynthesized under diffuse grey light, suddenly received full spectrum solar radiation. Some species, adapted to shade, withered under the intensity. Others, carrying genetic memories from before the rain, from ancestors that knew bright sun, responded, oriented leaves to maximize absorption, darkened their pigments to protect against excess radiation. The sky opening after millions of years revealed the universe again. Daytime, the blue sky returned, that color created by Rayleigh's scattering of sunlight through clear atmosphere. Night. Stars emerged from behind dissipating clouds. Patterns of constellations, unchanged by Earth's ordeal, provided fixed references in a sky that had held only formless grey for uncountable generations. The moon, visible again, waxing and waning, began to influence tides, to provide lunar navigation, to mark time in ways the endless rain had made impossible. Evolution's pause and restart, life, which had adapted so thoroughly to wetness, now faced the return of dryness as a challenge equal to the original rain. Species that had thrived under constant moisture declined, disappeared, became extinct in a world that no longer suited them. Amphibians, which had dominated, retreated to remaining wetlands, to rivers and lakes and swamps, giving up the broad territories they'd colonized during the rain. Reptiles, better adapted to variable moisture conditions, rose to prominence. The ancestors of dinosaurs, small, insignificant creatures during the rain, emerged into a drying world that favored their waterproof skin, their amniotic eggs that could develop away from water, their ability to conserve moisture in arid conditions. The end of the Carnian pluvial episode marked the beginning of reptilian dominance, set the stage for the age of dinosaurs that would follow. Feel yourself sinking into dreams, into the deep darkness of complete rest, as we drift through geological scars left by endless rain. The sedimentary layers deposited during the Carnian pluvial episode, visible in rock sequences worldwide, tell stories geologists can read. Thick mudstones, indicator of still water deposition, alternate with sandstones, marker of flood events. The layers, sometimes hundreds of meters thick, represent the accumulated rain of 2 million years, compressed, lithified, turned to stone. These rocks erode differently than surrounding formations. The mudstones, soft, clay-rich, form badlands where they're exposed, steep gullies, narrow ridges, landscapes carved by modern rain into shapes that echo, in miniature, the larger erosion that formed them. The sandstones, as more resistant, form cliffs and ledges, creating stepped topography in regions where Carnian rocks are exposed, rivers shrinking back into channels. After the rain, the vast sheets of water that covered lowland consolidated, concentrated flow into defined channels. Rivers, which had been braided networks of shallow streams meandering across broad floodplains, cut deeper, narrower channels. The energy of water no longer spread across vast areas, focused into a erosion that carved river valleys faster, deeper than during the rain. Paradoxically, the end of extreme wetness created some of the most dramatic river-cut canyons, as concentrated flows worked through rain-softened sediments, oceans stabilizing again. The salt content, diluted by 2 million years of freshwater input, gradually increased as rainfall normalized. Marine creatures, stressed by varying salinity, found relief as conditions stabilized. The ocean, no longer receiving massive sediment loads from every river, cleared, suspended particles settled, allowing sunlight to penetrate deeper, restoring photosynthesis in upper waters, rebuilding marine ecosystems from the bottom up. Your breathing almost imperceptible now, the gentlest whisper of life as we drift through clouds retreating from dominance. Cloud cover, which had been absolute, persistent, all-encompassing, finally broke into partial cover, then scattered clouds, then clear skies between storms, the atmosphere reorganizing, restored circulation patterns that varied seasonally, that moved weather systems across longitudes and latitudes, that created diversity in conditions rather than monotonous uniformity. This return to variability, to seasons, to dry periods alternating with wet, required life to adapt again, to develop flexibility, to carry genetic information for survival in multiple conditions. The evolutionary pressure, intense, drove rapid diversification. Species split into variants adapted to different rainfall patterns, to different seasonal regimes. The end of the rain, paradoxically, accelerated evolution by fragmenting the uniform environment into varied niches. Earth, remembering dryness, was Earth rediscovering complexity. The simple, overwhelming wetness gave way to nuanced conditions. Deserts reformed, grasslands emerged, seasonal forests replaced swamps. Each ecosystem finding its place in a world where water's availability varied by location and season. The planet's surface, which had been uniformly wet, developed character again, diversity, the rich variation that makes Earth interesting rather than monotonous. What the rain taught the planet about feedbacks, about stability, about how far climate can be pushed before it locks into extreme states, echoes through geological time. The Carnian pluvial episode, unique in Earth's history for its duration and its uniform wetness, stands as warning and lesson. Climate can change rapidly on human timescales, gradually on geological timescales, and can remain changed, locked in new configurations, for periods that dwarf civilizations. Feel yourself completely at peace, completely relaxed, drifting through the deep quiet of sleep as we explore a world shaped more by water than stone. The Earth that emerged from the Carnian pluvial episode, different from the Earth that entered it, wore new topography, hosted new species, functioned under new ecological rules. Water, patient sculptor, had carved its preferences into every landscape, every valley, every sediment layer, every surviving species bore water's mark. Rain, as history's quiet sculptor, worked without drama, without catastrophe, just steady. Persistent erosion and deposition that accumulated into transformation. Modern landscapes, some still shaped by Carnian sediments, still following drainage patterns established during those 2 million years, carry that ancient rain forward, make it present, relevant, tangible to those who know where to look. The patience of geological time, illustrated perfectly by the Carnian pluvial episode, shows how changes too slow to perceive, too gradual to mark, accumulate into world-altering events. 2 million years, unimaginably long to humans, represents less than 1/20th of 1% of Earth's total age. A brief episode, a momentary blip, yet sufficient to remake the planet's surface, to redirect evolution, to leave permanent scars in the geological record. The slow violence of softness, water, gentle, yielding, incapable of holding shape, proves more destructive than hardest stone when given time. The rain that fell during the Carnian, soft, quiet, individually harmless, collectively carved canyons, dissolved mountains, transformed continents. Violence, when measured in geological time, doesn't require explosions or impacts, just persistence, just the application of small forces over incomprehensible durations. Your mind empty now, thought dissolving into dreamless sleep, as we drift through why this event still matters today. The Carnian pluvial episode, though ancient, teaches lessons about Earth systems, about climate stability, about how planets respond to forcing. Modern climate change, driven by human greenhouse gas emissions, follows similar physics, similar feedback loops, though on faster timescales and from different causes. Understanding the Carnian helps scientists model climate behavior, test theories about cloud feedbacks, about ocean circulation, about the carbon cycle. The past, preserved in rock, becomes laboratory for studying Earth's climate system. The 2 million years of rain, though never to be repeated in exactly that form, illuminate possibilities, show what Earth is capable of when pushed far from equilibrium. Modern climate echoes of ancient rain appear in extreme precipitation events, in shifts toward wetter conditions in some regions, in the recognition that climate doesn't change smoothly, but can flip between states. The Carnian, while extreme, reminds us that Earth's climate has natural variability, far exceeding anything in human experience. Our current climate crisis, real and urgent, unfolds against a backdrop of planetary change that makes our concerns simultaneously tiny and monumentally important. What endless rain reveals about fragility, the systems we depend on, seasonal rains, dry periods for agriculture, stable sea levels, predictable weather. All these exist in delicate balance. Push too hard in any direction, and Earth might reorganize into configurations hostile to human civilization. The Carnian pluvial episode, lethal to any civilization that might have existed, stands as testament to Earth's ability to sustain conditions incompatible with human survival. Yet, Earth's ability to endure extremes also reassures. The planet survived 2 million years of rain, emerged transformed but functional, capable of supporting the diversification that would eventually produce mammals, primates, humans. Earth is resilient, though not unchanging. Life persists, though not unchanged. The rain ended, stability returned, and time moved forward, carrying the scars but not trapped by them. Let yourself drift deeper, deeper still, into the absolute quiet of sleep as we explore rain as both creator and eraser. Rain created the sedimentary layers geologists study, created the selective pressures that drove Triassic evolution, created landscapes and ecosystems that wouldn't have existed otherwise. But rain also erased, removed evidence of earlier geological events, drove species extinct, destroyed information about Earth's past. The same force, simultaneously constructive and destructive, building and tearing down, shaping through both creation and destruction, the planet's long nocturnal emission, if Earth could dream, might remember those 2 million years with strange emotion, a time of transformation, of challenge, of testing planetary systems to their limits, a time unlike any before or since, when the sky stayed grey, when water ruled everything, when the future hung in balance as feedbacks battled for dominance. A dream of rain, falling, falling, falling onto a world that learned patience, learned adaptation, learned survival in conditions that seemed impossible to survive. When water ruled everything, life discovered that everything means everything. No escape to dryness, no refuge on high ground for long, no way to avoid water's influence. Every creature, every plant, every ecological relationship, mediated through moisture, shaped by saturation, defined by the endless presence of water. The 2 million years, long enough that nothing from before the rain survived unchanged into after, long enough that the rain became normal, became reality, became the only world life knew. How silence returned between storms, gradually, eventually, as the rain lessened, as weather patterns broke free from their locked configuration, gaps appeared, minutes at first, then hours, then days between storms, the silence of rainless air, shocking to creatures evolved in constant patter, marked the beginning of the end, the beginning of after, the slow collapse of the system that had sustained impossible conditions for impossible durations. You're breathing the only sound now, soft, steady, peaceful, as we drift through the legacy written in sediment layers. Every layer, every thin band of mudstone or sandstone represents days, weeks, years of ancient rain. The accumulated thickness, the hundreds of meters of Carnian sediments, testifies to the staggering volume of water that fell, the billions of tons of rock that weathered, transported, deposited, layer by patient layer, building the archives where Earth stores its memory. What would happen if it began again? If modern Earth's climate locked into similar patterns, civilization would collapse within years. Our agriculture, dependent on seasonal patterns and dry harvest periods, would fail. Our cities, designed for occasional rain, would flood. Our technology, requiring dry conditions for most manufacturing, would cease. Within a generation, humanity would retreat to any remaining high ground, our numbers decimated, our structures abandoned to rising waters. Within a millennium, most evidence of human civilization dissolved, washed away, buried under sediments of a new endless rain. But such speculation, though sobering, remains unlikely. Modern Earth, with its current geography, its current orbital parameters, its current ecosystem, would respond differently to similar forcing. The Carnian pluvial episode required specific conditions. The Rangelia eruptions, the supercontinent configuration, the particular state of Earth systems in the Triassic. Conditions that won't recur, though other extremes, other climate catastrophes remain possible, remain likely given human forcing of greenhouse gases. Lessons from a soaked Earth teach humility, teach perspective, teach recognition of Earth's power and humanity's vulnerability. We live on a planet capable of extremes we barely imagine. We prosper during a period of unusual climate stability. We depend on conditions that are neither permanent nor guaranteed. The Carnian, reaching across 200 million years, whispers warnings to those willing to listen. The humility of planetary forces comes from recognizing that Earth doesn't care about human preferences, doesn't maintain climate for our benefit, simply functions according to physical laws. The same laws that drove 2 million years of rain operate today, can be triggered today by sufficient forcing, whether that forcing comes from volcanism, from human emissions, from asteroid impact or orbital shifts, matters less than recognizing that Earth will respond, will change, will endure long after any particular species disappears. Time measured in falling drops is time measured in the smallest of events, each drop individually meaningless, collectively irresistible. This is how Earth operates, through accumulation, through the patient work of simple forces applied over staggering durations. A single raindrop erodes nothing. 1 trillion raindrops falling for 2 million years reshape continents. The lesson, both geological and philosophical, teaches that patience and persistence overcome all obstacles, given sufficient time. And as you sink into the deepest sleep, into the darkness where dreams dissolve, where consciousness fades completely, we drift through the final understanding, the rain that rewrote Earth, rewrote it with water, with the simplest molecule, 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen, arranged in shape that allows it to dissolve, to erode, to transport, to transform. Everything that made the Carnian pluvial episode possible flowed from the properties of water, responding to energy from Earth's interior, to energy from the sun, cycling, falling, rising, falling again. And the rain fell on, through one last sunset that never fully came, through one last night that never fully darkened, through one last dawn that brought only grey light and the endless sound of drops on stone, on soil, on water. The world shaped by falling water, reshaped, transformed, made new again by the oldest of Earth's sculptors, by rain, patient, persistent, eternal in its moment, falling through geological time, falling through evolutionary change, falling through the long, slow, patient transformation of everything it touched, falling, falling still through memory, through rock, through the sediments that remember, through the fossils that testify, through the story we tell, drifting, floating, sinking into the deep quiet, the absolute stillness of sleep, where we continue drifting, floating through ancient rain, through water falling from skies that never cleared, through the long transformation of earth. Your body completely relaxed now, every muscle soft, every tension released, as we drift through the memories earth carries, the geological record written in stone, remembers those 2 million years with peculiar clarity. Thick sequences of mudstone and siltstone, appearing on every continent, tell the same story simultaneously, a global event affecting everywhere, leaving signatures that persist after 200 million years of subsequent geological history. In the mountains of Italy, in the deserts of Arizona, in the highlands of China, geologists find these layers, grey, fine-grained, full of fossils from creatures adapted to wetness. The rocks themselves, their mineral composition, their texture, their chemical signatures, all testify to formation underwater, to deposition in environments that stayed wet, that never dried long enough for oxidation, for evaporation, for any of the processes that characterize dry climate sedimentation. The disappearance of deserts during the Carnian marked one of the most dramatic landscape transformations. Deserts, which had existed in Pangaea's interior, in rain shadows, in high-pressure zones where air descended dry, all transformed into wetlands. The Aeolian sandstones, rocks formed from wind-blown dunes that characterize earlier Triassic deposits, abruptly stopped forming, replaced by fluvial and lacustrine sediments. Rocks formed in rivers and lakes. This transition, visible in stratigraphic columns worldwide, shows how comprehensively the rain reorganized surface processes. Wind erosion, the dominant force in arid regions, ceased to operate. Water erosion, normally restricted to occasional floods in deserts, became continuous. The dune fields, stabilized by vegetation that colonized newly moistened sand, gradually disappeared, buried under sediments transported from distant highlands by swollen rivers. Let your mind drift like sand grains suspended in floodwater as we explore rain-driven plate stress and erosion, the weight of water accumulated in thick sediment deposits, in risen ocean levels, in saturated crustal rocks, created stresses that influenced plate tectonics, sedimentary basins, filled to overflowing, compressed the crust beneath them. The added weight, distributed across continental platforms, altered stress patterns, potentially influencing fault activity, volcanic eruptions, the slow convection of mantle beneath the plates, erosion, removing mass from highlands. Added to these stress changes, mountains, losing billions of tons of rock to weathering and transport that became lighter. The crustal blocks beneath them, freed from some of their load, rose isostatically. This isostatic rebound, occurring over hundreds of thousands of years, partially compensated for erosion, keeping mountains from wearing away completely even under the assault of endless rain. Ancient floodplains turned global. Every lowland, every basin, every gentle slope experienced flooding that persisted not for days or weeks but for centuries, for millennia. The distinction between river channel and floodplain disappeared. All became floodplain, all remained underwater. The only high ground, the only refuge, existed on the steepest inclines, on mountain peaks, on the most elevated plateaus, and even these, constantly battered by rain, constantly eroding, offered only temporary sanctuary. Your heart beats so slow now, thump, thump, like the pulse of geological time itself, as we drift through the smell of earth under constant rain. Modern noses, adapted to dry air, to varied scents, to the olfactory complexity of our world, would struggle to interpret the Carnian atmosphere, the smell dominated by moisture, by the green scent of constant plant growth, by organic compounds released from decomposing vegetation in oxygen-poor swamps, would be both familiar and alien. Geosmin, that compound responsible for petrichor, the rain smell, comes from bacteria that flourish in soil moisture cycles. But under endless rain, these bacteria, their life cycles, their production of volatiles, would shift toward the chemistry of permanent wetlands, toward the compounds released by anaerobic decomposition, toward smells more like swamp than like fresh rain on dry earth. The air, thick with humidity, would carry scents far differently than dry air. Molecules lingering, spreading slowly, creating an olfactory landscape as transformed as the physical one. The darkening of skies over epochs came not just from clouds, but from the transformation of the atmosphere itself. Water vapor, abundant beyond anything in modern Earth's experience, absorbed and scattered light differently. The air itself, heavy with moisture, created haze even when clouds thinned momentarily. Visibility, limited, horizons, close and indistinct. The world shrank, became intimate, immediate. Everything beyond a few kilometers vanished into grey, into moisture-heavy air that obscured distance and detail. This isolation, this inability to see far, would affect any species capable of long-range vision. Birds, which use landmarks for navigation, would find their world reduced, compressed. Navigation over long distances, impossible without visual references, without the ability to see mountains or coastlines from afar. Migration, if it occurred, would rely on other senses, on smell perhaps, on magnetic orientation, on anything except sight. Feel yourself sinking deeper, heavier, into the mattress, into sleep, as we explore how plants evolved non-stop transpiration, Transpiration, the process by which plants release water vapor through their leaves, normally helps draw water and nutrients up from roots. But in an atmosphere already saturated with moisture, transpiration becomes difficult. The gradient between leaf interior and exterior air, normally strong, weakens when air holds maximum moisture. Plants during the Carnian evolved mechanisms to force transpiration even in saturated air. Some developed specialized leaf structures, stomata that could create local low humidity zones. Others evolved active transport mechanisms, using energy to move water even without strong concentration gradients. These adaptations, costly in terms of energy, became necessary for survival. Plants that couldn't transpire efficiently, couldn't move nutrients, couldn't grow, couldn't compete, disappeared, replaced by species better adapted to permanently wet conditions. The chemistry of endless rain involved more than just water falling from sky. Rainwater, slightly acidic from dissolved carbon dioxide, became more acidic as it passed through atmosphere rich in volcanic gases. Sulfur dioxide, from ongoing eruptions, dissolved to form sulfuric acid. Nitrogen compounds, from lightning in the eternal storms, added nitric acid. The rain that fell, corrosive beyond pure water, attacked rock and soil with enhanced chemical weathering power. This acidic rain, though not as extreme as industrial acid rain in modern times, still accelerated dissolution of minerals. Carbonate rocks, limestones and dolostone weathered rapidly, their calcium and magnesium, released into solution, travelled to the ocean where they eventually precipitated as marine carbonates. This transfer of material from land to sea, from rock to dissolved ion to precipitated mineral, occurred at rates far exceeding normal geological cycles. Your breathing barely perceptible, the gentlest whisper, as we drift through how clouds became permanent residents. Clouds, usually transient features, forming, dissipating, reforming elsewhere, achieved permanence during the Carnian. Individual water droplets certainly fell as rain within hours of formation, but the clouds themselves, the atmospheric structures, the regions of condensation and precipitation persisted in fixed locations, over fixed latitudes, creating a sky that, while dynamic in its internal churnings, remained static in its overall structure. This permanence, this fixation of clouds in space, resulted from locked atmospheric circulation. The Hadley cells, Ferrel cells, polar cells, all the atmospheric circulation patterns that normally shift and vary, stabilized in configurations determined by pendulous shape, by ocean temperature patterns, by the planetary heat budget under greenhouse conditions, and once stabilized, once locked into place, they resisted change, resisted the perturbations that normally create weather variability. These skies that never cleared became the defining characteristic of the epoch. More than the rain itself, more than the flooding, more than any other feature, the endless grey crest created a world of monotony, of sameness, of conditions that repeated without variation. Psychological effects, had humans existed, would have been profound. Seasonal affective disorder that lasting lifetimes. Cultural development, which often celebrates sky, sun, stars, would be impossible. Religious impulses, which often direct themselves skyward, would find only cloud, only grey, only barrier between earth and whatever might lie beyond. Let your thoughts dissolve completely, like limestone in acidic rain, as we drift through the changing salinity of ancient oceans. Ocean salinity, normally stable at about 35 parts per thousand, decreased significantly during the Permian. Estimates suggest surface waters, especially in coastal regions, dropped to 25 or even 20 parts per thousand, brackish by modern standards, approaching the salinity of Baltic Sea rather than open ocean. This change, though it seems small, represented catastrophe for many marine species, organisms whose physiology evolved in stable salinity couldn't adapt fast enough. Coral reefs, which require specific salinity ranges, died back, retreated to regions where mixing with deep water maintained higher salt concentrations. Fish, whose kidneys and gills regulate internal salt balance, faced stress as the ocean chemistry shifted. Some species, adapted to brackish water, thrived. Others disappeared from the fossil record, victims of planetary transformation they couldn't survive. Marine life responding to diluted seas evolved new strategies, new physiologies. Some species developed enhanced osmoregulation, kidneys and gills that could handle wider salinity ranges. Others migrated, following zones of preferred salinity as these shifted with oceanographic changes. Still others, particularly in coastal regions, became euryhaline, capable of tolerating both marine and near freshwater conditions. These adaptations, preserved in descendants, explain why some modern marine groups show unexpected tolerance for salinity variation. The hum of rainfall as planetary white noise created acoustic environment unique in Earth's history. Imagine constant patter, constant impact of water on surfaces, varying in intensity but never ceasing. This sound, masking other sounds, absorbing other frequencies, would dominate the auditory landscape. Animal communication, calls and songs used for mating, for territorial defense, for social bonding, would need to adapt, to use frequencies that penetrated the rain noise, to increase volume, to develop new strategies for being heard in a world where water's voice never stopped. Some animals might have abandoned acoustic communication entirely, evolving enhanced visual signals, bioluminescence perhaps, or olfactory communication, scent markers that persisted despite constant moisture. Others, particularly aquatic species, might have benefited. Waterborne sound, travelling far through dense medium, would carry farther than airborne calls. The selection pressures, complex and varied, drove divergent evolution, creating diversity from constraint. Your body absolutely still, absolutely peaceful, as we drift through why lightning still mattered. Lightning, which normally ignites fires, lost that ecological role under endless rain. But lightning remained important for other reasons. Electrical discharges, converting atmospheric nitrogen into reactive nitrogen compounds, provided nutrients that plants could use. This nitrogen fixation, normally supplemented by biological fixation from bacteria, increased during the Carnian, helping sustain the rapid plant growth that covered continents. Lightning also influenced atmospheric chemistry, producing ozone, breaking apart molecules, creating reactive species that influenced weather patterns. The constant storms, the continuous electrical activity, maintained atmospheric chemistry in states that would otherwise be impossible. The crackling energy, visible as constant flicker within clouds, as occasional strikes to ground or water, provided one of the few visual variations in a world otherwise dominated by grey uniformity. The role of monsoons turned permanent represents one of the key mechanisms sustaining the rain. Monsoons, in modern Earth, result from seasonal temperature contrasts between land and ocean. During summer, land heats faster than ocean, creating low pressure that draws moist oceanic air inland. This air rises, cools, releases moisture as torrential rain. In winter, the pattern reverses. Land cools, air descends, and dry conditions prevail. But during the Carnian, the contrast never reversed. The elevated atmospheric CO2, the greenhouse warming, the heat retention by clouds, all kept continental interiors warm even when solar input decreased. The monsoon circulation, once established, never broke, never cycled back to dry phase. Instead, it ran continuously, drawing moisture from Panthalassic Ocean, carrying it over Pangaea, releasing it as rain that fell and fell and fell. Let yourself sink into the deepest rest, the profound quiet of dreamless sleep, as we drift through when storms stopped being events. Events, by definition, have beginnings and endings, have before and after states. But storms during the Carnian lost their eventness, became instead the steady state, the normal condition, the baseline against which nothing else varied. The language of storms, of fronts and systems and pressure changes became meaningless, replaced by the simple reality of rain. Always rain, only rain. This linguistic shift, had language existed, would reflect deeper conceptual changes. In a world where all days are rainy, the word rainy loses meaning or becomes redundant. Rain becomes the unnamed default, the assumption, the condition so universal it requires no mention. Only the absence of rain, when it finally came, would merit comment, would require new vocabulary, would challenge understanding in ways that make-believe clear skies never could. How humans would fail to survive it extends beyond simple physical requirements. Yes, we need dry shelter, dry food storage, dry everything. But we also need, psychologically, variation, seasons, Change, the monotony, the endless sameness would break human minds before it broke human bodies. Mental health, which struggles under a prolonged cloudiness even in modern times, would collapse under literally millions of years of grey. Despair, depression, loss of hope, all these would become not individual conditions but species-level traits, and humans, social creatures, culture-building creatures, would find culture impossible. Art, which draws on nature's beauty and variation, would have only grey to contemplate. Music, which often mimics or responds to natural rhythms, would find only the drum of rain. Science, which requires observation of patterns and changes, would find only stasis. Human civilization, requiring surplus, requiring time for thought beyond survival, would never emerge in a world demanding constant struggle against constant water. The psychological weight of endless rain presses down, heavier, heavier, but you're safe here, warm and dry, drifting into sleep, into the peaceful darkness where rain is only memory, only story, only the distant echo of ancient earth calling across time. Fossil records written in water preserve strange assemblages, creatures that lived in water alongside creatures that normally would have avoided it, all crowded together on shrinking high ground. On temporary islands in the continental flood, the bone beds, thick accumulations of fossils, show mass mortality events, populations trapped, drowned, preserved together in sediments that would lithify into stone, into monuments to the planet's watery rage. But fossils also show adaptation, show evolution proceeding rapidly under strong selection pressure. New species appear in Carnian rocks, species with adaptations for wetness, for swimming, for living in trees above the floods. The explosion of diversity, particularly in reptiles, that would lead to dinosaurs, to pterosaurs, to the Archosaur radiation that would dominate the Mesozoic, began during or immediately after the rain. Evolution, given constraint, given pressure, given need, responds with innovation. The smoothing of Earth's sharp edges continued throughout the episode. Angularity, the sharp peaks and ridges that mark young landscapes, rounded, softened, wore away under constant chemical and physical attack. The planet's face aged rapidly. Landscapes that normally would take tens of millions of years to mature, to round, to gentle, did so in a tenth that time. The rain, working with patient urgency, with relentless softness, achieved in 2 million years what dry erosion might have taken 20 million to accomplish. Your consciousness fading now, fading into the darkness, into sleep deep and dreamless, as we drift through the slow burial of civilizations that never arose. Intelligence, which would eventually evolve, which would eventually build cities and contemplate stars, might have emerged earlier, might have appeared in the Triassic, but the rain, flooding the world, flooding the possibility space, prevented the stable conditions, the resource surplus, the environmental predictability that complex civilization requires. So the potential civilizations, the might-have-beens, the alternative timelines where consciousness arose 200 million years earlier, all drowned, buried under sediments of endless rain. The universe, unfolding, waited, patient, as Earth worked through its hydrological crisis, as the planet cleared the rain, as evolution groped toward forms that would, someday, eventually, produce minds capable of understanding what had happened, of reading the rocks, of reconstructing the story. Rain-fed landslides shaping continents occurred at frequencies difficult to comprehend. Every slope saturated, every soil horizon waterlogged, every rock face chemically weakened, existed perpetually on the edge of failure, triggering events, earthquakes, particularly intense storms, undermining by stream erosion, initiated failures that sent millions of cubic meters of material sliding, flowing, spreading across lowlands. These mass movements, repeated constantly across Pangaea, resurfaced the continents, old landscapes buried under debris, new landscapes formed from the deposits, the topography constantly renewing, constantly reshaping, existed in state of flux. That modern Earth, with its stable hills and established vegetation, never experiences. The ground itself, unreliable, temporary, made permanence impossible, made any attempt at stability futile. The end of dry wind erosion removed one of the three major erosional forces: glaciers, water, and wind. Normally share the work of landscape sculpture, but during the Carnian, glaciers didn't exist in the warm climate. Wind, ineffective in moisture-saturated air, contributed nothing. Only water remained, only water worked, carving, transporting, depositing, performing all the geological labor, doing in isolation what normally requires three agents working together. This monopoly, water's complete dominance, created distinctive landscapes lacking wind-eroded features, lacking ventifacts and yardangs, lacking deflation hollows and dune fields. Everything carved by water, shaped by water, testimony to water's power when granted unopposed rain. The modern landscape, shaped by multiple forces, shows complexity, variation, but Carnian landscapes, simplified by single-agent erosion, would have appeared more uniform, more monotonous, more repetitive in their forms. Let your body melt into complete relaxation, every muscle softening, releasing, as we drift through atmospheric circulation trapped in loops. The Hadley cell, that tropical circulation pattern where air rises at equator, flows poleward at altitude, descends in subtropics, locked into position. The feral cell, the mid-latitude circulation, similarly stabilized, and the polar cells, weak during the warm Carnian, barely functioned, creating atmospheric dynamics profoundly different from modern Earth. This circulation pattern, once established, self-reinforced, rising air at the equator, loaded with moisture from warm ocean, released that moisture as rain. The latent heat released by condensation powered further uplift, driving more circulation, pulling more moisture from ocean, creating more rain. The loop closed on itself, sustained itself, required no external forcing once initiated. Like an engine running on its own heat, the circulation continued, driving the rain, driving the transformation of Earth. The planet's temperature under cloud cover stayed remarkably uniform. The clouds, reflecting sunlight, prevented extreme heating, but they also trapped infrared, preventing cooling. The result, a thermal blanket effect, created narrow temperature range, perhaps 20 degrees Celsius year-round in tropics, perhaps 5 degrees in the warmest parts of polar regions which, though warmer than modern poles, still remained cooler than equatorial zones. The temperature gradient, reduced but present, drove atmospheric circulation, drove the monsoons, drove the rain. Greenhouse effect amplified by humidity created conditions unprecedented in recent geological history. Water vapor, the most abundant greenhouse gas, existed at concentrations far exceeding modern levels. This moisture, combined with elevated CO2 from volcanic emissions, trapped heat with efficiency that raised global average temperatures perhaps 8 to 10 degrees above modern values. Earth, in the Carnian, was a greenhouse, humid, warm, wet. A climate state that would be catastrophic for modern life, but one which Triassic life, given millions of years, adapted to, survived in, even thrived within. Your heartbeat fading into the distance. Thump, thump, softer, softer, as we drift through the sky as a ceiling, not a window, the cloud deck, impenetrable, absolute, separated Earth from cosmos more effectively than any solid barrier. Cosmic rays, normally showering Earth constantly, were partially blocked. Solar wind, deflected by magnetosphere, additionally scattered by thick atmosphere, even gravitational influences, the subtle tide-raising effects of moon and sun persisted, but their visual correlates. The moon in the sky, the sun's apparent motion, became invisible, theoretical, irrelevant to surface life. This disconnection, this isolation from the universe beyond, made Earth, paradoxically, more planetary and less cosmic, a world turned inward, focused on its own surface processes, its own atmospheric dynamics, its own hydrological cycles, the stars, which would eventually guide human navigation, which would inspire philosophy and religion, which would provide the context for understanding Earth's place in cosmos, remained hidden, unknown, unsuspected by any creature living through the rain. Rain-driven extinction pressures operated continuously, relentlessly, targeting specific adaptations, specific ecological strategies. Creatures adapted to dry conditions, herbivores that browsed dryland plants, predators that hunted in arid environments, all faced decline, displacement, extinction. The fossil record, though incomplete, shows turnover, old species disappearing, new species appearing, the composition of ecosystems shifting, reorganizing around the central reality of endless moisture. But extinction, though occurring, wasn't total, wasn't catastrophic in the sudden sense. The Carnian pluvial episode, unlike asteroid impacts or massive volcanic eruptions, killed gradually, selectively. Those species flexible enough, those with genetic variation allowing adaptation to wetter conditions, survived. Their descendants, inheriting successful adaptations, would eventually dominate the post-Carnian world, would radiate into new forms, would colonize ecological niches opened by others' extinctions. Species that thrived in saturation expanded dramatically. Amphibians, whose permeable skin requires moisture, spread worldwide. Certain reptile lineages, pre-adapted for wet conditions, diversified. Plants suited to wetlands, ferns and horsetails and early conifers capable of waterlogged growth, covered continents. These successful species, though they would later decline when dryness returned, wrote their genetic successes into the evolutionary record, past adaptations forward that would resurface whenever Earth again became wet. Feel yourself drifting, floating in the darkness, in the space between thought and sleep, as we explore constant runoff reshaping deltas, river deltas, those transitional zones where land meets sea, experienced explosive growth during the Carnian. The sediment load increased perhaps 100-fold above normal, built deltas outward at rates measured in kilometers per millennium rather than kilometers per million years. These deltas, massive, complex, created new land constantly, land that would, in some regions, persist after the rain ended, becoming fertile plains, becoming foundations for future ecosystems. The Mississippi Delta, the Ganges-Brahmaputra Delta, other major modern deltas, all build at rates impressive by human standards, but Carnian deltas, fed by continental scale erosion, by floods that never subsided, grew at rates that would have been visible, observable, capable of burying coastal ecosystems in decades rather than millennia. The loss of clear horizons affected more than just visibility. Horizons, that line where Earth meets sky, provides psychological comfort, provides sense of space, of possibility, on somewhere else to go. But horizons, during the Carnian, disappeared into moisture-heavy air, into grey, into nothingness a few kilometers distant. The world shrank, became claustrophobic, became a series of local zones with no distant vistas, no far places, no sense of the planet's size. This perceptual shrinkage would affect any species capable of appreciating distance. Migration, requiring knowledge of far destinations, would become difficult. Territorial behavior, normally including defense of large ranges, might compress. Navigation by landmarks, impossible beyond immediate locality. The cognitive map, that mental representation of space, would necessarily be local, immediate, focused on the knowable world within sensory range, rather than incorporating distant places glimpsed from high ground. Rain, as the dominant sound of Earth, created acoustic environment that modern humans, living in a world of mechanical noise, of voices, of music, can barely imagine. The patter, constant, variable only in intensity, would form the auditory baseline, the sound against which all other sounds would be perceived. Speech, had language existed, would need to occur during quieter rain, or would need to be loud, project over the constant background. Or perhaps communication would shift toward frequencies that transmitted well through rain, toward lower pitches, toward sounds that wouldn't be absorbed by water droplets. You're breathing the softest whisper now, barely present, as we drift through how nights felt under endless clouds. Night, during the Carnian, brought complete darkness, cloud cover, thick enough to block daytime sun, completely blocked starlight, moonlight, any celestial illumination. The darkness, absolute except for lightning flashes, would have shaped behavior, limited activity, created world where diurnal patterns, though present, operated under dimmer day and darker night than anything in modern experience. Nocturnal animals, adapted to darkness, might have found advantage. Their enhanced night vision, their non-visual senses, would function as well under clouds as under clear skies. But diurnal animals, depending on sunlight, on colour vision, and visual acuity, would struggle. The selective pressure, favouring enhanced low-light vision, favouring other senses, would drive adaptations we see echoed in modern animals, particularly in lineages that passed through the Carnian. The absence of stars for millions of years meant the loss of navigation, of celestial orientation. Some animals, even today, use stars for orientation during migration, use patterns of polarized skylight visible even during day. All these navigational aids disappeared under the clouds. Animals, if they migrated, would need to rely on magnetic fields, on smell, on memory of landmarks, on anything except the sky. The adaptations developed, the neural circuitry for non-celestial navigation would persist, would be inherited by descendants long after the clouds cleared. Earth, without stargazing, it seems impossible to imagine. Human culture, so bound to stars, to constellations, to the wonder of night sky, developed only because clear skies existed. The stars were visible, because the universe showed itself. Had the Carnian persisted, had the clouds never cleared, intelligence, if it evolved, would develop without cosmology, without awareness of universe beyond atmosphere. The philosophies, the religions, the sciences, all would be fundamentally different, focused on Earth, on weather, on the only reality accessible to observation. Your mind empty now, thoughts dissolved into stillness, as we drift through the slow memory loss of landscapes. Every landscape carries history in its form. River valleys remember ice ages that carved them. Mountain ranges remember tectonic collisions. Even plains remember ancient seas that deposited their sediments. But the Carnian, in erasing topography, erased these memories. The blank slate, as created by uniform erosion and deposition, would confuse any geologist attempting to reconstruct pre-Carnian geography. This amnesia, this geological forgetting, creates challenges for modern scientists, trying to reconstruct plate positions, trying to understand climate patterns, trying to map ancient continents. The Carnian layers, thick and widespread, bury, obscure, make invisible the rocks and structures that came before, like a reset button. The rain erased much of Earth's previous geological diary, forcing us to rely on scattered evidence, on rare outcrops, on indirect methods to understand what the planet was before the clouds locked into place. Geological time measured in rainfall, each drop a clock tick, each storm a minute, each century of rain a barely perceptible movement of the hour hand. This is how Earth tracks its history, not in human seconds and minutes, but in the accumulation of tiny events, of processes operating below perception, of changes too slow to observe but too persistent to avoid. The Carnian 2 million years of one type of weather represents a single sentence in Earth's autobiography, a sentence that reads, "And then it rained." The planet's surface slowly dissolving occurred through chemical weathering that proceeded without the interruptions dry periods normally provide. Chemical reactions, breaking down minerals, releasing ions, forming clays, all accelerated in permanent moisture. The rate of chemical weathering, perhaps 5 to 10 times normal, stripped continents of soluble materials, enriched oceans with dissolved ions, altered the chemical budgets of multiple global cycles simultaneously. This accelerated weathering, while destructive to landscapes, created opportunities. The released nutrients, washed to ocean, supported massive algal blooms, increased photosynthesis, even under reduced sunlight, drew down atmospheric CO2, worked toward eventual climate stabilization. The erosion, though violent and transformative, ultimately helped end the very conditions that caused it. The planet, self-regulating, used the rain to cure itself of the rain. Chemical weathering without rest transformed rock into soil, soil into clay, clay into suspension, suspension into sediment. The cycle, continuous, accelerated, created clay deposits of unprecedented extent. These clays, preserved in rocks worldwide, provide evidence of the Carnian, allow correlation between distant continents, tell stories of planetary transformation through their mineral composition, their chemical signatures, their subtle variations that encode information about the rain that formed them. Clay-rich worlds emerging everywhere, changed surface properties. Clay soils, impermeable, prevented water infiltration, created more runoff, more flooding, more erosion, a positive feedback, where weathering created conditions that enhanced weathering, where rain created surfaces that produced more rain effects. The landscape transforming itself, accelerating its own destruction, rushing towards some final stable state that would end the cycle. Let yourself sink completely into absolute rest, absolute peace, as we drift through the muting of Earth's colours which require light to perceive, which depend on mineral chemistry, which reflect environmental conditions, shifted during the Carnian. The bright reds and oranges of oxidized iron disappeared as reducing conditions prevailed. Greys and greens, the colors of unoxidized minerals, of organic rich sediments, of materials formed in oxygen-poor water, dominated. Even plants, though green from chlorophyll, appeared darker in the dim light. The world, desaturated, muted, like an old photograph where bright hues have faded to grey. This colour shift, though subtle, would affect any species with colour vision. Flowers, which use colours to attract pollinators, would be less visible, less distinctive. Colour-based communication, whether for mating, warning, or camouflage, would work less effectively, driving evolution toward other signals, other strategies, other ways of standing out in a grey world. The smell of minerals forever exposed changed as weathering proceeded. Fresh rock, newly exposed by erosion, releases distinctive mineral scents. But during the Carnian, rock stayed wet, stayed covered with moisture film that altered chemical signatures. The smell, more of solution chemistry, of dissolved minerals, of clay formation than of fresh stone, would create olfactory landscapes subtle, complex, rich in information for any creature capable of interpreting it. Rainfall as planetary respiration, the breathing of Earth continued, in, out, water evaporating from ocean, the inhale, water condensing in clouds, the pause, water falling as rain, the exhale, the cycle, repeating billions of times per day across the planet, constituted respiration at geological scale. The planet, breathing water, breathing life, breathing transformation. When clouds became climate governors, they assumed role normally distributed across multiple systems. Oceans, which usually dominate climate through heat storage, became secondary. Plate tectonics, which influences climate through mountain building and volcanic emissions, continued. But the clouds, the immediate or proximal cause of surface conditions, controlled daily reality. The climate, dictated by clouds, responded to cloud dynamics, lived or died by cloud behavior. The feedback loops that wouldn't break persisted because no external forcing interrupted them. No asteroid impact, no sudden geographic change, no orbital variation strong enough to overcome atmospheric inertia. Earth, isolated in space, stable in its orbit, continued along the path it had locked into. The rain, self-sustaining, self-perpetuating, continued not because it wanted to, but because the physics, the chemistry, the planetary dynamics all aligned to maintain it. Why the rain never stopped comes down to positive feedbacks overpowering negative feedbacks. Every system, whether climate or ecosystem or economy, contains both positive and negative feedbacks. Negative feedbacks, dampening change, promoting stability, usually dominate, maintain homeostasis. But during the Carnian, the positive feedbacks, amplifying change, grew stronger. Warmth created moisture. Moisture created more warmth. More clouds created more rain. More rain created conditions that sustained clouds. The system, spiraling, locked into extreme state it couldn't escape. What finally ended the 2 million-year storm, we drift toward understanding as your breathing slows to almost nothing as sleep approaches complete. The volcanic emissions, which started the crisis, gradually declined. Carbon dioxide, which had spiked to perhaps 5 or 6 times modern levels, slowly decreased as weathering consumed it. The decrease, imperceptible year to year, accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, eventually the carbon drawdown, the cooling it caused, weakened the feedbacks just enough. The locked circulation, perturbed by cooling, began to vary, to shift. Once variation began, once the system escaped its locked state, change accelerated. The atmosphere, finding new circulation patterns, broke free from the configurations that sustained rain. Monsoons, which had blown constantly, developed off-seasons, dry periods, intervals when high pressure dominated and rain paused. These pauses, initially brief, lengthened, spread, eventually dominated. The rain, after 2 million years of persistence, finally, gradually, incrementally, stopped. The first dry day after eternity arrived without fanfare, without drama. Just another day when, somewhere, the rain paused and didn't resume immediately. Then another dry day, then a week, then a dry season. The transition, not sudden, not catastrophic, unfolded over tens of thousands of years. Climate shifting from constantly wet to mostly wet to seasonally wet to the varied patterns that would characterize the later Triassic. Your consciousness fading completely now, dissolving like mist, like cloud, like rain evaporating in the first sunlight after eternity. As we drift through, the universe keeps turning, keeps revolving, keeps bringing Earth around the sun in cycles that never paused, never acknowledged the rain, never cared about the transformation happening on one small planet's surface. The stars, invisible for 2 million years, had continued burning. Galaxies, unseen, continued their cosmic dance. The universe, vast and uncaring, proceeded with its own evolution, its own transformation, while Earth, tiny, insignificant, worked through its crisis, struggled with its feedbacks, slowly, patiently, found its way back to climate states that allowed clearer skies, drier land, more varied conditions. And the rain, after reshaping continents, after redirecting evolution, after leaving scars that would persist for hundreds of millions of years, simply, quietly, gently, stopped. The clouds thinned, broke apart, revealed blue, The sun, unfiltered, touched ground, and earth, transformed, emerged into a new age, carrying forward the memories, the adaptations, the geological signatures of the 2 million years when water ruled everything. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 winter mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Tonight we'll drift through the hidden colors inside fresh snow, the strange sounds frozen lakes make at night, animals that never truly sleep through winter. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink, heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you, every muscle softening, your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump, matching the rhythm of space itself, shoulders melting down, jaw releasing, each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. If this helps you rest, tap subscribe, comment, and hit like, so others can find this calm too, but only if your eyes are still open. Otherwise, just drift. Now, let's drift into winter, high above you, miles into the frozen sky. Water vapor is dancing, moving through clouds so cold, below zero, far below, and the vapor doesn't freeze all at once. It needs something, a tiny particle, a speck of dust or pollen floating in that endless cold. And when a water molecule finally touches that speck, it freezes, becoming the very first crystal, the seed. And other molecules drift close, sticking, building, always adding on in 6 directions because of how water molecules bond, hydrogen and oxygen holding hands in a particular way, creating hexagonal symmetry, 6-sided, always. And as this crystal falls, tumbling through different temperatures, different levels of moisture, it grows, changes, developing its arms, its branches, becoming more intricate, more impossibly delicate. Thump, thump. Your breath is slowing now, matching the fall of snowflakes, drifting down, down, heavier, heavier. Every snowflake follows the same hexagonal rule, 6 sides, 6 arms, but the exact path each one takes through the sky, the specific temperatures it encounters, the precise moisture levels, these are never exactly the same. So each crystal grows differently. One might pass through a pocket of extra moisture and grow thick plates, another through drier air and form delicate needles. The journey sculpts the form, and no 2 journeys, no 2 snowflakes are ever identical. They're like tiny frozen diarrheas are recording their fall through the atmosphere in ice. Let your eyelids grow heavy, so heavy as we drift deeper into the science of snow. Sometimes snowflakes are columns, 6-sided prisms, sometimes flat plates, like tiny hexagonal mirrors. Sometimes they grow stellar dendrites, those classic star shapes with branches and side branches, like frozen ferns. At certain temperatures, around 15 degrees below 0 Celsius, the crystals grow the most elaborate arms, becoming those picture-perfect snowflakes, but warmer or colder, and they form simpler shapes, columns, needles, plates. The atmosphere is an artist, and temperature is its brush, painting each flake differently. When snowflakes reach the ground, piling up, they trap air between them. So much air. Sometimes 90 to 95% of fresh snow is just air. This is why snow is such a perfect insulator. All that trapped stillness. And in the coldest places, when you walk on this snow, when the crystals are at just the right temperature and shape, they compress and break under your feet, creating a sound, a squeak, almost musical. The crystals fracturing in rhythm with your steps, singing their tiny breaking song. Thump, thump. Feel yourself sinking deeper into the mattress, heavier, heavier, every part of you releasing. Snow appears white even though ice is clear because of all those surfaces. Thousands of tiny crystal faces reflecting light, scattering it. Each surface bounces light in different directions, and when all colors scatter equally, our eyes see white, pure white. But look closely at snow in shadow, and you might see blue, because the snow absorbs slightly more red light than blue, and in the shadows, where light passes through the crystals instead of bouncing off the surface, the blue wavelengths survive the journey, emerging as that cool, ethereal blue that lives in the hollows of snowdrifts. Your breathing is so slow now, so easy, following the rhythm of falling snow, endless, gentle. When snow falls through still air, it creates a kind of silence. The flakes absorb sound waves, damping them, muffling the world. Each crystal acts like a tiny acoustic panel, and fresh snow can reduce ambient noise by up to 60%. The world becomes quieter, softer, wrapped in frozen hush. This is why a fresh snowfall feels so peaceful, so removed from time. The sound itself has been gently put to sleep. Let your thoughts drift away like snowflakes, melting, dissolving, nothing to hold on to. On cold windows, moisture from inside your home meets the frozen glass and creates gardens. Frost patterns grow in feathers and ferns, fractals spreading across the pane. This happens because water vapor deposits directly into ice, skipping the liquid phase entirely. The glass surface has tiny imperfections, scratches, dust particles, and these become the seeds where crystals start growing, branching out, following the same rules as snowflakes, six-sided, intricate. Each window grows its own forest of ice. Thump, thump. Hoarfrost forms differently on trees and grass and spider webs. When air is very humid and very cold, and surfaces are even colder than the air, water vapor crystallizes directly onto them, building up in layers, creating those white, feathered structures, like the world has been painted in fuzzy ice. It's similar to frost on your window, but building outward into 3 dimensions, constructing tiny architecture from frozen air. The crystals can grow an inch long or more, transforming ordinary objects into winter sculptures. Feel your jaw releasing, completely slack, your tongue resting soft in your mouth, everything becoming heavier. Rime ice is different still when fog droplets, tiny liquid water drops suspended in air below freezing, drift against objects. They freeze on contact, layer after layer building up on the windward side of trees, creating strange white fingers pointing into the wind. Sometimes rime builds up so thick, so dense, it can weigh down power lines, bend tree branches. The world becomes coated in frozen fog, solid cloud, clinging to everything. There's a difference between frost and freeze. Frost is ice crystals forming from vapor, a direct transformation, deposition. But a freeze is when liquid water already present turns to ice. When the ground freezes, moisture in the soil crystallizes, expanding, pushing, creating pressure that can crack rocks over thousands of years, over geological time. Winter is patient and powerful. Your heartbeat is so quiet now. Thump, thump, barely a whisper in your chest. Everything slowing, slowing. Ice crystals grow in beautiful patterns because water molecules arrange themselves in a lattice, a three-dimensional structure. Each H2O molecule bonds with four others, creating space, open structure. This is why ice is less dense than liquid water, why it floats. The molecules lock into position with space between them, whereas liquid water has molecules moving, sliding past each other, packing more tightly. If ice didn't float, lakes would freeze from the bottom up and aquatic life, everything, would die. But instead, ice forms a lid, protecting the water below. Let yourself float on that knowledge, drifting, held up by the structure of ice itself, safe, protected. Ice has a specific crystalline arrangement called ice-ike, the H standing for hexagonal, 6 molecules forming rings, stacking into layers, creating that fundamental six-fold symmetry that appears in every snowflake, every frost pattern. It's the same geometry everywhere. Water's favorite shape, its natural state when frozen, written into the laws of physics, into the angle between hydrogen and oxygen, 104.5 degrees, creating permanent architecture. Black ice forms on roads when water freezes so smoothly, so transparently, that you can see the dark pavement through it. It's not black, just clear, invisible, dangerous. This happens when water freezes quickly on a cold surface, forming a thin, uniform sheet without air bubbles or crystal irregularities, just pure ice, transparent as glass, and drivers can't see it, can't tell road from ice until they're sliding. Thump, thump. Your body is melting into the bed, boundaries dissolving. Where do you end and the mattress begin? Impossible to tell now. When a lake freezes, when that ice is thick and strong, it doesn't stay silent. The ice sheet expands and contracts with temperature changes, creating stress, tension, and sometimes it cracks. Suddenly, the crack races across the ice at thousands of feet per second, and the sound is otherworldly, like whales singing, like science fiction, like the lake is alive and speaking, long, tonal. almost musical groans and cracks that can travel for miles. Lake ice singing its winter song, thermal cracks, stress releasing, ice breathing. These sounds happen more at night when temperatures drop quickly, the ice contracts, pulls tight, and somewhere a weak point gives way. The crack propagates, and the sound echoes across the frozen surface, across the water trapped below. Some people describe it as pinging, or booming, or long scratching sounds. The lake becoming an instrument and played by temperature, by physics. Sink deeper, deeper, into the space where sound and cold meet. Sometimes you can see bubbles frozen in lake ice, methane gas released from decaying plants on the lake bottom, rising up through the water. And when the ice forms, it traps these bubbles, thousands of them, stacked in vertical columns, like frozen breath, like the lake's exhalations captured mid-rise. Each bubble a moment, a release of gas, frozen in time. Some bubbles are tiny, some larger, creating otherworldly patterns when you look down through clear ice, like looking into another dimension made of circles and light. Wind sculpts snow into dunes, just like sand dunes in a desert, but faster. The wind picks up snow crystals, carries them, deposits them, and the drifts take shapes, wave-like, ridged, carved by air currents flowing over obstacles. Snow is fluid in wind, almost liquid, streaming and settling according to the same physics that shapes sand, shapes water. The dunes can be feet high, blocking roads, burying fences, reorganizing the landscape overnight. Winter erasing boundaries, redrawing the world. Your thoughts are like snow in wind, drifting, shapeless, flowing away into darkness. Thump, thump. Blizzards form when strong winds combine with falling or recently fallen snow, reducing visibility to near zero. The snow doesn't have to be falling from clouds. Ground blizzards happen when wind picks up snow that's already on the ground, creating whiteout conditions from clear skies. The wind speed, typically over 35 miles per hour, keeps snow suspended in the air, swirling, disorienting, and the temperature drops as wind pulls heat away from any surface, any body. Wind chill making cold feel colder, making survival harder. The polar vortex is a large area of cold air, circulating around the poles. It's always there, spinning in the stratosphere, kept in place by the temperature difference between polar and tropical air. But sometimes the vortex weakens or shifts, and cold air that normally stays near the Arctic spills southward, bringing extreme cold to places that rarely experience it. The vortex wobbling like a spinning top losing balance, and when it does, winter reaches farther, colder than usual. Feel the cold, but you're warm, safe under blankets. The cold is far away, just an idea, just science, nothing that can touch you now. Arctic air masses form over the frozen polar regions. The air sits over ice and snow for days, weeks, losing heat to space, becoming dense, heavy, cold. And when these air masses move, pushed by high-altitude winds. They bring that polar cold with them. The air itself becomes winter, carrying temperatures far below freezing. Sometimes these masses clash with warmer air, and the boundary between them, the front, creates storms, snow, drama in the atmosphere, thump, thump. Winter air feels sharper because it's drier. Cold air holds less moisture than warm air, exponentially less. At 0 degrees Fahrenheit, air can hold barely anything, almost no water vapor. So when you breathe winter air, it pulls moisture from your lungs, your throat, your nasal passages, creating that sharp, almost burning sensation. The dryness irritates, and you feel the cold more acutely, each breath a reminder of winter's grip. This dryness also creates static electricity. Without moisture in the air, electrons can't dissipate easily. They build up on surfaces, on your body, and then a spark. When you touch metal, when you touch another person, the shock of electrons jumping, seeking equilibrium. Static is worse in winter. The air too dry to conduct charge away, so it accumulates, waiting, ready to surprise. Your muscles are releasing, nothing left to hold, floating in the space between awake and sleep. Sometimes winter produces lightning, thunder snow. During intense snowstorms, when the atmospheric conditions are just right, charge separation occurs within the clouds, positive and negative regions forming, just like in summer thunderstorms. And the discharge, lightning, followed by thunder, but snow-dampened sound. So the thunder is muffled, quieter. You might see the flash, the brief illumination of falling snow, before hearing a dull rumble. Thunder in winter is rare, special. The atmosphere breaking its own rules. Winter skies often look clearer, sharper than summer skies, because cold air is denser and holds less water vapor, less haze, less moisture scattering light. The stars seem brighter, more numerous, like they've moved closer to Earth, and the atmosphere is calmer, fewer thermals, less turbulence, so the light from space passes through more cleanly, less distorted. Astronomy loves winter, the cold, still air, thump, thump. The sun in winter sits lower in the sky. Its angle of approach is more oblique, shallow. At the winter solstice, the sun at noon barely climbs above the horizon in far northern places, and this low angle means sunlight passes through more atmosphere, more air, before reaching the ground. The light is filtered, softened, taking on warmer tones, golden, orange, and shadows grow long, stretching across the snow, exaggerating every contour. Let yourself stretch into those long shadows, becoming thin, becoming light, dissolving. Daylight hours shrink in winter. The Earth's tilt pointing the northern hemisphere away from the sun. So sunrise comes later, sunset earlier, and in the far north, beyond the Arctic Circle, the sun doesn't rise at all for weeks, months, polar night. The sky might glow with twilight, but the sun stays below the horizon, and people live in this darkness, adapting, lighting candles, finding light in snow's reflection of moon and stars. Winter compressing time into darkness. But twilight lasts longer in winter because the sun's path across the sky is more diagonal, more slanted. It takes longer to sink far enough below the horizon for darkness to become complete. So dawn and dusk stretch out, extended. The sky holds on to colour longer, fading slowly through blues and purples, lingering. Winter gives you longer transitions, more time in the in-between. Some places on Earth experience winter at extremes. Oymyakon in Russia, Verkhoyansk. These are among the coldest inhabited places, temperatures dropping to -50, -60 degrees Celsius, cold enough to freeze fuel, to make metal brittle, to turn breath into ice crystals that fall, making a sound the locals call the whispering of the stars. People live here, adapting, surviving, proving human resilience. Thump, thump. Beneath the ground in these places, permafrost, soil that stays frozen year-round, never thawing, sometimes hundreds of feet deep. The ground is locked, solid, ancient ice and frozen earth that has been solid for thousands of years. And in this frozen soil, you can find preserved remains, mammoths, ancient plants, perfectly frozen time capsules, winter that never ended, just kept going, deeper into the earth. Your body is so heavy now, sinking through the mattress, through the floor, down into the deep frozen earth, held, preserved, safe, even in places without permafrost. The ground freezes in winter. Frost penetrates down, sometimes inches, sometimes feet, depending on temperature and duration and snow cover. And this freezing changes the soil. Water in the soil expands as it freezes, creating pressure, pushing. When it thaws, the soil is different, restructured. Frost heave can lift rocks, shift foundations, slowly reshape the land, one winter at a time. But the soil also rests in winter, covered by snow. The ground is insulated, protected from the harshest cold and wind. Microorganisms slow down but don't completely stop, continuing their work of decomposition, nutrient cycling, just more slowly. The soil breathes more shallowly, waiting for spring, but still alive beneath the white. Snow itself is an insulator. Those air pockets we talked about, they trap heat, prevent it from escaping. So beneath a thick layer of snow, even when air temperature is far below zero, the ground might be relatively warm, close to freezing but not much colder. This creates a space, a subnivean zone, under the snow. And in this space, small animals survive. Voles, mice, moving through tunnels between snow and ground, protected from predators and cold, living in a hidden winter world. Plants survive under snow too. Low-growing plants, grasses, wildflowers. They lie dormant under the white blanket, waiting. The snow protects them from wind, from extreme temperature swings, from desiccation. They're sleeping but safe, and when spring comes, when the snow melts, they emerge, green and alive, ready to grow again. Thump, thump. Feel yourself like those plants, dormant, protected. Nothing required of you now. Just rest. Just wait. Just sleep. Evergreen trees keep their needles all winter. Unlike deciduous trees that drop their leaves, evergreens hold on. This seems like it would be harder, more costly, but evergreens have adaptations. Their needles are coated with a waxy cuticle, preventing water loss, and the needles are narrow, reducing surface area, limiting moisture evaporation. In the deep cold, water is locked up as ice, unavailable. So trees that keep their leaves need to prevent dehydration. Pine trees, spruce, fir, their needles are shaped to survive winter, not just narrow, but tough, containing substances that resist freezing, and dark green, absorbing any available sunlight, even in winter, photosynthesizing slowly whenever conditions allow. They don't sleep completely, they just slow down, conserving energy, waiting for better days, but still, barely, growing. Deciduous trees take a different approach. They drop their leaves because leaves would lose too much water in winter, and the tree can't replace that water when the ground is frozen, so they let go, withdraw resources from the leaves first, breaking down chlorophyll, revealing yellows and oranges that were always there, then forming an abscission layer, sealing off the leaf, letting it fall. The tree becomes dormant, sleeping deeply, conserving everything, just barely alive. Thump, thump. Inside the wood, you can see this. If you cut a tree, the cross-section shows rings. Each ring is 1 year, and each ring has 2 parts, light and dark. The light part grew in spring and summer, cells growing quickly, large. The dark part grew in late summer and fall, cells smaller, denser, and in winter, almost no growth, just a pause, a thin line between years. Trees record winter in their bodies, in the narrowness between rings, counting seasons, counting time. Your breathing is so faint now, barely disturbing the air, like those trees breathing through winter, minimal, conserved, almost not at all. Some animals change color in winter, Arctic hares, ermine, ptarmigan. Their summer browns and greys turn pure white. This is camouflage, blending with snow, escaping predators or sneaking up on prey. The change is triggered by day length, not temperature. Shorter days signal the body to produce different pigments in fur or feathers. Melanin fading, white taking over, and when spring comes, days lengthening, the process reverses, brown returning. The animal doesn't decide, it just responds to light, automatic, ancient. Animals grow thicker coats too, additional fur, denser, with more underfur for insulation. Deer, wolves, even domestic dogs respond to decreasing daylight, growing winter coats. 2 layers, guard hairs on the outside, repelling water and wind, and soft underfur beneath, trapping air, holding warmth. Nature's own insulation system, grown from within. Many animals store fat before winter, eating intensely in fall, building reserves. Bears can gain hundreds of pounds, their bodies converting food to fat, energy storage for the long months ahead. Fat is concentrated energy and also insulation. Two purposes in one tissue. The animal becomes its own pantry, its own furnace, carrying survival in its cells. Thump, thump. Let your body feel heavy with that fat, with that stored warmth. Nothing to do but rest, rest, rest. Hibernation is often misunderstood. True hibernation is rare. The animal's body temperature drops close to ambient. Heartbeat slows to a few beats per minute. Breathing becomes shallow, infrequent. Metabolism drops to a fraction of normal. The animal is barely alive, in a state called torpor. Ground squirrels do this, their body temperature dropping below freezing, but they don't freeze solid because of adaptations in their blood, protective compounds. They wake periodically, briefly, then drop back into torpor, cycling through winter. Bears don't truly hibernate. They enter a state of dormancy. Their temperature drops, but not dramatically. They can wake if disturbed. A mother bear can even give birth in the den, nursing cubs while half asleep. This isn't true hibernation, but something in between. Still impressive, still survival through stillness. Reptiles and amphibians brumate. Similar to hibernation, but different. Their metabolism slows way down. They hide in protected places, underwater, underground, barely moving for months. Frogs can actually freeze solid, ice forming in their body cavities, between cells. Their blood concentrates glucose, acting like antifreeze in the cells themselves, protecting them from rupture. And when spring comes, when warmth returns, they thaw, come back to life, heart starting again, breathing resuming. Frozen death that isn't death, just winter's pause. Your thoughts are freezing now, crystallizing, stopping, nothing moving in your mind. Thump, thump. Fish survive under frozen lakes because ice floats, creating that protective lid we talked about. The water beneath stays liquid, above freezing, at the bottom of the lake where it's densest, around 4 degrees Celsius. Fish move slowly, metabolism reduced by cold. They don't need much food, don't need much oxygen. They exist in a slower state, waiting. The lake above them might be silent, locked, frozen, but below the ice, life continues, quietly, slowly. Oxygen under ice comes from plants still photosynthesizing, albeit slowly, and from the water itself holding dissolved oxygen from before the freeze. As long as the ice isn't too thick, light can penetrate, and some photosynthesis continues, life finding a way, even in the cold, even under ice, even in darkness, persisting. Many birds migrate to escape winter, flying thousands of miles to places where food is available, where temperatures allow survival. They follow ancient routes, genetic programming and learned paths, flocks moving together across continents. But some birds stay, chickadees, cardinals, crows. They adapt, fluffing their feathers to trap air, shivering to generate heat, finding food in seeds and insect hidden in bark. Winter birds are hardy, specialized, choosing to face the cold rather than flee. Feathers are remarkable insulation, better than most synthetic materials. Each feather is composed of a central shaft with thousands of smaller barbs, and each barb has thousands of smaller barbules, creating a complex structure that traps air in countless tiny pockets. And birds can adjust, fluffing feathers to trap more air when cold, or they tuck one leg up into their feathers, stand on one foot, reducing heat loss. Small birds might seek shelter together, huddling in groups, sharing warmth through the long, dark nights. Penguins have taken cold adaptation to extremes. Emperor penguins breed in Antarctic winter, the coldest, darkest time. They stand on ice, holding eggs on their feet, enduring temperatures of -40 degrees or colder, winds over 100 miles per hour. They have multiple layers of dense feathers, 4 layers, and a thick layer of blubber, and they huddle. Thousands of birds pressed together, rotating positions so everyone gets a turn in the warm center. The huddle itself generates heat, a collective furnace of bodies. Emperor penguins don't just survive winter, they embrace it, thrive in it. Antarctic winters are incomprehensible cold, darkness. The sun doesn't rise for months. Polar night absolute and complete. Temperatures dropping below -80 degrees Celsius. Wind howling across endless ice. And yet, life persists. Penguins, seals, even some fish adapted to waters just above freezing, with antifreeze proteins in their blood, preventing ice crystal formation, life refusing to surrender, even to winter's harshest extremes. Thump, thump. Feel the darkness around you. You're safe in it, warm, cradled by blankets while outside winter is infinite. You're held, protected, drifting. The northern lights appear more often in winter, or seem to. Perhaps because the long dark nights give more viewing time. The aurora borealis, caused by solar particles striking Earth's magnetic field, being funneled toward the poles and colliding with atmospheric gases, oxygen and nitrogen. The collisions excite the gases, and they emit light, green mostly, from oxygen, but sometimes red, or purple, or blue, curtains of light dancing across the sky, waving, pulsing. Winter skies host these ghost lights, this solar wind made visible, physics becoming art. Mountains wear snow-like crowns, high peaks collecting snowfall, building glaciers, great rivers of ice flowing downhill, slower than you can perceive, inches per day, feet per year. The weight of accumulated snow compresses the lower layers into ice, dense, blue, and the glacier flows, plastic deformation under pressure, carved by gravity, carving the land in turn. These are winter made permanent, snow that fell thousands of years ago still sliding, still moving, still frozen. Glaciers cover vast areas, ice fields, ice caps, in Greenland, Antarctica, Patagonia, ice thousands of feet thick, holding most of Earth's fresh water, locked in frozen time. They advance and retreat over centuries, over millennia. responding to climate shifts too slow for human perception, breathing in and out across geological time, thump, thump, your chest rising and falling, slow like glaciers, ancient, inevitable, nothing to do but continue, breathing, being. Sea ice is different from glaciers. Sea ice forms when ocean water itself freezes. The salt in the water complicates this. Salt water freezes at a lower temperature than fresh, around -2 degrees Celsius, and as it freezes, some salt is expelled, creating brine channels. The ice becomes a matrix of frozen water and concentrated brine pockets, and this ice floats, covering vast areas of the Arctic Ocean in winter, expanding, then retreating in summer. The ice moves, drifts with currents and wind, grinding, creating pressure ridges where sheets collide, piling up ice blocks, making a dynamic, ever-changing frozen seascape. Icebergs are pieces of glaciers that have broken away, carved, falling into the ocean. These are freshwater ice, not sea ice. Sometimes enormous, only 10% visible above water, the rest hidden below, floating, drifting with currents, slowly melting. The ice in these bergs might be thousands of years old, ancient snow compressed and transformed, now adrift in a different world, different state, dissolving back into the ocean that evaporated to create the snow in the first place. The water cycle completing its longest loops. Winter storms at sea are violent. Cold air over relatively warmer water creates instability. The water evaporates, adding moisture, energy, and storms form, intensify. Waves grow massive, wind screaming. In the North Atlantic, winter storms are legendary, feared. The same dynamics as land-based winter storms, but over open water. Unlimited space for waves to build, for wind to accelerate. The ocean in winter becomes hostile, testing everything that floats, that dares to cross. Wind chill makes cold feel colder. The wind strips away the thin layer of warm air your body creates around itself, forcing your body to work harder to maintain temperature. Wind also increases evaporative cooling from any exposed moisture, from your breath, your eyes. The faster the wind, the more rapidly heat is stolen. So -10 degrees with wind might feel like -30. Dangerous, threatening. Wind chill isn't just discomfort, it's danger. Frostbite can happen in minutes when wind chill is extreme. Thump, thump. Cold feels painful because it activates pain receptors, nociceptors, in your skin. Extreme cold causes damage at the cellular level, ice crystals forming in tissue, cell membranes rupturing, and your nerves detect this damage, or the potential for it, sending pain signals, warning you. Pain is protection, your body saying move, find warmth, survive. But you're warm now, safe. The cold is just a story, just science floating through the dark. Some humans have adapted to cold, Inuit peoples. Those living in Arctic regions for generations show physiological differences. Better circulation to extremities, higher basal metabolic rates, more brown fat. Brown fat is special. It burns energy to produce heat instead of storing energy like regular fat. Babies have lots of brown fat, adults less so, but cold exposure can activate and even grow more brown fat. Your body adapting, learning to generate warmth from within. When you shiver, that's your muscles contracting rapidly, involuntarily, generating heat through movement, thermogenesis. It can increase heat production several fold, your body vibrating itself warm. But shivering is costly, burns energy quickly, not sustainable for long. It's an emergency measure, buying time to find shelter, warmth, safety. Your breath makes fog in cold air because your lungs warm and humidify the air you breathe. And when you exhale, that warm, moist air meets cold. The water vapor condenses into tiny droplets, visible cloud, your breath made visible. Each exhale a small fog bank, temporary, dissipating, but in extreme cold, in the very coldest places, your breath can freeze, not just condense, actually crystallize, forming tiny ice particles that fall, glittering. This happens at -40 or colder, your breath becoming snow, instantly. Thump, thump. In extreme cold, your eyelashes can freeze. Moisture from your eyes, from your breath condensing on lashes, freezes into tiny icicles, and each blink adds more frost, your lashes growing white, rigid. Strange sensation, a reminder of how cold can touch even the most delicate parts of you, transforming moisture to crystal, to decoration, to danger if you're not protected. Let your eyes stay closed, frost or not. They're so heavy, sealed, nothing to see but darkness anyway. Sleep taking you deeper, deeper. Snow blindness happens when ultraviolet light reflects off snow. All that white surface bouncing UV rays upward into your eyes, and UV radiation damages the cornea like a sunburn on your eye. It's painful, temporarily blinding, feeling like sand in your eyes, but it heals, usually within days. Snow amplifies sun. Sometimes sunglasses are necessary even in winter, even in cold. The sun might be weak, low in the sky, but reflected off endless white. It becomes dangerous again. Sometimes when sunlight passes through ice crystals floating in the air, high cirrus clouds, the light refracts, bends, creating a halo around the sun, a ring of light, 22 degrees radius, called a 22-degree halo. The ice crystals act as prisms, splitting and bending light, and if the crystals are oriented just right, you might also see bright spots on either side of the sun, sundogs, or parhelia, false suns, accompanying the real one. 3 suns in the winter sky. Ancient peoples saw these as omens, as magic. Now we know it's just ice crystals, just physics, but still beautiful, still special. The moon can create halos too, moonlight passing through those same ice crystals, creating rings around the moon on cold, clear nights, lunar halos, softer than solar halos, gentler. The moon borrowing the sun's light and the ice crystals borrowing them both, creating beauty from reflection and refraction. Winter turning light into art, into geometry, into wonder. Thump, thump. Feel yourself floating in that halo, inside the circle of light, protected, drifting. Frozen fog happens when fog droplets freeze on contact with surfaces, similar to rime ice, but the fog stays suspended. The air is so cold that the tiny water droplets in the fog crystallize, and visibility drops to near zero. Everything becomes white, erased. You're inside a cloud made of ice crystals. Walking through frozen fog is surreal. Every surface coated, your hair, your clothes, everything accumulating ice. You become part of winter, part of the crystallization, transformed. Diamond dust is one of winter's most delicate phenomena. Tiny ice crystals forming in clear, calm, very cold air, so small, floating, catching sunlight, glittering like diamonds, like glitter scattered in the air. This happens when the air is colder than -30 degrees Celsius and very still. The crystals form from water vapor, deposition straight from gas to solid, and they hang, suspended, sparkling, transforming the air itself into something precious, something rare. Winter making jewels from nothing but cold and moisture and stillness. Sometimes snow doesn't fall as individual flakes. Wind can roll it into cylinders, snow rollers. The wind picks up a thin layer of wet snow and rolls it, like rolling a sleeping bag, accumulating more snow as it tumbles, growing into cylindrical shapes or hollow tubes like wheels. They dot fields after the right conditions: wind, temperature, snow consistency, all perfect. These formations look alien, artificial, but they're purely natural. Wind sculpture, physics at play. Thump, thump. Wind doesn't just roll snow, it drifts it, shapes it, creating patterns. Snow accumulates on the lee side of obstacles, forming graceful curves, aerodynamic shapes. The wind carves and deposits, erodes and builds. Sometimes the drifts have sharp edges, wind-packed crests. Other times they're smooth, flowing. You can read the wind in the shapes of drifts, see which direction it blew, how strong. The landscape becomes a record, a frozen memory of air movement. Avalanches are gravity and snow in terrible combination. Layers of snow accumulate on hills, and sometimes the layers don't bond well. New snow on old ice, or different types of snow with different densities, and stress builds from more snow, from temperature changes, from wind loading, and then something triggers release, a sound, a skier, or nothing at all, and the snow slides, accelerates, falls at speeds over 80 miles per hour, hundreds of thousands of tons moving, destroying everything in its path. Trees, buildings, anything. Avalanches are winter's violence or its power unleashed, gravity pulling snow back down. Ice climbing exists because waterfalls freeze, water flowing over rock, freezing in place, layer by layer, becoming vertical ice, sculptural, and climbers ascend this ice, using ice axes, crampons, protective gear. It's dangerous. The ice can be unstable, can break, can avalanche. But frozen waterfalls are also beautiful. Blue-white columns, frozen motion, water caught mid-fall, solidified. Climbers are drawn to this, the challenge, the beauty, the temporary nature of it, because come spring, it all melts, flows again. The climb existing only in winter. Icicles grow from dripping water in freezing temperatures. Water runs, drips, and each drip freezes before it falls, adding a tiny amount to the icicle, layer by layer. The tip of the icicle is hollow usually, water flowing through the center and freezing on the outside. This creates that characteristic tapered shape, thick at the top, pointed at the bottom. Icicles can grow quite large, feet long, heavy enough to be dangerous if they fall, but they're beautiful too, transparent, catching light, refracting it. Little prisms hanging from roofs and cliffs. Thump, thump. Your body is like an icicle, solid, still, hanging in space, nothing moving, just existing in frozen time. Icicles drip on warmer days or when sun hits them. The surface melts slightly, runs down, drips, the icicle slowly consuming itself, getting smaller. Eventually it falls, shatters, returns to water. But while it exists, while temperatures stay right, it's stable, a balance between freezing and melting, existing in equilibrium, temporary, but in the moment, solid, real. Entire waterfalls can freeze, not just forming vertical ice for climbing, but stopping. The waterfall ceases to fall, becomes a frozen sculpture, still, silent. What was motion, sound, energy, becomes static, potential, waiting. These frozen falls are eerie, beautiful. They represent winter's ability to stop time, to pause process, to freeze not just water, but change itself. Thump, thump. Rivers develop ice jams when floating ice, chunks and sheets, accumulate, blocking flow. The ice piles up, forming a dam, and water backs up behind it, sometimes flooding, or the water level drops downstream. The jam is unstable. It might hold for days, weeks, or it might break suddenly, releasing a surge of water and ice, destructive, powerful. Rivers in winter are unpredictable, frozen and flowing, solid and liquid, fighting themselves, fighting physics, trying to move in a world that wants them still. In the coldest regions, people build ice roads. Frozen lakes and rivers become highways. Trucks drive across ice several feet thick, transporting supplies to remote locations. The ice is strong enough, engineered, measured, but always there's risk. Always the knowledge that this road is temporary, that spring will erase it, return it to water. Ice roads exist in the margins, between seasons, between states of matter, practical and temporary and strange. Winter constellations wheel overhead. Orion the Hunter rises in the east, his belt of 3 stars, his sword hanging down. Betelgeuse and Rigel marking shoulder and foot, red and blue. Orion dominates winter skies in the northern hemisphere, accompanied by Taurus the Bull. Gemini the twins, Canis Major with Sirius, the brightest star. These patterns are not winter's alone, but winter shows them best. Cold, clear, dark nights giving space for stars to shine. Let those stars rotate above you, behind closed eyes, wheeling through the night, eternal, while you sink, 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 thump, thump. Winter is best for stargazing in many ways. Clear, cold air, long nights, less light pollution in some areas, snow-covered ground providing natural darkness, and the cold, as uncomfortable as it is for the observer, makes the atmosphere more stable, less turbulent, so stars twinkle less, appear sharper, telescopes see better, farther. Winter is the season of clarity, of vision, of seeing into deep space with minimal interference. Sound travels farther in cold air. Strangely enough, cold air is denser than warm air. Sound waves propagate more efficiently through denser medium. And there are fewer temperature gradients in winter air, layers of different temperature that scatter sound. So sound can carry for miles across frozen landscapes, a crack, a shout, travelling farther than it would in summer. You hear things from greater distances. The world becomes larger, sound revealing space. Trees crack in extreme cold, the wood contracts, stress builds, and sometimes a tree just splits, a sharp report like a gunshot echoing through the forest. The fibers can't handle the contraction, the stress, and they rupture. This damages the tree, creates weak points, but it also reveals the power of cold, how it affects everything, even solid wood, even structures that seem permanent. Cold is a force, pressure, power. Wood fibers contain water in cell walls, in vessels, and when this water freezes, it expands, creating pressure from within. At extreme cold, this expansion combines with contraction of the wood itself, creating opposing forces, tension, and something gives. The tree cracks, wounded by winter. It might survive, heal with scarring, or it might not, the crack becoming an entry point for disease, decay. Winter testing each tree, finding weaknesses, selecting, thump, thump. Feel your own body. No cracks, no stress, just warmth, softness, safety, sleep protecting you, blankets, walls, distance from the cold. Animals move differently in winter. Deer congregate in yards, sheltered areas with food, conserving energy, moving less. They're lighter than in fall, burning through fat reserves. Their metabolism slows. They need less food, but finding food is harder. So they balance, minimize movement, maximize efficiency, survive, wait for spring. Predators hunt differently too. Wolves, coyotes, foxes. They listen for prey under the snow in that subnivean zone. Small rodents moving, making sounds, and predators pounce, diving through snow to catch what they can't see. Or they follow tracks, easier in snow, reading the story of who passed when, hunting by evidence, by deduction. Winter makes hunting harder. Prey scarce, but also makes some hunting easier, everything leaving traces in white. Owls are especially adapted. Silent flight, their feathers structured to eliminate sound. They hunt by hearing, locating mice and voles under snow, diving precisely, talons first, capturing prey they never saw, only heard. Winter nights are owl territory, darkness and silence and snow, perfect conditions for silent hunters, and owls don't migrate, they stay, endure. Masters of winter hunting. Some fish become less active in winter, near dormant. They rest on the bottom of lakes, barely moving, metabolism minimal. They can survive for months like this, waiting for the ice to melt, for temperatures to rise, for life to speed up again. Fish embodying patience, showing that survival sometimes means doing nothing, being still, conserving, trusting that change will come. Thump, thump. Trust like those fish, still, waiting, knowing morning will come, but for now is sleep, is dark, is rest. Plankton populations crash in winter, the base of aquatic food webs, tiny organisms drifting in water. They need sunlight, warmth. When ice covers lakes, when light is reduced, they diminish, some dying, some forming resistant stages, cysts or spores that wait, and the food web contracts. Fewer plankton, fewer small fish, fewer big fish. Winter simplifying, reducing, making ecosystems lean, efficient, basic. Some insects survive winter as eggs, laid in fall, frozen through winter, hatching in spring. The adults are gone, sacrificed to cold, but their offspring wait, encrypted in ice, in stasis. Life compressed into tiny packages, waiting for the right signal, the right temperature to resume. Eggs are time capsules containing future, containing possibility, frozen but alive, barely, waiting. Other insects survive as larvae, grubs buried in soil or wood or leaf litter. They produce antifreeze compounds, glycerol in their tissues, preventing ice crystal formation, and they wait, dormant but not frozen, existing in slow time. When spring comes, warmth triggers development, and they transform, pupat, become adults. Winter is just an interruption, a pause in their metamorphosis. Some insects actually survive being frozen, like those frogs. Ice forms between cells, not inside them, and they produce cryoprotectants, substances that protect cell membranes. When they thaw, they revive, resume activity. This is incredible adaptation. Death without dying, ice without destruction, life proving it can pause, stop, and restart. Thump, thump. You are pausing, stopping, drifting into sleep, and you will restart, wake, resume. But not yet. Not for hours. For now. Stop, pause, float. Snow melt in spring is gradual or sudden, depending on temperature, sun exposure, wind. The snow that took months to accumulate can vanish in days, weeks. Water flowing downhill into streams, rivers. The land revealed again, brown, then green, emerging from winter like waking from sleep. And all that water, all that frozen moisture returns to the cycle, flowing to the sea, evaporating, forming clouds, eventually falling again, maybe as rain, maybe as snow, the cycle continuing, endless, winter and summer breathing in and out. Mountains create their own weather. Elevation means colder temperatures, more precipitation. So mountains collect snow even when valleys are bare, the snow line visible, marking the boundary between seasons, between states. And as you climb, you travel into winter. Even in summer you can reach winter if you go high enough. Mountains are time machines, vertical transitions through climate zones, through seasons. Thump, thump. Glaciers on mountains are sensitive indicators of climate. They grow when snowfall exceeds melting, shrink when melting exceeds snowfall. Scientists measure them, track them, looking for trends. And many mountain glaciers are shrinking, are retreating, are melting faster than they accumulate snow. This tells us something about warming, about change. Glaciers are archives, frozen records, and they're being read, interpreted, warning us. Some mountain ranges create rain shadows. The mountains force air upward, cooling it, causing precipitation on the windward side, heavy snow. But the air descending on the leeward side is dry, already depleted of moisture. So one side of the range is wet, snowy, the other dry. Even in winter, this shapes ecosystems, creates dramatic differences across short distances. Mountains controlling weather, winter playing out differently on either slope. Valley fog forms when cold air drains downhill, pooling in low areas, and if this air is moist enough, fog forms, thick, persistent. The valleys fill with white, while peaks rise above into clear air. Temperature inversion. It's colder in the valley than on the hills, opposite of normal. And this can last for days, weeks. The fog becomes part of winter, a resident, not just weather, but a feature of the landscape. Thump, thump. Your mind is filling with fog, white, soft, obscuring thought, making everything dim, distant, fading. Frost flowers form on new sea ice, when very cold air sits over freshly frozen seawater. Brine expelled from the ice concentrates on the surface, and water vapor from the air deposits onto this brine, forming delicate, feathery ice structures, like flowers, blooming from ice, intricate, temporary, beautiful. They last only until disturbed by wind or more snow. Then they collapse, melt. But while they exist, they're magic, ice creating art, nature decorating itself. Needle ice forms in soil when water freezes. Not permafrost, not ground freeze, but small columns of ice pushing up through the soil. They look like tiny pillars, clusters of ice needles standing upright. Sometimes they lift small pebbles, sitting on top of the ice columns like balancing acts. This happens on cold, clear nights after wet days. The water and soil freezes, expands upward, forming these structures. By morning, they've melted or been disturbed. Another temporary winter phenomenon are brief, delicate. Graupel is a form of precipitation between snow and hail, sometimes called soft hail or snow pellets. Supercooled water droplets freeze onto falling snowflakes, coating them, making small and opaque pellets. They're softer than hail, more like styrofoam beads, bouncing when they land. Graupel forms in certain cloud conditions, temperature and moisture just right, and it falls, accumulating, creating a different texture, a different type of winter precipitation, crunchier than snow, but not as hard as ice. Freezing rain is perhaps winter's most dangerous precipitation. Rain falls through a layer of warm air, stays liquid, then hits surfaces that are below freezing and freezes on contact, coating everything in clear ice, glaze ice, trees, power lines, roads. Everything becomes encased, and the weight builds, branches break, lines snap. Ice storms can cripple regions, cutting power, making travel impossible. But they also create strange beauty. Everything crystallized, glass coated, the world transformed into something fragile, dangerous, and beautiful. Thump, thump, after an ice storm. When the sun comes out, everything glitters, billions of surfaces reflecting light. The world becomes diamonds, light fracturing through ice, painting rainbows on the ground, and then dripping, melting, returning to water. The beauty lasts hours, sometimes days, before winter releases its grip. The ice falls, shatters, or melts away, and the world returns to normal, changed, damaged sometimes, but normal. Snowpack is the accumulated snow on the ground, layers of different snowfalls, each with different characteristics. Scientists measure snowpack, dig pits, examine layers. This tells them about water storage, avalanche risk, climate patterns. Each layer is a separate event, a separate storm, and they stack, compress, transform. The bottom layers might become granular, ice pellets, under the weight of layers above. The snowpack is dynamic, changing daily, even though it looks static. Thump, thump. Let yourself stack like snow, layer upon layer of relaxation, each breath adding more weight, more softness, compressing you into the bed, into sleep. Snow metamorphism is the process of snow changing over time. Fresh snow is fluffy, sharp crystals, but these crystals begin to round, to bond together. Water vapor moves between crystals, depositing on some, evaporating from others. The snow becomes denser, more granular. This process is temperature dependent, wind dependent. It's why snow conditions change, why skiing conditions vary. The snow is alive, evolving, transforming under the influence of temperature gradients, pressure, time. Depth facets forms at the bottom of snowpack when there's a strong temperature gradient. Warm ground, cold surface. Water vapor moves upward, forming large, fragile crystals near the ground. These crystals are weak, they don't bond well, and they create avalanche risk, a layer that can collapse, fail, sending the snow above sliding. depth facets are invisible from the surface. Hidden danger. Winter's secret weakness built over time, over subtle temperature differences. Alpine sunlight is intense, even in winter, even in cold. The sun at high altitude passes through less atmosphere, less filtering. More UV radiation reaches the ground, and snow reflects up to 90% of this light, doubling exposure. So you can sunburn in winter, in snow, despite the cold. The sun doesn't care about temperature, only about radiation, about energy transfer. Winter sunburn is real, strange but real. Cold and burn coexisting. Thump, thump. Mountains amplify wind, hills channel air, accelerate it. At peaks and ridges, wind can be extreme, hurricane force, creating cornices, overhanging snow structures carved by wind. These cornices are beautiful, elegant curves of snow extending into space, but they're unstable, can collapse. Deadly for anyone standing on or under them. Wind and snow creating art and danger simultaneously. Tree wells form around evergreen trees in deep snow. The tree's branches shelter the area immediately around the trunk. Less snow accumulates there, creating a well, a hole. If you fall into a tree well while skiing or snowboarding, you can become trapped, buried in loose snow, unable to escape. Tree wells kill people. Another hidden winter danger. Beauty and death close together. Your breathing is so slow, so shallow, barely happening. You've fallen into sleep's well, trapped softly. No need to escape. Stay, rest, sink deeper. Some lichens grow faster in winter, adapted to cold. They photosynthesize when temperatures are low, when other plants can't. They're dried and dormant in summer heat, but winter brings moisture, cold, and they thrive. Growing on rocks, trees. Lichens are composite organisms, mold and algae living together, symbiosis, and they survive extreme cold, temperatures that would kill most life. They just slow down, stop, wait, and when conditions allow, they grow again. Life simplified, patient, persistent, thump, thump. Moss also thrives in winter in some climates, when snow melts briefly, or in areas with winter rain. Moss greens, grows. It doesn't mind cold, only desiccation. So winter, with its moisture, can be productive for moss. While trees sleep, while grasses are dead, moss lives. A different calendar, a different season, thriving in margins, in cracks, in spaces others can't occupy. Winter's end is gradual, then sudden. Temperature swings, warm days, cold nights, snow melting, refreezing. The land caught between seasons, uncertain. And then one day, you notice buds on trees, the first green shoots pushing through soil, birds singing differently, spring announcing itself, not yet arrived but promised, winter loosening, preparing to let go. But in the far north, winter lasts longer, 7 months, 8, darkness lingering, cold persistent. Spring comes late, summer is brief, and then autumn, quick, transitioning back to winter. The year is mostly winter, with brief interruptions of other seasons. Life adapted to this, compressed into short windows or spread across the cold, existing in winter permanently. Antarctica is winter-made land, ice sheets miles thick, covering an entire continent, the coldest temperature ever recorded on Earth, minus 98 degrees Celsius at Dome Fuji. Cold beyond comprehension, beyond survival without technology. And yet research stations exist there. People live there, temporarily. Scientists studying ice, climate, space, using Earth's harshest environment to understand Earth itself and beyond. The ice in Antarctica is ancient. Some ice cores reveal snow that fell hundreds of thousands of years ago, compressed into ice, trapped air bubbles. Tiny time capsules containing ancient atmosphere. Scientists analyze these bubbles, measuring carbon dioxide, methane, oxygen isotopes, reconstructing past climates. Winter preserved for millennia, speaking to us, telling us about Earth's history, about change, about cycles. Thump, thump. Feel yourself becoming ancient, timeless, preserved in this moment, frozen in sleep, lasting forever, or just until morning. Same thing. Time has stopped. Penguins march across ice, miles from the ocean to breeding grounds, walking, sliding on bellies, moving in columns, following instinct, ancient patterns. They arrive at the breeding grounds. The males take the eggs, balance them on their feet, huddle together for months through the darkest, coldest winter on Earth. The females return to the ocean, feeding, building strength, and eventually they return, finding their mates by call, by voice, in thousands of identical penguins. Recognition, reunion. The chick has hatched by then, and the parents alternate, one feeding at sea, one guarding the chick, until the chick is strong enough, old enough, to survive. Thump, thump. Seals haul out onto ice, rest, give birth. The ice is both platform and prison, safety from orcas and sharks, but exposure to cold, to weather. Seals have thick blubber, dense fur, adaptations for cold water, but pups are vulnerable. Born with thin coats, they must grow quickly, fatten, before entering the water. Winter's clock ticking, ice melting as spring approaches, timing everything. Polar bears wander sea ice, hunting seals. They're marine mammals, spending most of their lives on frozen ocean. The ice is their hunting platform. They wait by breathing holes, where seals surface for air, and when a seal appears, the bear strikes. Power and patience. The bears need the ice, need it to persist, to form early and melt late, their survival tied to winter, to cold, to ice extent. As climate changes, as ice declines, polar bears face uncertain futures. Winter's creatures at risk. Arctic foxes follow polar bears, scavenging kills. They survive extreme cold. Their fur is the warmest of any mammal. Thick, insulating. They curl into balls, wrapping their tails around themselves, minimizing heat loss. In winter, they're white, camouflaged, and they hunt, pouncing through snow to catch lemmings, small rodents that tunnel under the snow. The foxes listen, locate prey by sound, then leap, diving into snow to catch what they can't see. Winter hunters, perfectly adapted, beautiful, efficient. Thump, thump. Snow geese migrate thousands of miles, from Arctic breeding grounds to southern wintering areas. They fly in massive flocks, V formations, honking. The Arctic is summer breeding ground, abundant food, long daylight, but winter they cannot survive there, so they leave, return, annual cycles. The journey is long, dangerous, many die, but the population persists, driven by instinct, by survival, by the rhythm of seasons. Caribou migrate too, massive herds moving between summer and winter ranges, hundreds of miles, following food, avoiding deep snow where possible. The herds are synchronized, calving together in spring, moving together through summer and fall. Predators follow the herds, wolves, bears, taking the old, the young, the weak. The migration is spectacle, thousands of animals flowing across the tundra, across frozen rivers, unstoppable, ancient, continuing. Thump, thump. You are part of this migration towards sleep, flowing unstoppable into darkness, into rest. Ancient, continuing. Thump, thump. Winter winds in Antarctica, katabatic winds. Cold air flows downhill from the interior ice sheet, accelerating, reaching incredible speeds. Over 150 miles per hour recorded. These winds shape the ice, create sastrugi, sharp-edged ridges carved by wind and snow. The landscape becomes chaotic, difficult to traverse, dangerous, wind and cold combining, creating conditions hostile to life, and yet life exists. Microbes in ice, extremophils surviving where nothing should. Life's persistence beyond imagination. Permafrost contains organic matter, plants and animals that died thousands, tens of thousands of years ago, frozen before they could decay, preserved. And as permafrost thaws, this organic matter begins to decompose, releasing carbon dioxide and methane, greenhouse gases. Permafrost is a carbon bomb, stored frozen, but warming could release it, accelerating climate change. Winter, normally stable, normally reliable, becoming unstable, changing, responding to human influence. Some permafrost contains megafauna remains, mammoths, woolly rhinos, perfectly preserved, flesh, hair, even stomach contents intact, frozen immediately after death, remaining frozen for millennia. These discoveries give us windows into Ice Age ecology, what they ate, how they lived. DNA can be extracted, sequenced. Some scientists dream of bringing them back. De-extinction through cloning. Winter as time machine, as archive, as possibility. Thump, thump. Ice contains history, layers marking years. Volcanic eruptions leave ash layers. Nuclear tests leave radioactive markers. Climate cycles visible in isotope ratios. Ice is a book, written in frozen water, and scientists read it, interpret it, understand past climates, predict future changes. Winter teaching us, if we listen, if we learn. Your mind is ice now, layered, still, containing everything but revealing nothing. Frozen thought, dormant consciousness, sleep approaching, complete. Thump, thump. Subglacial lakes exist beneath Antarctic ice, liquid water, kept from freezing by pressure and geothermal heat. These lakes are isolated, cut off from the surface for millions of years, and they might contain life. Microbes adapted to darkness, cold, high pressure, unique ecosystems, never touched by sun, never exposed to surface conditions, windows into possibility, into what life can do, how it can adapt, survive, exist in the most unlikely places. Ice shelves float on the ocean, still attached to land ice, extensions of glaciers, and they're massive, hundreds of feet thick, extending miles from shore. They're vulnerable. Warming ocean water melts them from below, and when they collapse, when they break away, the glaciers behind them accelerate, flowing faster into the ocean, contributing to sea level rise. Ice shelves are buttresses, supporting, stabilizing, and their loss destabilizes entire systems. Winter coming apart slowly but accelerating. Icebergs from Antarctic ice shelves can be enormous, larger than countries, flat, tabular, drifting north into warmer waters, slowly melting. Sometimes they ground on underwater ridges, staying in one place for years, creating local ecosystems, penguins resting, seals hauling out. These are islands of ice, temporary, doomed, but real while they last. The ocean beneath ice shelves is cold, dark, but life exists. Fish, invertebrates, adapted to near-freezing temperatures. They have antifreeze proteins, preventing ice crystal formation in their blood, and they feed on what falls from above or on each other. A hidden ecosystem existing in conditions we can barely imagine. Life proving again and again that it finds a way, even in winter's darkest, coldest corners. Thump, thump. Feel yourself in that dark, that cold, but safe, warm. Life continuing in sleep, in rest, drifting through the mysteries. Snow algae grow on glacier surfaces. Despite the cold, they thrive in summer months when meltwater is available. They're red or green, visible from space, coloring the ice. These algae contain compounds that protect from UV radiation, from cold. They're adapted, specialized, and they actually accelerate melting. Darker colors absorb more sunlight, warming the ice, creating feedback. Life are changing its environment, inadvertently contributing to its own habitat's destruction. Ice worms live in glaciers, in the ice itself. They're small, dark, and they migrate vertically through the ice, moving toward the surface at dusk, retreating deeper at dawn, avoiding daytime warmth that could kill them and nighttime cold that could freeze them. They eat snow algae, pollen. They're one of the few animals that spend their entire lives in ice. True winter creatures, unable to survive outside their frozen home, adapted so specifically that warmth is death. Mountain goats navigate cliffs in winter, moving along ledges, crossing hills covered in snow and ice. They have specialized hooves, soft pads that grip, hard edges that cut into ice, and they're fearless, sure-footed, accessing areas predators cannot reach, eating what little vegetation persists, lichen, mosses, woody plants. They survive winter in the mountains through adaptation, through capability, through existing where others cannot. Thump, thump. Ptarmigans change not just colour, but feathers, growing extra feathers on their feet, creating snowshoe effect, preventing them from sinking into snow. And their white winter plumage is incredibly dense, insulating. They can burrow into snow, creating caves where they shelter. The snow is warmer than the air, protection, and they emerge to feed quickly, then return to their burrows, minimizing exposure. Winter survival through strategy, through adaptation. Snowy owls nest on the ground in the Arctic. During brief summer, they're white, camouflaged against snow year-round, and they store food, caching lemmings when hunting is good, preparing for lean times. They're patient, still, blending perfectly, and when prey appears, they strike, silent, deadly. Snowy owls are winter-embodied, white, cold, patient, efficient. Your breathing has become the owl's breathing, still, patient, barely detectable, waiting in the white silence of sleep. Musk oxen form circles when threatened, adults facing outward, protecting calves in the center, and they stand. They don't run. Their thick coats, kiviot, the warmest natural fibre, insulates them against Arctic cold. They pour through snow to reach vegetation. They survive winter through toughness, through cooperation, through simply enduring, outlasting, being strong enough that winter cannot break them. Arctic hares gather in groups, sometimes hundreds together, warmth in numbers, and they dig in snow for food, willow, roots, whatever they can find. They're large, bigger than temperate hares. More mass retains heat better. Another adaptation. Size matters in cold. Larger bodies have lower surface area to volume ratios, lose heat more slowly, so Arctic animals tend toward larger sizes. Bergmann's rule. Winter selecting for bulk, for size, for mass that holds warmth. Lemmings tunnel under snow all winter, in that subniven zone. Protected. They remain active, breeding even. Their populations cycle, boom and bust, and when they boom, predators thrive. When they bust, predators struggle. The entire food web pulsing with lemming cycles. These small creatures driving ecosystems, their population dynamics rippling outward, affecting owls, foxes, even the plants they eat. Winter's ecology connected, interdependent, complex. Thump, thump. Wolverines wander vast territories in winter, travelling miles each day, hunting, scavenging. They have large paws, snowshoe-like, allowing them to move on top of snow where prey breaks through and struggles. They're fierce, capable of taking down animals much larger than themselves, and they cache food, bury it in snow, returning later to feed, planning, preparing, surviving through strength and intelligence. Ravens stay through Arctic winter, scavenging, opportunistic, incredibly intelligent. They remember cache locations, solve problems, work together, and they've adapted. Thick plumage, behavior that minimizes heat loss. They find food where others cannot, survive where others perish. Generalists, adaptable. Winter favors flexibility, intelligence, the ability to make do with whatever is available. Snow buntings are among the few songbirds that winter in the Arctic. Most birds flee, but snow buntings remain. They gather in flocks, feeding on seeds exposed by wind, huddling together at night, their white plumage with black markings, camouflage, and they sing, even in winter, brief songs, reminders that life continues, that even in the coldest darkness, there is a voice, there is persistence. Let that song lull you, distant, fading, winter's lullaby carrying you deeper into sleep. Thump, thump, ice caves form within glaciers, meltwater carving tunnels, chambers, and the ice is blue, incredibly blue, because of density, crystal structure, longer wavelengths of light absorbed, shorter wavelengths scattered. The blue of deep ice is unlike anything else, ethereal, otherworldly. Walking through an ice cave is like being inside light itself. Inside color made solid. Winter's architecture revealing beauty and simplicity in frozen water shaped by water's flow. Crevasses split glaciers, deep cracks formed by glacier movement, stress. They can be hundreds of feet deep, hidden under snow bridges, invisible, deadly. Glaciers are not solid, not stable. They move, flex, break, and walking on them without knowledge, without equipment, is dangerous. Winter's beauty concealing danger, surfaces hiding voids. Seracs are towers of ice and glaciers, formed where the glacier breaks, creating pinnacles, columns. They're unstable, can collapse without warning, crushing anyone beneath. Climbers avoid them when possible, but sometimes there's no choice, just careful, quick movement, hoping. Winter demands respect, attention. It will kill carelessness without hesitation. Meltwater rivers flow beneath glaciers, carving, eroding, creating drainage systems under the ice, and these rivers can change, shift, appear suddenly. A glacier is dynamic on surfaces, and beneath, moving, changing, never the same. Winter, even in its seemingly solid state, is fluid, is process, is change happening slowly enough to seem like stillness. Thump, thump. You're fluid too, thoughts melting into nothing, boundaries dissolving between awake and sleep, between conscious and unconscious, fluid, changing, becoming sleep itself. Glacial erratics are boulders transported by glaciers, carried miles from their origin, then deposited when the glacier retreats, left alone, out of place, often different rock type than the surrounding land. Evidence of ancient ice, of glaciers that once covered landscapes now ice-free. Winter's legacy, rocks that remember, silently testifying to past climates, past cold, past ice ages that shaped continents. Drumlins are hills shaped by glaciers, elongated, teardrop-shaped, pointing in the direction ice flowed. Fields of drumlins record ancient ice movement, the land sculpted, moulded by ice miles thick, pressure and motion over thousands of years. Landscapes are winter's art, carved when ice ruled, now revealed, interpreted, understood. Glacial till is sediment deposited directly by ice, unsorted, mixed. Everything from clay to boulders jumbled together. Because glaciers don't sort by size like water does, they just carry everything, then drop it when they melt. The land beneath ice is abraded, ground down, and that material is transported, pushed, carried, eventually left behind. Building moraines, terminal moraines marking the farthest extent of ice, recessional moraines tracking retreat, each ridge a moment in time, a pause in melting. Winter's stutter captured in landforms. Glacial lakes form in depressions carved by ice, or behind moraines. The Great Lakes, thousands of smaller lakes, all results of glacial action. Ice scooping out basins, damming valleys, and when it melted, water filled the voids, creating lakes that persist. Legacy of Ice Age winter. Water in landscapes sculpted by ice. Thump, thump. Your body is a glacial lake, still, deep, holding everything, contained, surrounded by the landscape of the bed, the room, isolated, peaceful, timeless. Lewis's windblown silt, deposited during glacial periods. The glaciers grind rock to fine powder, and wind picks it up from the barren landscapes beyond the ice, carries it, deposits it in thick layers. Some of the world's most fertile soils are loess. Ice Age winter creating future abundance. The cold, the ice, the wind, all combining to build soil that will feed civilizations thousands of years later. Winter's gift, unintentional, vast. Glacial outburst floods occur when ice dams fail. Water accumulates behind glaciers, in lakes, building pressure. And suddenly the ice fails, breaks, and water surges out. Catastrophic floods that can move boulders, reshape valleys. These floods are rare but immense. Winter's violence, potential energy stored as ice, released suddenly as motion, as destruction, as transformation. Lake Agassiz was a glacial lake larger than all current Great Lakes combined. It existed during the last ice age, dammed by glaciers, and when the ice dam failed, the flood was unimaginable, possibly disrupting ocean circulation, triggering climate shifts. One lake's drainage affecting global climate, winter, ice, water, interconnected at planetary scales. Thump, thump. Ice sheets scour bedrock, polishing it, creating striations, scratches that show ice flow direction. Geologists read these marks, understanding ice movement from thousands of years ago. The rock remembers, records, evidence written in stone of winter that lasted millennia, glacial polish still visible, smooth rock surfaces created by ice and sediment grinding together, pressure and time creating finish like glass, fjords of valleys carved by glaciers, then flooded by the sea, deep, steep-sided, spectacular, the ice gouged deep below sea level, creating these drowned valleys. And when the ice melted, ocean water moved in. Fjords are among Earth's most dramatic landscapes, testament to ice's power, to winter's ability to reshape geology, to carve through mountains. Hanging valleys form when smaller glaciers join larger ones. The smaller glacier carves a valley, but the larger one carves deeper, faster. When the ice melts, the tributary valley is left hanging above the main valley. Waterfalls often emerge from hanging valleys, cascading down the cliff where small and large valleys meet. Beauty from ice, from differential erosion, from winter's sculpture. Cirques are bowl-shaped depressions carved at the head of glaciers, where ice accumulates, begins its flow down mountain. Glaciers rotate, plucking rock from the back wall, deepening the bowl, and when the glacier melts, a cirque lake might form. Tarns, jewels in mountain bowls, alpine lakes of perfect blue-green, cold, clear, fed by snowmelt, remnants of winter, fragments of ice lingering as water. Thump, thump. Let yourself rest in that cirque, that bowl of stone and water, cradled, held by mountains, surrounded by silence. Nothing but stars above and stone below, drifting. U-shaped valleys are carved by glaciers. Unlike V-shaped river valleys, glacier valleys have flat floors and steep walls. The ice fills the valley wall to wall, scouring the sides, flattening the floor, creating distinctive shapes visible from above. Yosemite Valley is U-shaped, carved by ice. Then the ice melted, revealing granite walls thousands of feet high. Mendoza Valley floor, a landscape born of winter, of ice, of slow, powerful erosion. Horn peaks form when glaciers erode a mountain from multiple sides. Each glacier carves a cirque, and where they meet, they create a sharp peak. The Matterhorn is a classic horn, sculpted by ice from all sides, pointed, dramatic. Winter's chisel working from every direction, creating symmetry from erosion. Arêtes are sharp ridges between glacial valleys, where two glaciers flow parallel, carving into the mountain from both sides. The ridge between them becomes narrow, knife-edged, dangerous to climb, beautiful to see. Another form sculpted by ice, by winter's patient work, grain by grain, century by century, shaping mountains, shaping landscapes. Glacial polish requires ice, pressure, rock fragments, and time. Lots of time. The result is rock surfaces smoother than most human polishing achieves. Natural perfection from winter's persistence. And when you run your hand over glacial polish, it's cold, smooth, almost slippery. Like ice itself left an imprint, a memory in the stone. Thump, thump. Periglacial environments exist near glaciers, or in permafrost regions, they're shaped by freeze-thaw cycles, patterned ground forms, polygons, circles, stripes of sorted rocks. The freezing and thawing moves rocks, sorts them by size, creating patterns visible from above, geometric, orderly. Winter imposing order through chaos, through cycles of ice and water, expansion and contraction. Solifluction occurs when frozen ground thaws. The surface layer saturated with water cannot drain into still frozen ground below, so it flows slowly downhill, carrying rocks, soil, creating lobes, terraces, the land itself flowing like thick liquid, winter and summer competing, creating movement where there should be stillness, geology becoming fluid. Thump, thump. Ice wedge polygons form in permafrost. Cracks develop in winter from thermal contraction. Water enters in summer, freezes, expanding over many cycles. The ice wedges grow, pushing soil up into ridges, creating polygon patterns across the landscape. Arctic tundra viewed from above shows these patterns, proof of winter's cycles, of ice growing underground, patient, inevitable. Pingos are ice-scored hills in permafrost. Ice accumulates underground, expanding, pushing the soil above into mounds, domes. Some pingos are hundreds of feet across, tens of feet high, and when permafrost thaws, when the ice melts, the pingo collapses, leaving a circular depression, a pond, the land rising and falling, breathing with ice, responding to winter's presence or absence. Rock glaciers are masses of rock and ice, moving slowly downhill. They look like glaciers but are mostly rock, with ice filling the spaces between. Permafrost gluing the rock together, allowing it to flow slowly, inches per year. These exist in mountains worldwide, evidence that ice doesn't need to be pure to flow, to move, to shape land. Winter working through mixed media, stone and ice combined. Your thoughts are rock glacier now, solid, unmoving, or moving so slowly, imperceptibly, that stillness and motion are the same. You cannot tell, don't need to tell, just exist, heavy, cold, still, thump, thump. Some bacteria survive in ice, metabolizing incredibly slowly. They exist in a state barely alive, repairing DNA damage, maintaining basic functions, waiting. They've been found in ice cores, hundreds of thousands of years old, and they can be revived. Cultures grown from ancient ice. Life pausing for geological time, then resuming. Winter as stasis, as preservation, as the long wait between moments of activity. Psychrophils are organisms that thrive in cold. They've adapted enzymes that function at low temperatures, membranes that stay fluid when they should freeze. These organisms grow best near freezing. They live in polar oceans, in glaciers, in permafrost. They represent a different biology, a cold biology, proving life doesn't require warmth, just liquid water, energy, time. Some viruses survive frozen, trapped in ice for millennia, and as ice melts, as permafrost thaws, these viruses are released, Some might infect modern organisms, others might be harmless, but they represent unknowns. Ancient biology returning, winter releasing what it preserved. What was safely frozen, safely isolated, now mixing with modern life. Thump, thump. Ancient plants have been revived from permafrost, seeds frozen, preserved, then thawed and germinated, flowering after 30,000 years. The plant doesn't know time past. It just knows the conditions are right, now, and it grows. Winter erasing time, making millennia irrelevant. Life patient beyond measure. Ice cores from Antarctica span 800,000 years. That's 800,000 winters. Layers stacked, compressed. Each layer containing air, chemicals, dust, information. And scientists drill down, extract cores, analyze them, reading Earth's climate history, temperature, atmospheric composition, volcanic eruptions, meteor impacts, everything recorded, preserved, ice's library as memory. The air in those bubbles is ancient atmosphere. You could extract it, analyze it, breathe it if you wanted, though that would be wasteful. It's the same air dinosaurs didn't breathe, but mammals did. The same air that swirled in Ice Age winters, in interglacials. Air that has circulated, mixed, but carries the signature of its time. Winter capturing moments, holding them, refusing to let go. Thump, thump. Let your breath join that ancient air, timeless, part of everything, cycling, returning, eternal. Some ice on Earth is millions of years old, at the base of Antarctic ice sheet. Pressure and cold have preserved ice from millions of years ago. The oldest ice, the deepest, holding the oldest secrets. And we haven't reached the bottom yet. Drilling is limited, difficult. But someday we might reach ice from 5 million years ago, 10 million. What will it tell us? What climate? What atmosphere? What world? Ice is patient. It waits. It holds. And slowly, we learn to read it, to understand its language, its layers, its bubbles, its chemistry. Winter teaching. If we're willing to learn, to listen, to be patient in return. Winter has shaped human culture. Seasonal festivals mark winter solstice, the darkest day, the turning point when light begins returning. Cultures worldwide celebrate, acknowledge. Winter as boundary, as extreme, as challenge to be marked, to be ritualized, to be survived together. Winter requires shelter, fuel, stored food. These requirements drove innovation, architecture, agriculture, trade. Civilizations formed partly to manage winter, to survive through cooperation, through planning. Winter, selective pressure on human society, shaping us, making us who we are. In winter, humans tell stories, long dark nights, time to gather, to share knowledge, to entertain. Storytelling traditions may have strengthened in winter, when work was limited, when night was long. Winter giving us space for culture, for art, for the things that make us human beyond mere survival. Thump, thump. Feel yourself in that circle, around the fire, listening, safe, while outside winter waits, but cannot touch you here. Warmth, voice, community, sleep approaching like stories end, skiing developed for winter travel. Indigenous peoples created skis thousands of years ago, moving across snow that would otherwise strand them. Technology born of necessity and now recreation. Winter transformed from obstacle to opportunity. Humans adapting, innovating, turning challenge into joy. Ice skating too. Blades on ice, speed, grace. What began as transportation became art, sport, humans playing with winter, finding beauty in its conditions, its possibilities. Not just surviving, but thriving, creating, expressing. Winter sports celebrate cold, embrace it. Rather than flee to warmth, some seek cold, seek snow, seek ice, finding meaning in difficulty, in challenge, in conditions others avoid. Winter as teacher, as test, a source of achievement, of pride. But winter is also dangerous. Hypothermia, frostbite, avalanches, ice breaking beneath feet. People die in winter, caught unprepared, underestimating cold, overestimating ability. Winter demands respect. It doesn't forgive mistakes, doesn't offer second chances. It simply is cold, indifferent, powerful, and those who forget, who become careless, pay the price. Yet winter is also beautiful beyond words. Snow-covered mountains glowing at sunrise, frost patterns on windows, northern lights dancing, ice crystals floating in air or catching light, sparkling. Winter offers beauty that other seasons cannot match, a beauty of clarity, of simplicity, of light and ice and silence. Thump, thump. Your mind is that beauty now. Simple, clear, silent, nothing complex, nothing struggling, just being, existing in stillness, in peace. Winter will end. It always ends, no matter how long, how cold, how dark. Spring comes, snow melts, ice breaks, the world warms, greens, awakens. Winter is not forever, just a phase, a season, part of the cycle. But while winter lasts, it is absolute. It is the world. There is no spring, no summer, only winter, only cold, only snow and ice and darkness. And accepting this, living in this, finding peace in this, that is winter wisdom. Being present in winter, not rushing towards spring, not dwelling on past summer, just being here, now, in the cold, in the dark, in the beauty, and then spring arrives, unexpected even though expected. Ice cracks, water flows, soil appears, seeds sprout, birds return, the world transforms, becomes unrecognizable, and winter becomes memory, becomes story, becomes preparation for next year, because winter will return. It always returns. The cycle continues, thump, thump. But not tonight. Tonight is winter. Tonight is snow and ice and cold. Tonight is darkness and stars and silence. Tonight is rest, is sleep, is letting go into the depth of winter's embrace. The universe keeps turning, winter breathing slowly beneath the stars, and will keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 winter mysteries looping softly, endlessly through the night. The hidden colors inside fresh snow. The strange sounds frozen lakes make at night. Animals that never truly sleep through winter. Thump, thump. There's nothing you need to do now. Just let your body sink. Heavier, heavier. Feel the mattress holding you. Every muscle softening. Your heartbeat slowing. Thump, thump. Matching the rhythm of space itself. Shoulders melting down. Jaw releasing. Each breath pulling you deeper, deeper into the calm, the quiet, the dark. And we'll keep drifting, floating together through the mysteries. 100 winter mysteries, looping softly, endlessly through the night. Thump, thump, heavier, heavier, deeper, deeper, into winter, into sleep, into the infinite dark, where snowflakes fall forever, where ice sings its ancient song, where you're safe, warm, held, drifting, floating, sleeping, through winter's long, slow, beautiful night. Thump, thump, thump.